The broadcast.
It's going.
The broadcast is live.
It's going.
We're live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the almost 1 year. It's not 1 year. It's 371 day anniversary of the Magic Railroad Parody coming out. We are coming live to you from 3 different broadcasting sites. We have a professional news radio studio in Toronto, Canada, where Mr. Rob, Wooden Railway Reviews, is broadcasting from. Say hello to everyone, Rob.
Well, hello everybody. It's me, and I'm here to talk about the military-industrial complex and how it is taking over our country.
Okay.
That's awesome.
And it is time. It is time that we fight back. Okay, no. And that's enough.
No. Okay. So there's our one broadcast studio coming to us distantly from, I think, was it Costa Rica or Paraguay or something? It appears to be Sam Hyde Jr.
Hi.
Yeah, it's the annoying orange who got stung by 1,000 bees. Yeah. Okay. Jacob Jarrett Patch is here.
Yeah, hi.
Hey,
I'm finally in one of these things.
All right, we have 108 people watching. That's pretty good. 124 likes. Let's see what some people in the stream are saying. I haven't done one of these streams probably since Turtles' house, so that's right. I think
That's
so.
awesome. We love him.
We love
him so
Turtles.
much.
He's the best. Yeah.
Who is that?
We love Turtles. We love Turtles so much, dude. He's my best friend in the whole
He's the
wide
best.
world, bro.
Turtles is just awesome.
Yeah, you love him. You love him
Yeah.
so much.
Anyways, moving on. Nicky, eat a train. Okay, thanks, Dax Films. This is so cool. Nicky, what? Sparkle. What are you freaking out about?
Sparkle.
What is Mainland freaking out about this time? Will this stream be documented? Yes, it is not a Wooden Railway Reviews stream, so you will actually get to watch it more than once. Hey, Junior, did it feel bad being chased by Diesel 10? No, because Diesel 10 was a little British man behind a microphone who recorded his lines 3 years before anyone saw them. So no, not at all. Yeah, there's your fucking joke, Rob. There you go. All right, so this is I don't want this just to turn into a session of me reading from the comments, but I do have to say I'm really fucking excited to be here on this stream because obviously the movie was a huge deal. And it's it worked out. We did it. It got fucking trending on Twitter. It's doing it. We're at really close to 500,000 views now.
Less than 10,000, baby.
Yeah, less than 10,000 now. And
Another week or so. It'll be at
it's just really fucking cool to do that. So thank you guys. Thank you to everyone that made it so fucking popular. And just I'm really, really appreciate that we can even create a stream here a year later where we have almost 150 people who are willing to not only watch the movie once, because they did it a year ago. Now they're here to watch it a second time, basically muted with us just saying slurs over it the whole time, basically. So in a sense, these are the hardcore fans that are here today. And if anyone here is under the age of 16, just get the fuck out, you fucking idiot. Get out of here right
now. That's 90% of the audience.
This is literally, we're excising about 95% of the crowd.
Whoa,
what are you going to do?
Guys.
There's going to be a lot of swearing. There's going to be a lot of vulgarity. There's going to be, I think Jacob at a certain point might have to leave the room because he often has, medically induced bursts of horniness every 30 minutes, and he legally has to leave the room to masturbate.
Well, no, that's for the diarrhea.
Never mind.
That's what the pills are for. That's the clinically induced diarrhea pills. Otherwise, I get constipated. So
okay. So Callum De La Force says, I watched the film at a party with my non-Thomas friends. I thought it was fantastic. It was an absolute riot. That's great to hear. But I love this. Diesel Electric Razor asks, which is a bigger influence on the movie? Seth MacFarlane, Jonah Hill, or Seth Rogen?
None of them. Literally none of them had anything to do with the movie at all. You should ask about fucking Trey Parker and Tim Burton and freaking Edgar Allan Poe and those guys.
Now, wait a minute. Seth Rogen. Oh, that's
Seth
right.
Rogen is the guy. Jacob, do the laugh.
Yeah, that guy.
No, that's not that. That's like an evil Pee Wee Herman laugh. That's not.
At first, I was like,
no, that's
at
not
first,
that.
I was like, is that Seth Meyers or Joe Rogan? I was like trying to figure out who he's talking
Joe
about.
Rogan.
Is this Mike Myers or Seth Myers or Okay.
Seth McRogan.
I think it's entirely possible.
So no, Joe
Looks like
Rogan.
TNT.
Joe Rogan and Seth Meyers had nothing to do with the Magic Railroad Parody. That was a really good question to whoever the fuck asked.
I mean, okay.
Rob, get me another question.
I won't lie. This is definitely no. I'm not going to go down. What is this? 2014. Somewhere in there's probably a joke inspired by because I watched Family Guy as a kid, and obviously it's set in front. So I don't know. Maybe at best, maybe there's one joke from him. I don't know.
The Seth MacFarlane, it was not much of an influence on me, but a lot of the Trey Parker and Matt Stone, the South Park, Book of Mormon, Team America kind of stuff is what led into a lot of like the satirical and musical aspects of it. Like, for example, in the South Park movie, they do a big end of Act 2. Sort of all the characters are singing all at once, and we get a little bit of this guy, and we get a little bit of this guy, and that movie is a musical, so you also have like other reprises of their songs all mushed together, and so you have all your primary characters at the end of Act 2 are all at the same time like singing about what they want. We're going to war and we got to fight, blah, blah. That's where One Last Puff came from. Was a complete reestablishment of get all the main players in there except for like Burnett and Diesel 10. Get all the main players in there and sort of reestablish where everyone is going into Act 3. That was very South Park.
It's funny. I haven't seen that movie in 15 years, and I still remember all the musical numbers. I still remember
because it's fucking Oscar nominated for good reason.
In my whatever redneck town, off to the movies
I can do this with the live stream. I can actually
put movies teach us what our parents don't have time to say
on the stream.
Because Terrence and Philip are sweet, super sweet. But I still remember all the songs. Sorry, what were we saying, Jacob?
I don't know any of the words to that, so no, I can
because
actually.
You can have a childhood.
Hold on. Let Jacob talk.
I can put the comments on the stream.
Yeah.
Thaddeus asks, "Who took the most drugs in the film?" Do you mean like
probably?
Which character took the most drugs, or which person took the most?
Which
drugs?
actor?
Which drugs actor? Is also in quotation marks. So, what is drugs?
I mean, caffeine. That's a drug.
I mean,
right?
I would presume that Mr. Conductor had the most drugs in as a character in the movie.
In terms of variety, I don't think. I mean, can you think of a single fucking scene where he isn't on something? Like, if you literally add it up, it's like he's smoking gold dust. And then he gets to Sodor, and it's sort of a gold dust weed metaphor. And then he's in the office. No, he's out on the park bench in the deleted scenes, and he's drinking fucking fireball, puffball. And then he's in the office hallucinating off of absinthe. He's back in the engine shed, fucking drunk as hell, and he's having crazy nightmares. He wakes up the next morning. He's smoking a cigarette. He goes to the woods and he does a bunch of mushrooms. He smokes another fucking cigarette, and he smokes crack with the rabbit in the woods after that, and then like it just goes and goes and goes and goes.
Those were real cigarettes. I want to point out something that if we're gonna say, well, who did actually like? I actually
no, they weren't. They were fucking herbal cigarettes.
Nope, those were real.
Rob, I was there with you. They were herbal cigarettes.
No, those were legitimate cigarettes.
They were not Marlboro. They were not Camel. They were not fucking.
No, they were some weird. Because I didn't want to have like a familiar brand because it was
did you lie to me then? Where's this coming from? I don't know. What are you talking about?
The cigarettes that I was smoking.
Yeah,
okay? The cigarettes. Those were real. Those were real cigarettes.
I know you had a cigar. You had a cigar.
I had a real cigar.
The cigar is real. That's not related. I remember going with Rob. I remember fucking going with you in 2018 to a little corner store, and they didn't have any normal fucking cigarettes, and you had to buy like some special little like pussy cigarettes or something.
Well, but they were real. They weren't because herbal cigarettes. You have to get those. Those are hard to get. Like you have to go and order those. And I actually tried.
What I'm saying is you weren't fucking smoking like actual nicotine and like tobacco and shit. It wasn't that.
They were okay. They were like weak low nicotine cigarettes, and I wasn't I wasn't inhaling like
you weren't just fucking Winston tastes good like
I was just for the it was just a show, but they were real cigarettes, and I was actually smoking them.
Okay, so let's stop talking about cigarettes now because it's completely irrelevant.
Kids, hey, remember what George said? Kids don't smoke because a camel with sunglasses tells them to smoke. They smoke for the same reason adults smoke. It relieves anxiety and depression. Remember that. And
as we all know, Rob, Jacob, and I, we don't condone smoking, nor do we make content about active smoking, nor do we spend 4 years literally doing satirical drug abuse.
Never in my whole life.
Get that. Oh, hold on. Actually,
we got a question on stream.
Long chop. Got fucking bitch. Never mind. Fuck you. All right, you're not listening.
Like 15 minutes.
Do you fart?
Like of all the questions, you guys.
This is why we should not have Jacob in charge of anything. Jacob's running the stream.
I can't really answer that one medically.
Well, it's always you and me, Nicky. So at least Jacob can do something. Right?
I know. It's been you guys for the past 5 years. I've never even been on a live stream before, except that one time I was at your house, Nicky. But not as a trio. So
again, before we start the movie, I just really like to reiterate that we are all completely drug-free. That there's not, some kind of ridiculous, drug. Thank you. There's not any kind of drug use that ever goes on.
Dude, that's an awesome prop.
That is oh man.
There's not anything that we've ever done, nor will we do, much less on the air.
So trashy.
Full of impressive children. So just getting that out of the way, I just felt like it needed to be said because we joke, we make a lot of jokes about a lot of things on the show, and it wouldn't be fair, to not make some clerical, statements.
That's great. Jacob's getting ready.
All right. So, is there anything we need to do before the movie starts?
Anything we need to do before the movie starts?
Actually, I'm gonna get some water.
Oh wait, Jack.
This chair's weird.
Hold on, wait. Jacob, you entertain the audience. I'm gonna make a fucking sandwich.
Look at this weird director's chair. I got a director's chair. Check it out.
Entertain the audience.
All right, Jacob. It's up to you.
Jesus Christ! I can already feel the pressure is setting in. I've never done one of these things before, not on my own. I'm keeping the "Do you fart" on screen because I think that's very silly. I guess now you guys ask me questions because
ask Jacob questions.
Yeah, ask me something. I only did 1/3 of the work, 2/3 of the work on the whole movie. I only kept the movie together and going. Jacob, how was college? It sucks. And I don't like it. Did you make the faces? I did. Me and Isaiah made most of the faces. Actually, I have a couple. I have a couple with me. Some of them. A couple splatter and dodge faces. I was supposed to send these back to Vinny or Nicky or whatever his fucking name is. Because I used to be the one that took all the photos. I'd take the pictures and then we'd edit the photos onto the footage. And I would take all the pictures of the faces. But then I got really tired of doing that. So I sent all the faces to Nicky and he started taking the pictures. But I kept these because we didn't need these anymore. Because he's only got a clenched face in one scene and we already finished it by that time. Isaiah, as in the Tugster intensifies, yes. Me and Isaiah split the work. Pretty much. I did Diesel 10 and Splodge and George. I did all their faces. And then Isaiah did basically all the other characters. I probably made about 30 or 40 different faces. Because
You son of a bitch. Ooh. Check it out.
dude, he's got a gun. What the fuck?
I got a gun.
Dude, this guy's armed and dangerous.
Speaking of South Park, now I'm starting to get angry, so I pull out my gun. Sorry, I just had to bring that out.
Oh, here's a good question.
Oh, by the way, Jacob, how's the bunny? How's the rabbit?
Oh yeah, I have it. Someone actually was asking, did you enjoy playing Patch more or the rabbit? That's actually a tough one. I think I like the character of the rabbit more because I just do the voice. It was a little bit easier. Even though I play Patch and I did that for 3 years, I feel like the rabbit's like a much funnier character. I feel like I had like a lot more fun doing that. I wish I could have done more of that.
He was a breakout character. I mean, I'm actually surprised that people were like, I remember in the stream we were watching the movie at the time, like people were like asking to see more, and they were actually upset. I remember like in the chase scene, right? People were like, please tell me the rabbit comes back. Like, if the rabbit doesn't come back, I'll cry. And I was like, really? Like people were, I gotta say, it was a combination of the voice, the puppeteering by you and my buddy Mark, my big buddy Mark. But only Nicky would get that. But
I saw the video too. I just don't know word for word.
Prawn stars. Circle. Okay, but yeah, like you did the puppeteering in the river, right?
Yes, when I was like under the water, and like my face was above the water and my hand was above the water, and I was shouting the lines, and like I was like completely submerged with the rabbit on Rob's back. That
was the craziest part of the shoot. Well, one of them. I mean, there were a lot of crazy.
There were a lot of crazy parts.
Like we were in a river during a rainstorm, and it was like, it was starting to flood up. And that was
because it was like kind of mellow, and then like it really started getting faster and faster, and the water started coming up, and
storm water, and that's obviously scary because storm water can be terribly unhealthy, right? I was actually really nervous.
I was really thirsty, so.
That was probably one of the best reactions to a character. I mean, I always felt like it's like Anton Chekhov. Like if you establish a gun in the first act, it has to go off in the third act, right? If you like Birdall-Croft didn't understand. Like if you establish that there is a rabbit that is at least sentient enough to be able to talk and write a message, and give you vegetables that can alter your mind.
Like, where did that come from? And they never mention it ever again.
And it's never mentioned again. And I was always like, look, this movie is already, like the original, is already alluding to like Neverland and Alice in Wonderland, right? Like you got to at least, comment on it, right? So I was like, how about just have him be a character? And then he, kind of gives Mr. C a wake-up call. So
Blue 65 Tank asks about forgetting the rolling papers. Who is responsible for that?
Oh no! Don't bring that up. I wasn't even there for that, and I know about that. Don't bring that up.
I'm sorry, I overreacted. It's a very hot day, and that's a polyester suit. It's very uncomfortable.
As season 5 might say,
oops.
Temper.
Yeah, I mean, hey, come on, coming from Alec Baldwin. That's
actually pretty ironic. Yeah.
Someone wanted to see the fuel tanker. Someone said,
"Oh,
fuel tanker." Oh, now make it all about yourself, Jacob. Fuck you.
He hasn't seen the Gauge 1 Sodor fuel tanker replica.
And we have 200 people watching. Jesus Christ!
Look at this.
Sawed-off fuel. Oh my god, that thing's
the camera. It's so.
Are you sure that's just not Ertl Sodor? Is it Ertl or Ertl? I don't know.
Rob always says it wrong. It's funny.
It's not wrong. You wouldn't. Okay, when you say
Rob, your name is not Rob.
But okay, when you say until, you don't say unil. You say until.
Jake.
Yeah, but you're Canadian, so it doesn't matter what you think.
Jarrett.
I don't know. I've always Ertl. Tomato. Who cares?
It's show and tell. It's like preschool.
Rob says Ertl like he's passing a kidney stone while sneezing at the same time.
Ertl. All right, that is impressive, Jacob, and I really want to hold it, but
one day, eventually.
Unfortunately, I can't. Not right now. But Jacob's
Can we
got.
start the movie or what?
Yeah, it has been 20 minutes now.
Let's go.
Yeah, Jesus, you people must be so fucking bored. All right, let's do this.
We're taking longer than the
All right,
original
guys.
first cut of the
We're
movie.
gonna watch the movie now. You should
All right,
get your
yes.
popcorn and your soda and whatever, and we're gonna go.
Get rid of this question, by the way. Useful Engine 11.
Yeah, how do I get this off the screen? I'll show
Go away,
someone else's and then
11.
hide it. Okay.
Wait, what was?
I don't know. It was just some random question. I just showed it and then hit it because I couldn't find the other one. It like went way up.
You should light the tank. Oh, it's just prankster,
Find a lighter.
a jokester.
All right, how do I get this so we can? Oh yeah. Okay.
Ooh, what's this?
All right. Here we go. We're gonna watch the movie.
Okay, we got a little preview for it.
Coming soon from Disney Interactive.
You win! What a great game!
I'm in a spin, you know, shaking on a string, you know. You make me feel like dancing. Wanna dance the night away.
Hey, I know
You make me feel like dancing.
Kitty cat.
It's Ringo!
There's a cat.
Dancing, dance the night away. I feel like dancing, dancing.
What? Oh my gosh.
What the hell?
The final Mr. Conductor Fan 146.
Nah, dude.
And
So,
now our feature presentation.
Oh, here we go.
Well, we
So
can't
now
talk
the
about
movie's gonna start for real, you guys.
There it is, guys. Here's the movie.
So there's the thumbnail for you guys. This is an inside joke that Jacob and Rob have so much fun with, and I was not involved with.
Thank you so
I
much.
wasn't invited.
Holy fuck.
Oh, that's so
Dude, he's
funny.
so handsome.
We literally before you push the Jafar button, we had 220 viewers. Now we have
It just
206.
dropped out. People said,
We
fuck
lost
this.
that joke literally lost us 50 viewers.
Oh, why is it's such an old me?
We really have to. Let's go, guys.
Okay, the actual movie.
It's a really fucking long movie. Make sure it's not loud. It's not going to be loud. Jacob. Jacob, turn it down. What are you doing? Turn the fucking volume.
Yeah, okay.
Is this good?
Ooh.
No, even way loud. We have to be able to speak over it.
Well, yeah, hold on. Ready? That's pretty good. Ready?
Yeah.
Whoa, there it is.
Whoa, I can do that. I can do that. I can do
I
that.
can do that. I can do that. I can do that.
So
That's
here's
good.
the opening of the movie, and I don't know if it's common knowledge or not, but the guy who voices the newscaster in this opening bit is the same guy who plays P.T. Boomer. I don't know if that's common knowledge because my mom couldn't figure that out apparently, and that's her husband. So I don't know.
Well,
But,
I would just
I don't
like to
know
say
if you guys.
that
I don't know if you guys
that-
are brighter than my mom.
this
or not. We'll
opening
find
is inaccurate because technically,
Okay, I
These
fucking wrote this script when I was like 16. All right, you gotta give me a break.
technically happened first in the United Kingdom.
You know what? The trains
Actually,
have
no, wait, it was United
faces,
States. Sorry, I got.
and there's a fucking foot.
It's a
called
propaganda
Little
film. It's supposed to be inaccurate, and
So this opening sequence was inspired by Back to the Future because there was a deleted version of Back to the Future that involved an atomic blast, and they set it up by playing a newsreel in the opening scene, and then they cut that whole thing and they changed it to be a DeLorean. But I like the idea of setting in motion what the movie is about before the movie even fucking starts,
Hi,
because
Alex.
the whole movie is about the takeover
That's
of
your girlfriend.
evils and
That's
shit.
your real life girlfriend.
Yeah, so the blonde, the bitch who fucks up Burnett there
Wow.
is
Wow.
my girlfriend, although she was not my girlfriend
I could
at
treat
the
her
time.
better. I
Oh,
could treat her
She
better,
was,
dude.
She was
This
not.
shot-
She was not my girlfriend at the time.
This shot is beautiful. I don't know where you found the location, Nicky, with the 50s car and the combi.
That's on my street. That's literally 2 blocks down the street from my house.
It's perfect. And then on top of that, I love the fact because see the thing is that obviously, you know, I came up with most of the idea of like the 60s, you know, clash with the modern day. Obviously, you know, that was
because so basically I had came up with the idea that there would be flashback scenes that would show the young Burnett, young Boomer, and that they would take place around the time of American Graffiti, which is in the early 60s, that culturally is still from the 50s. And Rob made a very good point halfway through production of that stuff, saying, hey, it should be 1969 because you have a perfect 50-year gap, and the movie's about drugs, and you can tie in Woodstock, and Ringo, and Abbey Road, and the moon landing, and Easy Rider, fucking, you know,
Peter Fonda,
all that stuff. You can add that all in. So 1969 really became the prime year. Which is
love the Beatles.
Why?
Because then Burnett and Boomer, they wouldn't be 50 years later. They'd be what 67, right? So they'd still be like older, but not like old enough where they're
my idea was always that Boomer and Tasha were in the grade above Burnett. So Burnett's probably like 15, 16, and they're like 17, 18.
But he's still a boomer.
Right, because, well, he's clearly a boomer because he's 15 steps behind everyone else. The year is 1969, and he's still a greaser. That's the perfect boomer archetype. He's always 5 steps behind everyone else.
Yeah, well, I mean, the biker was making a comeback in the late 60s with like Easy Rider and all that. But
what I'm saying,
Boomer
Boomer was designed to be John Travolta in Grease originally.
But what was the Marlon Brando film where he was the biker? I don't remember. Anyway, so yeah, the 60s, obviously the 60s had the culture revolution, you know, clashing with or very similar to today, how, you know, obviously nowadays with the Trump era, things are crazy. You know, it's sort of a new cultural revolution. So that juxtaposition was really interesting. And also, too, because the late 60s really was the end of steam. 1968 was when British Railway... Hey, that's Jacob's voice, by the way.
Jacob is the Ringo Starr guy.
And so,
and then we've got the creator of everyone's favorite green character. What is that guy? Richard?
Yeah,
isn't that the engine's name? Didn't Mike come up with Richard?
Did it?
Everyone loves Richard.
Oh wait, Jacob, you paused it, right?
I did pause it.
Oh, okay.
Why did we pause it?
No, because I just was going to finish with this, like. Anyway, the juxtaposition, I've obviously gone over the details and you know the similarities, but also too, I mean, 1968 was the last year that British Railway used steam travel, right?
My dad just sent me this. He's watching the stream.
That's pretty good.
Oh my god. So anyway, like there was just so many things to, you know, juxtaposition that it just seemed like, oh, this is kind of like, you know, a really nice way of having subtext of how things change and they don't change, right?
Well, that's too bad.
Yeah, things get better, things adapt, but at the same time, we're still kind of the same, right? We're in this era of, you know, cultural backlash and all that, and, you know, re-examining all that. And anyway, yeah, it was really fun to, you know, put that together anyway. So yeah, I'm really happy we could figure that out. And then, of course, my favorite scene in the whole movie. Hey, look, it's Alex.
They don't fucking train in Bethel, New York. What the fuck are you talking about?
Eddie?
Fuck you!
Fuck you!
I'm Woodstock and sit on my fucking lap on my motorcycle. I'm going there nuts.
Smoking a cigarette. There's a no smoking sign.
Holy fuck, he's so funny. It's contagious.
Yeah, so Alec, that's Rob's friend Alex in Toronto, and we shot that bit way after the fact.
I was laughing
because this whole Burnett sequence is obviously shot in California, and then we had to insert that part from the Toronto shoot.
I mean, these boomers.
And this set is fantastic with all the old.
Well, no, because so originally I always had it that it was nearby the station, but I couldn't. I wrote it in the script that Burnett has a conversation with Mr. Conductor in a scrapyard, just because it's what made sense. It would be nearby. But as soon as I got to the set, I realized that it was a whole lot more than that. because you can get the visual metaphor of the fact that trains are fucking dying in every single shot as they're talking about it. On top of that, here's Mr. Conductor being, you know,
Here's Robbie.
This is like one
there.
of my
He's
favorite
okay.
scenes.
I mean, it's
I love that
honestly,
shot.
I think Rob's performance is one of the weaker aspects of the film that really just kind of brings everything down a notch.
In the episode where King Neptune is insulting him. When it's
Well,
like,
ideally, you know, the film started out as a Billy Two Feathers, you know, biopic, and slowly his scenes just got whittled away to be more smaller. And Fernando's barely in the movie now. Now it's like Rob the movie all of a sudden.
No, we wrote like a 4-hour freaking story about Fernando's character, and he only made like
because
2
Billy
minutes.
Two Feathers is such a compelling character.
Oh, where is it?
We'll get you some foot-tall Liverpudlian men.
With Burnett, come on, cut back. Here, this shot. I mean, you got the 2 steam engines, you got the old boxcar.
Kids do nowadays. You're all
I mean,
something.
I was trying to tell the story visually, you know.
And yeah, but
Dude, he must be smoking weed. He looks so high.
Oh my god, we have the creator. Oh my god, we're the creator of Topham Weed. It's Topham Weed, you guys. It's Topham Weed.
So funny.
how many people are? Oh, we got 200. That's awesome.
Dude, weed is so funny.
So in this shot, right? Again, this I think is one of the first, not the only.
I like how my image just gets completely blocked out anytime a comment comes up. Kind of like Mike Wazowski and Monsters Incorporated. Wait, Jacob, bring another comment on. Okay, so this comment. All right, so I'm really excited to be on my first live stream, and look at wow.
Hi.
We haven't even
Pretty, I think
addressed the
Super
frog.
Mario Jordan film.
Wind the frog.
What?
Wind the frog.
Oh, wind. Yes, I get it. I get it.
But we haven't even addressed it. Yeah, you got the big frog behind you. Is that Pepe?
Oh, so this frog is coming. This frog is from the new video I'm working on, which is with the teaser that you saw before we started the movie.
Symbol.
It's not a hate symbol. It's not Pepe.
We can make it
I
one.
promise you, it is not a fucking hate symbol.
We can make
I
it
fucking
one.
hate. Because I fucking hate symbols. You know. This is a drawing that I created in I drew it in 7th grade, but I came up with the idea of the Mad Frog in 2008 because I thought it'd be a funny logo, and it's just become. I used to draw comics in 2008, so I needed a comic company.
Ooh.
Mad Frog Comics later turned into Mad Frog Productions, and then I started doing YouTube videos, and then et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So whatever I did was Mad Frog related, so that's why we now have Mad Frog Films here.
I did not know
Like
that.
13 fucking years ago.
Cedric Steam is here,
Who?
and I think he needs to be made a. He needs a little wrench, you know.
Who?
Where is he? Where is he?
Who?
No, I didn't know who you said. Who is here?
Cedric
Who?
Steam.
Oh, fucking Steven. Okay.
Well, no, you have access to your account, Nicky, so you got to make him a.
Oh, I forgot. Okay, I'm not even signed
Look,
into
I put his comment from 2 minutes ago on the screen. Like it just.
Oh,
Who?
hey,
It's the thing
Cedrian
that-
Steam. How's it going, Will?
Tell
We
us
got to
what
catch up.
now! Cedric Steam, who voiced. Who did he voice again? I don't know. Somebody.
I think it was just the Troublesome Trucks. It was something really insignificant.
Yes, that's true.
Play the fucking movie. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we're just stuck on this image of Burnett. But anyway, I just want to say this before we lose this scene.
Turn it down
That-
even further, Jacob.
This is really one of the first times I think you came in, or
Then what's your
I
name?
came in, but like
What?
as a filmmaker, I remember seeing this shot and being like, okay, he's starting to understand like there's more to just having subtext, like a shot like that where you have Burnett and he's got the like scrapped engines, like these are to him. It's the background to all his problems because he misses steam. He hates the fact that it's no longer it's no longer in charge. Right now it's Diesel, right? And that's of course devastating to him because it's not coming back. I mean, unless of course you count Shining Time, right? So it's like it's almost like the clouds raining on his parade, so to speak. It's the whole subtext of like, why he and Mr. Conductor hit it off, and why Mr. Conductor, again, by him recognizing him and saying, "Oh yeah, you're that kid," you can see that he's been thinking in the back of his mind, like, "Hey, maybe I should reach out to this kid and be, trying to get him to help me with this Magic Railroad that I'm about to, throw into his lap." Right? Hey, there's a moon reference, but yeah, this shot was just really like one of your first, like, I'm not saying like before that you hadn't done anything cinematic. I'm just saying like I was really impressed with it. I was like, wow, you're coming into your own. So there's.
Well, thank you very much, because I shot that. I shot that 3 days before I flew to Mexico, and then when I went directly from Mexico to Toronto, where we went and shot all that stuff in 2019. So that was like really back to back stuff. That summer was fucking nuts.
Oh yeah. And then because of that, because your passport got lost, Mexico to Canada, and you were trying to go back to the United States.
Yeah. That was really
at the border.
No, I'm not gonna make another movie. There might be another special someday. What the? Wait, how did you do that?
I don't know.
I hate you.
And then, of course, I love this.
Here are the Beatles.
You got the Beatles, MLK, going through the tracks, right? And love this introduction. Because obviously, again, with Wooden Railway, you're limited in your ability to be realistic. So right off the bat, it's like, hey, this is wood. This is track.
Yeah, Jacob, you're allowed to talk too, by the way.
Wood?
I like the movie.
Good job.
Well, we cut most of Jacob from the movie.
You cut most of my scene.
Rob cut most of Jacob. I did not cut most of Jacob.
If I could say one thing about this suit, by the way, if I have one regret.
No, you can't because you're frozen.
I had a pair of like rose tinted glasses, which I should have worn for this character, because then he's literally got rose tinted glasses. He's looking at the past nostalgically. Maybe we can reshoot it one day.
Steven, Sudrian Railway Modeler, comment in the comments so I can make you a fucking admin.
They couldn't get the other guy. And I'm going to tell you a story right now. I'd like to introduce you to my good friend.
The VFX in this movie is so impressive.
It's our favorite number.
Well, this is Steven's first shot here. Yeah.
Please don't judge him.
So good.
That's right. Don't judge him.
That's my thing.
Is the island of Sodor.
Who's this?
Judging people.
I made that. I also made most of this.
Who is Zoe Rose?
I don't know.
Jacob Jarrett.
Joe Rogan?
Yeah, Zoe Rogan.
Eugenie Dovidaitas. Neil Layton.
Tatas.
Will Snark, or is that Stark? Sorry. And Matt Bichod. Adam
Music. I don't know how to read.
Yeah. There's Jake.
Where is
Is it lagging pretty bit? Okay, there.
It's fine for me.
Nick, of course, has to put his name first. Because, of course, it's not like I did any editing.
So I specifically fucking asked you if you wanted your name first in that credit, and you're like, no.
Because you edited most of the movie, and here we have...
Yeah, I don't know what you edited. Oh, you edited the rabbit scene, right.
45, 46, 47.
Oh, I see.
Oh, and then you recut the first hour of the movie in that rearranged PT Boomer thing that worked really well. So that definitely affects things significantly.
But that was like just I did that just as a test.
What I'm saying is like the edit, like you get that credit because it was like significant enough. Because you're the one that put you're the one that put I want to be a controller in the first 20 minutes of the movie, which is like fantastic.
Well, I mean, it's
so
just
that's what I
mean. Your movies so much better. I just want to say about this scene. That is like,
And a cheeky one.
what was that? Because you were using a macro lens when you shot this, right?
This whole sequence is shot on a macro lens, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I just felt so bad that I kind of, pushed you to get the macro lens because obviously you always had a problem of trying to focus on the wooden railway engines because they're so tiny. But then it has such a shallow depth of field. See how
I really
focused
enjoy
Thomas is?
that artistically, and I honestly prefer that kind of cinematography in general. So the fact that we were limited by that meant that I could make it look the best, and as a result, I don't think it looks bad at all. I know other people might, but
That's cool.
I think it works.
No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just like amazed, like how little depth there is. Like just beyond Thomas's face, it's just like, you know. But again, like I know you like that Zack Snyder style, right? I mean, he went to the trouble of getting those like, you know, those like Japanese lenses from the 1960s.
Oh, the dream! He got those dream lenses and then rehoused them into a digital fucking camera. Yeah,
Yeah, that have a really shallow depth of field, right?
yeah. Well, the Zack Snyderisms don't come into play in the movie until the Diesel 10's flashback scene with Lily's dad and Boomer.
Which I had like no involvement with, so that was like when I saw
Jacob had no involvement. You had no involvement. That was entirely my
was
fucking.
gameplay.
That was my one.
So let me see. Neil voices Thomas, and then who's voicing Gordon?
Chris,
Sorry,
the Kipper Runs Again is Gordon.
Yes.
He has been doing shit in the Thomas world since literally like fucking 2004. He's one of those founding SIF guys that's just been in every single thing ever. And I thought we should have him in it because he's just such a fucking booming voice.
Yeah,
you know, and I can't think of someone that I would prefer for Gordon. I really fucking can't think of someone.
Those names sound familiar. And then of course Cedric Steam.
Yeah.
Guy.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
So here's we got some fucking awesome
yes.
drone footage here from the Isle of Man.
Isle of Man.
Yeah,
baby.
there's your car. There's your fucking car on the bridge.
20 years later.
That's not Jacob's.
That's not my car. It's someone else's car.
I mean,
Yeah,
I gotta-
whatever.
okay.
You are having so much smug. You're getting a lot out of this, Rob. I hate you.
Hey, you gotta.
Oh,
give
the
credit.
shot's
Wiley-
so good.
Wiley did a good job.
He did a good
what I would
job,
say.
regardless of whatever he did.
Hey!
So the sequence with Mr. Conductor dancing on the roof was edited at fucking 4 a.m. in the Huntington Motor Inn hotel room the morning before the big
Hey, look, it's
test
Richard.
screening in a trough at the big band.
Brady's missing.
Very important.
Can I skip back?
Oh
like,
wow! I
5
wonder where
seconds?
where did Turtles and Thomas go? I don't.
What are you
That's kind of
doing?
weird.
I'm
Do you
skipping
think it's
back.
kind of weird that he's missing? He's in a missing person sign. That's kind of weird. I don't know.
Wait, why you going back, Jacob?
Because I wanted to pause on the picture of Brady.
It's his
Oh,
job.
okay.
Everything's as it
Okay.
should
So we can point and go, ha ha ha.
Ha 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 ha.
Very silly.
We're really
Oh
just-
wait, Jacob.
acknowledge that.
Jacob, there's someone in the comments that wants us to take a second to point out some of the Easter eggs in the mural, and I don't actually think we've ever done that publicly before.
No, I don't think we have.
Holy.
You
So,
can see, you
Christ.
and
we've
me
got-
are like on the left. In
Yeah,
the
so
Caroline car.
so we've got Jacob and Vinny are directly at the very end of the left side of the frame, and they're in the little car that looks like Caroline. And then the warehouse in the top left is the ruins of Learning Curve after they lost the Thomas and Friends branding license, and their warehouse is just like fucking falling apart, and there's about to be like a huge wrecking ball that destroys their warehouse. You've got the Peter Griffin house from Family Guy. You've
That
got
was
the
my-
Bates
that was my
Motel.
creation.
The Bates Motel from Psycho is there, and the house from Beetlejuice is there. And you've got Sir Topham Hatt's car on cinder blocks, and then there's like hobos in the fucking car. There's a ton of stuff.
We got a photo somewhere of the whole thing where you can see everything, and it's not.
Yeah, but
I'm
there's
shocked as
there's a
much
good
made it
amount
into
of
the
Easter
movie
eggs.
as it did.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
There's also a sign that says slow, steep bends and ravine ahead, but then
isn't
we had
that
to-
that's Duncan Gets Spooked, right?
we had to shorten it, I think, to make it fit. I think it just says slow ravine.
Yeah,
There's also a dumpster that I love it. There's a
that was
dumpster next
Jacob.
to
Yeah,
the track.
most of the ideas on this one specific. I mean, we worked through. We did a sketch of all of the flats
Yes.
before we started painting any of them, so that we had a rough outline, and then Jacob went in and really hyper focused on the hero flat, which is the only one that I actually have saved. Which is, I filmed the like update videos and stuff in front of that, and that's like the really, really fucking pretty looking one. So Jacob obviously spent all his time on that one. 'cause it would be so-
Allergen Art from Twitter asks, "Don't you have the whole painting, Nicky?" Well, maybe at
No,
one
I don't
point.
have the whole mural. I just
Not
have
anymore.
that one square that you
Just-
see.
Oh, I think
Just
we
the
should,
middle part.
by the way, acknowledge that like our Twitter bio pictures, our headers are her art. So
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you so
She's
much.
fucking here. She's great. I did. Wait,
Good
is
shit.
yours? Yours is as well, Rob? I didn't realize that.
His banner is.
Oh, cool.
my
I don't
banner.
know
Oh no!
about his-
Oh no! Not
Oh,
my,
your
not my
ban-
biopic, but my banner is.
Okay.
Sorry, your biopic is her art, and then my banner is her art. I got them mixed up.
Caleb Train just sent me a DM on Twitter. It says 420.
Is it
This-
Vincent's comment?
That's funny.
Hmm.
Dude, weed is awesome.
No, Vincente said, when has Brady not been missing?
Yeah, that's
His brain's always been missing. I can tell you that.
Turtles has had a few screws loose for a long time, but it's glad that we were able to. It's really good that we were able to cast him as a villain in the film because ultimately it allowed him to do the least amount of acting possible.
Oh, does that mean that guy does that?
Let's keep
Yeah, that's good. Let's just keep
That
it.
is that's all I have to say about
That's
that,
all,
folks.
And they keep our world running smoothly.
And this was a great joke, very well received. Nearly burned your garage down, but we got it. And that is no flamethrower, by the way.
It's
but
real
used-
flamethrower.
It's used to kill weeds.
I think
Oh,
we
no,
we
don't
added a
kill
little bit
weed.
of-
No, weed.
And that
No.
is a real cigar. And then this set, which
For a little while.
you know, it's funny.
Jacob and Rob were never actually in person at the station. Jacob designed the station, but he was never there when we filmed it. So that's
Yeah.
kind of interesting. I'm the only person who was here on the set that day.
Who's that guy? There's of course Fernando. What's that
Oh,
song?
Fernando's the best. Fernando's just the nicest guy in the whole fucking
something
world.
in the
nice.
air that night. The sky was bright. Fernando.
It's I love how close I was able to get the close up painting of the flats to the actual signal house. Because I didn't base that off the movie. That painting is
so
based
good.
off a painting that Nicky did. Of
My
the signal
dad
house.
did.
Your
My
dad
dad
did.
did those. My dad did those fucking bricks. Those bricks were his. You know?
Oh, you did the door.
I did the door and the window. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like my version of your version of the original.
So I forget if I've ever said this before, but originally my dad painted these two flats that were supposed to be the base of the windmill when Rob came to shoot in California. And then that obviously didn't fucking work out, so I had to reuse the flats for something, and I realized that they would be the perfect scale for an in-camera signal house as opposed to doing it green screen.
So
Rob's shots when he's at Shining Time are obviously all green screen. But the shots with me in the station, which are there's three of them. All three of those scenes there's no green screen at all. It's 100% in camera. It's just masking because we built a giant painting that would be in scale with me, and that's what Jacob based his mural on, which is what you're seeing now, and that's a digital effect.
So whenever Junior's at Shining Time, it's a real physical.
Yeah, whenever Junior's at Shining Time, there is zero green screen.
But when it's Rob, when it's Rob, it's my small scale version of that painting blown up.
Hey Nicky, does the name Laura Downs ring a bell? Because she's saying in the stream that she loves Fernando.
Is not small size.
I don't think
We
so.
all love Fernando.
That has given me a big
We all love
responsibility
him.
this time.
He's so funny.
And I'm now remembering in your shots, Nicky, you actually moved the camera up and down, which was nice detail, right? Just give it that,
Very close.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like when you were doing Junior on the mural, it was a real mural.
Oh, there's
The
yeah.
camera-
So when we do the,
camera movement.
we'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that
Yeah.
separate scene. This current scene
Oh, sure.
is Rob wrote the dialogue here, but it's meant to
All
lead into the big fucking song that was my idea, which is another sort of South Park-esque kind of let's take something and use it to further the story. basically.
All right, I'm just gonna say this right now.
Rob did a great fucking job. I really think you have nothing to complain about. Rob hates himself. Rob hates the world. Rob hates you, his children, his wife, his mom, his dad, his kids, his dog. This song's fucking great. And he did a great job. And don't listen to him at all.
I have
Disregard
never
everything Rob is
had
saying.
any
Disregard everything Rob is
experience as a
saying.
singer. I
like
never
when he catches
sung.
the.
I'm
catches the cane.
terrible at singing. I never sung before in my life. It's all Nicky's fault. He pressured me into it because he's a musical theater student. And for some reason I did it.
Nope. Rob, literally, so...
Thank you, Isaiah, for making me sound at least passable. It's all Isaiah.
Rob,
auto-tune.
It was my idea to do a song, and then I asked Rob if he really wanted to do it. And we were eating fucking food at the kitchen table in Rob's living room, and he thought about it, and he was like, "No, well, it's gonna be too much. I can't."
I throw the cane.
We'll do it. We'll do it. And he had like a big motivating moment where he convinced himself that he was going to perform the song, and in that moment it switched over. So that had nothing to do with me. I made it very clear to him that he could or could not do the song, whichever one he wanted, and he said, "Fuck it, we'll do it live. We'll do it live.
We'll do it live. I got don't write it. We'll do it live."
Exactly.
Fucking thing sucks.
Yeah.
And that theater is, don't say where it is, but
That theater is in
Canada.
Mexico.
Canada, but I actually worked there for the pandemic, so that's how I was able to get it.
I don't even remember where it is, so I couldn't even say it
Yeah.
as a joke.
So there's the scene from
there's
Cranky
Alex.
Bugs, and then this one is not really a specific scene, but it's sort of
I like
imagined.
how when you go on YouTube and you like hover over the video before you watch it, the preview is like your
Oh yeah, it's
girlfriend.
this part. It's literally this part. It's
and
it's
like,
Alex
it's
and then
anybody
Rob
who's never
yeah.
seen it will just look at that and be like, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah, it's pretty good. Just get another roast of Big Little Big Adventures in there.
Oh, because we don't do that at all in the movie.
Yeah, we roasted Big Little Big Adventures a lot
I
more
was-
blatantly in a scene that got cut.
Yeah, but Mr. Conductor was literally singing the theme, so.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. I forgot about that as well. Yeah.
At some point, I should probably talk about how try to talk about how I made the suit. That's a whole other thing.
No, you do your website shit, man. Don't do it on the stream.
Yeah. That was a bad idea. That's the one thing I don't like about the song. I should have done the world or whatever.
Well, you didn't sing that last note.
And I should have, because it's noticeable. It's the only thing I don't like. But the rest of the song is okay. Thank you, Nicky and Isaiah, for making me sound at least like I am.
I literally can't fucking win with you. You know how much fucking time I spent just to make Rob go, "It sucks and I hate it and I sound terrible," and you did an okay job.
I hate it when mom and dad fight.
It's not your fault, Jacob.
Shut up. I spent so much fucking time staring at this guy's face, trying to make this guy look like the most likable, recognizable, charming, witty fucking movie star leader of a movie. And you know what?
Such a good scene.
I need a minute.
I love it. And here, of course, is the famous Ginger Percy as Jimmy, Jimbo, and I've known of Ginger Percy for at least since 2008. He's been around. He's been around for a while. He's kind of faded, but it was really nice to have him as James, right? That's the that's
all the different laughs is
that's
so
that Greek
funny.
guy.
That was Jacob's idea. That was your idea to
That
put
was
the
my
guy
idea.
in. That was yeah.
There's like
Most of
50
the
different laughs
meme
going
jokes
on.
in the movie are specifically Jacob's idea.
Most of the good jokes are my idea.
Like
All the
when
shitty ones are
Mr.
yours.
Conductor incinerates Mickey Mouse and the
That was
audio
Jacob's-
clip. That's
yeah.
Jacob's idea. That was his meme. Like there's so many little bits that are like, yeah, that's Jacob. That's Jacob. That's Jacob. That's Jacob.
Wasn't it like a guy was like dressed up as like what was it? It was just something like Gumby or something, and he went up to his dog and he was like, "Oh, you're a cute one." And then the dog like,
Oh,
yeah,
he's wearing
yeah,
Mickey
yeah,
Mouse
yeah.
glove. That's what he was doing.
he's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, you're a cute one." The
I was
dog
like,
bites.
well, like, where do you get a shot of like a mouse screaming? And I thought like Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, we did.
screaming.
Yeah, that was the morning before the test screening. Yeah, and we were like trying to come up how we would execute the joke visually. That was crazy.
The Fat Controller says the harder we work.
So this sequence,
faces are so good.
the faces are fucking great. They're animated by Jaden and Steven here, and obviously Jacob did the face for Diesel 10. All the faces, which look fucking. I think those are probably my favorite faces from the movie.
Hey,
the Diesel 10 face.
That shot of Diesel 10 right there, just with the face and depth of field, man.
I'm
I
really,
to
really
edit
proud of the
10
way that the
faces
model scenes look.
consistently. Like,
Yeah.
I'm always
there's the
changing them
CG
up.
claw.
Like
even if it's wooden railway, it's so, again, in 4K with the depth of field, with the faces and the eyes moving, and again the 3D pinchy, right?
Yeah.
It's just so seamless. Like you just forget that it's just wooden railway, right?
Because
Wooden toys are not models. Get a girlfriend. Thank you, Simon Ask Clown Martin. Actually, I just want to say one thing.
I'm sure Simon Martin is watching right now. He's such a big fan of mine.
No, we all know how it's going with him and his like 10 ex-girlfriends. So
I just
spill the
Grease Mixer is laughing somewhere. I just want to say about Stacy, by the way.
Oh yeah, Grease Mixer's in the fucking movie too. I don't know if we've ever pointed it out. Sergeant Grease Mixer is the fucking. First of all, he's the Red Against the Snow murder
I'm
victim.
an air conditioning.
Second
mark.
of all, he's
That's-
literally
that was
in
mine.
the same way that Turtles appears with Rich Evans in a missing
he's got
child
his own
sign.
wanted poster.
He's got his Sergeant Grease Mixer's got his own wanted poster that Jacob specifically designed and requested the day we were about to start rolling, and Jacob was texting me. He's like, "Okay, you ready to go? Wait, hold on, I've got this thing to print out. Put it on the set, quick!" And I was like, "Fuck you, we gotta get going."
Contagiously funny.
And I put it on the set, and you'll see it in the background of all the Stacy shots. Is the Sergeant Grease Mixer wanted for like murder sign? Yeah, go ahead.
But the thing about played great, by the way. I actually, it's funny.
There it is.
In my pursuit of trying to find a hat for Mr. Conductor, I actually found a conductor hat that looked just like mine, like the one you're wearing, Nicky, and it was all red. And my regret is that I didn't buy it because I would have shipped it to you and had Stacy wear it.
Oh yeah, well,
We have so many like
three
we have
scenes
so
of the
many
movie.
hindsight ideas where it's like, oh, we could have done this and we could have done that.
I know, like the rose tinted glasses and the hat.
Billy is
be a
in 3 scenes.
completely different
Stacy is in
movie.
3 scenes.
If we,
Mud
like-
is in 0 scenes.
If we held this in for another year, we could have had a completely different movie.
Jacob, if you held this in for another year, you would have developed chronic constipation.
No, I would have just killed myself. That's what I would have done.
Isaiah said, "Sorry, went shopping." What is that? What the
I think
heck
he
is
went
that?
shopping. I don't know. Hi, Isaiah. Oh, hi. Alex was here. Hi, Alex. Bye, Alex.
Yeah, I know. I saw it. Alex is here.
I didn't realize Alex was here. Sorry, babe.
Steamer is in jail, and originally, what actually started the idea was in the script. You had written. Thanks for getting rid of Schemer. It was all too much in the end, and I always loved that line.
Yeah.
The way that Billy delivered it and the way Fernando delivered it. I wish we somehow could have kept it, but I always loved that idea of like it was all too much in the end.
Because I always found
because
so it's literally like Britt Allcroft wanted to make a Shining Time Station movie, but didn't for some reason cast like one of the most appealing aspects of the show into the adaptation of the show, which means that she clearly thought that perhaps the producers, whoever, like, okay, Billy Two Feathers, audiences will get Billy Two Feathers. Schemer, this guy's a little much. He's way too much in the end. I don't know. We should get him out of there. So that was kind of the joke that I wrote, where we sort of explained that Schemer had been taken care of off screen in between Shining Time Station and Thomas and the Magic Railroad.
Okay.
What?
He's there.
There you go.
So that's why Schemer wasn't in the original. We know. We've spoken with
He was really happy to be in the parody because
you've never even. I'm the only guy who's ever met Brian. Brian was ridiculously overjoyed to be involved.
Brian knows.
As far as I can fucking tell, I don't think the dude was too pleased about being exiled from the Thomas franchise. And I think his existence in our film is sort of, not to use a Vinnie Smith-esque metaphor here, but it was Brian O'Connor's middle finger, if you will, to the general Thomas elite as a whole.
And I was so happy to be a part of it.
I have
And of
no
course-
experience in, by the way. I've never flipped off the Thomas company, much less on their payroll.
Ah, okay, all right, Middlegate. But Brian knows, by the way, I should announce. Brian knows that the jukebox has been saved.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so.
Well, I mean, that's his little baby, yeah.
I know, and to like help save it, right? It was, just, and that's, by the way, Northern Star. At Northern Star CA, Adrian is a friend of mine, lives in Toronto. He restored and saved, with the help of another gentleman, but he saved the jukebox from Chinatown Station. And unfortunately, I don't think he's gotten enough credit for what he did. It's an extraordinary story that I wish you would
make a video on it.
You know, yeah, you should make a video. I wish you go into more detail about it, but it's incredible how he restored it. It's unreal. Anyway, so Brian,
we've got a question. We've got a question here that I think might be interesting. Maybe Rob or Jacob could answer. But what scene was the biggest pain in the ass to make?
But I really think
Where's
you
that?
mind pausing it, Jacob? Because that's an interesting question.
Yeah, there you go.
Because obviously, I mean, we've been sort of neglecting the. Jacob, can you pause it? There, that's a perfect shot.
We're sort of neglecting the chat a little bit here because there's like 3 different things going on right
Well, yeah, we got the movie, we got the chat, and then we're obviously talking about things that aren't even really related. I don't know. You want to answer that one first, Jacob?
What scene was the biggest pain in the ass? The viaduct scenes, the viaduct sequences were kind of tough.
For biggest pain in the ass for you personally.
Biggest pain in the ass for me personally. Oh Jesus! I have like so many repressed memories. It's gonna take.
Yeah,
a minute to,
I
like,
bet you
unlock them.
fucking do. Yeah.
Doing like the faces for what fucking scene? There's like a lot of scenes that require like so many faces be edited on. And each one's like an individual face, and
You put a lot of effort into especially the first scene where Diesel 10 meets George. Like, it's not just pictures of the face cast. Like, you went in and drew on top of them and made them slightly different expressions.
Because I didn't just want it to be the same 5 faces over and over. I'd like re-edit faces, so he has like a smirk and like teeth showing, or maybe like a different frown, more wrinkles. Like I would go in and make sure that like because obviously like. I also felt like for the line deliveries, it also varied because like you get like 5 expressions where it's like happy and it's like angry and sad, and it's like going by the line delivery. I tried to tailor each face to make it look more like what was being said was being spoken through the face, so it actually.
I'm just desperately trying to get my fucking skull into the webcam here.
Oh yeah, you're crushed by the
Is there any way to like switch around the icon so it's on the other side of the screen?
I don't know. I could do this, but then the movie goes away.
Yeah. Well,
and then we're little squares.
Well, if we're just talking.
Yeah, we're not watching. Yeah. So let's answer this question. Yeah.
The biggest pain in the ass.
Let's take a commercial break.
Isolated, just one specific isolated scene for you and your experience.
I don't remember very many like terrible experiences. I remember bad experiences, but the scenes were not.
What was the fucking biggest pain in the ass? Well, I think I have an answer. I might be able to answer on your behalf for you.
Yes,
go ahead. If you add up all the stuff that you had to do in terms of getting to the location, remembering the lines, filming it, and then editing it, the Kate Patch finds the fucking workshop.
I was gonna say the Isle of Man stuff.
No, but specifically that scene, because after you were filming it and doing all that stuff, you had to go in and edit all of the fucking workshop scenes and all that, So that scene probably was the biggest pain in the ass for you because you were involved in every single aspect of it to a degree that I wasn't even.
I was having fun, but I guess like if you really looked at it that way, yes, it was like the biggest pain in the ass to accomplish. Because I flew to England and then got on a ferry to the Isle of Man.
Mm.
And then me and Wiley hiked up to the top of Dalby Mountain, which is in the middle of nowhere, and it's very difficult to get a car anywhere close to it.
Jacob, put your. I hate to interrupt your story that already exists on YouTube, but can you put Flying Gordon Productions 4's comment on the screen, please?
Flying.
The most recent. Okay, thanks for that, Flying Gordon Productions. Whatever the fuck off, kid. Jesus.
Hey,
good job.
Fuck off, Ghost.
Good
Hey,
job.
Nicky, whose decision was it to cast me as Mr. Conductor?
I don't know. Maybe it was your idea. It was Rob's. I mean, okay, I think I've brought this up before publicly.
Dude,
but
I
the
wrote
entire
a paragraph.
inception of the movie came when I had been working for almost a year on my remake of the chase scene, and Rob said, "Wouldn't it be cool if you and me bought little train conductor outfits and sat on a green screen instead of using stock footage of Alec Baldwin?" And went, "Watch out for the viaduct, it's dangerous," which ultimately is not even a line that we say in the movie that came onto YouTube 3 years later. We wouldn't even say the line that inspired the entire film's inception. But basically it all came from that one line of, "Look, watch out for the viaduct, it's dangerous." And Rob said in that moment that we should dress up. And I was like, "Whoa, that's a great idea. And you could come and fly out to California." And that didn't fucking happen. And then we're like, "Oh, this other stuff." And like,
That's a story.
If we're making the train conductor costumes, maybe we could do the "It's a beautiful day. We're down, but we're not out" scene.
No, we're out.
What if we did this one? Oh, and then if we did that one, and then if we did this, and then we did that, and then we just started adding more to it, and then eventually we're like, okay, we can do the movie, but we can do it without P.T. Boomer and Burnett. We don't need to cast them, and so we were making this version that didn't have Burnett or Boomer in it, and they were like, I think we need to put him in. This doesn't make any sense without. And so we put Boomer and Burnett into it, and I cast my dad and my grandpa, and that was able to sort of progress the chase scene into actually being a reality and not just reusing shitty rotoscoped stock footage of Peter Fonda and Doug Lennox in the chase scene going, "No, you won't."
Well, thank you, Ben Jaguar 237.
The chase scene was the biggest pain in the ass for me.
For asking that question. Have I got a story to rebut with what you just said? But someday I'll publish it. The whole story of how this all came to be, how the suit came to be, because that was like, oh god.
Yeah.
My canceled flight. Oh, this was fun to shoot. I remember shooting this in my living room on the green screen.
I shot this in the living room on the green screen.
Well, I acted in it.
You sat there and wandered around. I fucking shot.
Hey, you never even asked me what was the hardest scene to film.
Well, you never answered. We moved on.
Well, wait a sec, Jacob.
Okay, pause it and we'll put it back up so Rob can do it.
Okay. Any scene that I had to film as Mr. Conductor. But seriously, no, you don't understand. Whether it was filming outside, we were shooting the cab scenes.
He has been waiting 3 years on a live broadcast just completely decimate me.
When we were shooting the cab scenes and the chase scene, and we were shooting it outside, and it must have been like 100 degrees, and in those polyester suits. I mean, okay, for Nicky, kid from California, has never had air conditioning. It was easy for him. I was dying. Like I was literally every 5 minutes having to go outside, inside. And as soon as I got inside, it was air conditioned. I was like, oh.
We were shooting the sequence where Mr. Conductor and Junior hop into Thomas's cab at the beginning of the chase scene. We're like, all right, come on, let's go. And we were on Ted's farm in Ontario. And it was like, I think it was like June. It was like June 28th or something. It was like fucking really, really, really hot. And as Rob said, he is not accustomed to heat in the same way that I am, being a fucking California beach bum
peak summer
asshole.
During a heat wave or something crazy.
So I guess honestly, Rob, which was worse? Your experience in the river with like the cow manure stuff, or like Eric chasing you and breaking your knee before we started fucking filming? Which is worse?
Oh my wow, you're gonna bring that up.
What? we're talking about what was hardest to film. You literally
You're gonna
fucked
name
up your
drop
name.
Eric and throw him in the mud.
Eric's a great guy, but it was a difficult time for you.
But what about the time that Brady had diarrhea and we had to rush him to the hospital?
There was a point when we were shooting in Pennsylvania.
That happened.
There was a point when we were shooting in Pennsylvania where Rob literally turned to me and went, "Nicky, I don't think we can do this. I don't think we can fucking do this. I think my knee is screwed up." And it was really scary because he had messed up his leg when we were at the big Thomas fan meetup, and for about like half an hour or an hour we thought that the fucking movie was going to be done. Oops. And then Rob was like, "Oh, I'll walk it off, let me just do the scene." And then I said, "You should take it easy, you should not flail around, you should not freak out." And he said, "Okay, I'm going to take it really easy." And he completely went crazy with the cereal box scene, and it was the best fucking scene in the movie.
Okay, what happened was when they were shooting that Sir Handel redub video in Huntington in 2018. Oh, by the way, can we say it was in Huntington? Are we allowed to say that?
Yeah, no, it was in Huntington. It was at fucking Trough Creek State Park.
Everybody, I just want to say that Dear Leader Brady's friend meetup, I mean Shining Time, always took place in Huntington. And we were in the park and we were about to shoot the scene where I was with the cereal boxes, or Mr. Doctor was eating the cereal boxes. And they were filming that Sir Handel redub, whatever video. Reduct. And I walked, Reduct, whatever. I walked over and they all started chasing me. And then Eric got a little too excited and was like, so I was running, and then Eric was like right behind me. So I was like, whoa, and so I like hightailed it because I was like, I don't want Eric to crash into me. And I have a trick knee. I have a bad left knee from a football injury. And so that went, all I heard was like, and then I fell like face first. I was like, oh, that was really like a football player. Like, oh, like it was grabbing my knee. It was swollen, couldn't walk.
And I was there, and I said, "Ha ha."
Jacob was not there. He wasn't even born yet.
And I whispered to Nicky in his ear. I said, "Kiss me, Hardy." No, I didn't say that. But
you said, "This is the way."
I whispered to him, "This gentleman is a railway inspector," said his wife.
He whispered, "I don't want to play with you anymore." He called me poop. No one on the screen is getting. There we go. Okay, Jacob, stop. I'm not in charge of the stream, Jacob. Play the movie.
Okay.
Wait, I didn't finish.
Yes, you did. We finished the story.
So I said
you're gonna
fucked up his knee, and then he got back up on the horse, and he kept going.
So Matt Mashad, who's about to come up,
just said, "Right,
and got duct tape, and he duct taped. I duct taped my knee, and then we were good.
Mashad helped you out. Yeah.
And speaking of Mashad, here he is.
Speaking of Matt Mashad, here's his fucking magnum opus. No, that's not true.
Bye.
Munitions is Matt's
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Here
Bye
he
to
is.
Sudrian Fleet.
Bye, Sudrian Fleet. Bye. I don't know who you are. Bye.
Here he is. Here he is.
Right.
Now, what news do you have for me?
Oh, well, let me tell him. No, I'm the more well.
I just want to say, I hate to interrupt their dialogue because their banter is great, but I didn't have anything to do with this. And so when I first saw this, I realized, okay, this is why Mashad, for obviously other reasons, but this is why he's getting the credit as one of the screenwriters, because this stuff was just brilliant.
Well, no, so Mashad, to this day, I mean, this isn't even, I'm not trying to... Jacob, you're gonna fucking provoke every single idiot to comment something stupid just so that you can spend the entire stream highlighting their stupid comment. It is what this entire stream is going to devolve into. Oh my god.
why it was too good.
I've seen the guy. Means business for someone of such small
So funny. I missed this whole scene. Oh, we were supposed to change the angry crane to the angry steamroller.
No, I still.
Okay.
Well, you. I don't remember that.
Was it whatever?
We mentioned
Anyway.
Oliver. He doesn't have a speaking. Okay, whatever.
That was a great scene. That was a great scene. Well done to you, Matt. Well done to you, Nicky. And also, I'll give Brady credit. That was a good job. And Southern Steam, you're excellent. Oh, I love the little eye movement. Okay. Whew. Oh, that was.
Shut up in the shed.
Oh.
Sunshine for days.
So here is Ginger Percy as James, and Ginger Percy was always a really big inspiration to me when I was like 13, 14, because he did all those crazy stop motion shorts with his wooden toys, and then he got featured on one of Rob's reviews, and I think that boosted him up more. But I've always really fucking adored Ginger Percy's like comedic take on Thomas. So when we couldn't get TARDIS Rescue to do more than a few lines for us, Ginger Percy stepped in and really fucking saved the day with James. And he came back and did the Halloween special after the movie came out and everything. Like, Luke's the best fucking dude in the world. He's really great.
It's an important job.
It's so good.
Big, strong mainline engine.
The faces in this scene are really good too.
Oh, well, especially, I think this might be Steven's best scene in terms of animation.
Oh yeah, I just want to shout out to Cedric Railway Mob or Steven. His faces are unreal, man. And I mean, okay.
Well, their eyes. Steven did the eyes. Isaiah did.
Isaiah's faces.
Okay, but was that steam in the shot? Is that practical?
Yeah, all the steam in this sequence is in camera, except for that one half-a-second part right there.
Because here's the thing that
all of the steam in this sequence are just from a fog machine.
I would be terrified to use practical smoke because then it would go like behind the engine's faces. You know what I mean? It wouldn't go over them.
Well, they lighten up, and we do
when the smoke does go in front of the camera, we animate on top of it.
That's seamless and brilliant. Nice.
My dad is pulling.
Walgrip 99. I'm doing fine.
My dad's pulling the strings in that splatter and dodge shot.
And I don't know how to do the gold dust effects. That's all.
The gold dust effects were achieved when I bought a
Hollywood doesn't want you to know top 10 secrets.
Rob, are you?
I guess they're not going to find out how the gold dust was done. That's okay.
I am the chicken nugget man.
But he always sees sense and sends them packs.
Did you just?
Ooh, those are the good kind. $8.
Really exists. What legend of an engine whose magic makes it more powerful than diesel will ever be? That's why he wants
the voice actor for Henry and Cranky.
Oh, so the voice actor for Henry and Cranky was my the father of my childhood best friend from kindergarten onwards, and he was just actually just. I hated how in the original movie how they got a bunch of Canadian women to voice British men. So Henry, I always wanted just to be some guy. I hate like, oh, Henry's kind of up here. Oh, I'm Henry. Or he's kind of doing a thing. I fucking hate every single voice that's ever been given to Henry in every form of media.
I'm sick.
Every single Henry voice that's ever been done
from the
fucking sucks. Because it's not just some British guy. Henry should just sound like some British guy. So we literally just got some British guy to speak in his normal speaking voice, and that's Henry.
Who the hell is?
It's not up here. It's not.
He's not doing a thing. That's not Henry.
That fucking character didn't get stuck in a tunnel in the
who is TBTV Studios? Who is that?
Not you when you're hungry. This big dusty yard is getting to your gears, my friend.
Nicky, who is that?
What?
I don't know, but I'm not featuring the comment.
Who's what?
No. Someone named TBTV Studios. That's how you say the name.
Look at
They timed out Alan Jannard.
Huh? That's weird.
Chat.
No, I see what you mean. I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is. I don't recognize that.
Are they a mod?
No, they shouldn't be.
I spent 2 hours in the mirror every morning to make
I took care of it.
This situation brings me back to the
No. But how do they get mod?
They weren't mod. I don't know what they did.
They could be. And
They were not. They were not mod.
Oh. Okay.
My wife said we couldn't miss.
Oh no, it's the other way around.
We'll telephone to make sure you have
She
arrived.
timed them out. The TVT Studios.
It's
guy.
fine. It does.
Oh, okay.
fine.
Sorry, it was
It's
all
okay.
mixed up. It was all mixed up.
So this sequence,
Oh, boy.
Rob spent an awful fucking long time premeditating and shooting and writing with his dad, and then I cut it together like a week before the test screening, I think, and it annihilated at the fucking test screening. I think everyone who was there can say it was this scene and the Sam Wilkinson scene that just like lit the fucking roof off of the house. That was so exciting to see from the
I've
from
never
the
heard so many
projection
people
room.
cheer so loud.
It was so great. It was really quite cool.
Well, I'm glad you shortened this scene because obviously it was just too long. But
It was, I think, 13 minutes initially, and we got 12 or 13 minutes, and I think we got it down to like 9,
But
maybe.
besides being a glorified reference to Spaceballs,
It all comes out of that one fucking Spaceballs scene, obviously.
I was like, look, if you're gonna make a film about, Thomas the Tank Engine by Thomas fans, you have to like parody the fact that like we do these remakes with toys, right? We play out our fantasies with toys, and also get a lot of what's the word?
No, sir.
Exposition.
I've been with this company now for over 20 years.
Jay Louvier.
Jay Louvier presents a brand new video.
That was, of course, there's actually a couple of references to Josh in this. Why not?
Stop it. Hey, just watch yourself, Mr. Conductor. And remember who you're talking to. Oh, I remember who I'm talking to.
Such a funny scene.
Who only runs this railway because he
Also, Headmaster Hastings said so many layers. Rob playing Alec Baldwin, playing Mr. Conductor, playing the Fat Controller. It's like,
it's gotta be
layer
the-
upon layer.
Yeah, it's got to be the Baldwin. Sir Topham Hatt voice, right? And that's a Tommy Diesel that I sold for like $3 to someone at the 2019 Brady. I mean, sorry, Shine Time.
You should have been like, a new prop from the movie.
No, sorry, that's a Trackmaster one.
It's a Trackmaster Diesel 10. I remember because I was messing around with it.
And then I love that. I love coming up with that joke because I, you gotta have that, right? He's got lady trapped in the bubble wrap.
I can exploit their image and traffic them however I want. Oh yeah. Sick 'em.
No, we don't like Tatmer original Irwin Nelson. Fuck you.
I like
Hey,
it.
it's a nostalgia critic reference.
It's Thomas the fucking Tank.
I remember when the movie came out.
Fucking Tank Engine.
I remember when the movie came out, everyone was talking about how they wanted Doug Walker to see it, and I doubt he has. But like, without them in Nostalgia Critic, I don't think this would exist either. Just because that's what inspired me when I was like 10.
This movie is like better than any of the Doug Walker Nostalgia Critic movies.
I was always, I was always
Have you
really worried
seen
that it would
those?
turn into Pink Floyd, the Nostalgia Critics
Oh
The
my
Wall review.
God.
I always was worried that it
Holy
would turn
shit.
into that, and I hope it never does, but it could.
I mean, you could at least say, well, this movie was made by like 16 and 17-year-olds because it was.
Yeah, Doug Walker's 40, and he has like a studio and shit.
We were just like a couple of kids, like in our
we had a
bedrooms,
garage.
like,
Yeah,
in the
my
garage, like
garage.
making Thomas props, like like this is in Rob's house.
Oh, and everyone's favorite bureaucrat, Ryan Hagen's on the other end of the phone, which I think is pretty fucking ironic.
Which I, of course, didn't know.
So first of all, Rob's not the biggest fan of Ryan, and I knew that if I asked him to participate in the film, that Rob would never let me get him involved. So I specifically went behind his back and wrote new dialogue for the other end of the phone and reached out to the head of SIF to record it because this movie kind of stands in protest of SIF. It's kind of a big satire of all their bullshit. So Ryan recorded the lines for the scene and I uploaded the scene to YouTube. And then after it was public, Rob found out that he was talking to the head of SIF. And I got to say that was pretty fucking funny.
Merry Christmas, Rob. Oh, this is so good. The painting and
And that's Jacob edited that photo.
It's my figure.
And was it Vincente that did the?
Oh, Vincent did the fucking unbelievable rotoscope work on the painting.
Right here.
So I edited that poster into the scene that was not on the original YouTube release in fall of 2019 because I wanted to make up for the other poster hall scene. But when he takes off the hat, obviously there wasn't anything there on the set, so we got Vincent to rotoscope it, and I think it's maybe the most photorealistic masking in the movie. It looks like it's such a tiny detail, but it's like 150% perfectly on point.
Came up with the Hitler mustache.
I did. Me and you
Jacob,
did
that
in
was
a
Jacob.
call.
Rob and Jacob, you said you were on a fucking call and you came up with that.
That's right. Me and you came up with pretty much this whole scene.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember the Hitler mustache, how that came to be. I guess
I wasn't on the call.
that
when
was
you guys
me.
came up with that joke.
Someone. Yeah,
it was Jacob's idea, though. I know
Because he holds up the mirror.
Yeah, I was like,
no, I remember what it was. Because there was a Master Poop.
Well, yeah, pause the movie.
There was the Master Poop YouTube video,
which is
the
referenced
YouTube
in the
Magic,
scene.
which is
Well,
referenced
fuck, Master Poop worked on the movie.
Yeah, that's
no,
right.
but it's because there's the scene where he picks up like in the original movie, the YouTube Poop, the Master Poop did, when Mr. Character dives over the desk and he's like, "Whoa!"
Well, like it
and he catches the
picture of
portrait. It's like a
SpongeBob.
picture of SpongeBob with his
Where he's
pants like way up
He's
high.
like, "I'm cool" or whatever he says.
It's somewhere. It's on the desk.
It's on the desk. If you look on the back of the desk, the SpongeBob picture's there.
But
that's
I think that was my idea to do another homage where because there's a scene where
he holds
up the
a painting
mirror and
of
he's
Hitler.
got like a Hitler mustache.
Yeah,
and he does like the right. But the whole scene is a reference to Hitler, and obviously I've always jokingly referred to Hit Entertainment as Hitler Entertainment.
Well, there's so many different parallels to make because the Mr. Conductor costume from the original film is not dissimilar to an SS officer's outfit. Just kind of visually, it's in the ballpark of it. And then you've got all the shit with obviously Hitler Entertainment and the general bureaucratic nature of the Sir Topham Hatt character, specifically how Audrey wrote him and how he was super anti-union. He was against striking. He was against the labor fucking forces and shit. And so it was kind of, it's all there. And you just have to put it together in Rob's blender of a brain to make it work.
I just want to interrupt this analysis to say that this shot is so good. Like,
it's exactly the perfect framing from the
perfect in
original.
the original.
I didn't shoot this scene. Rob, you did a fucking great job with
so
that.
perfect.
Thank you.
Like,
My dad,
And then Cardi color graded it so that the blue and the orange have like a really, really high contrast because they're directly on the opposite ends of the fucking color wheel. So the room looks really orange and his suit is like extra, like it's a different kind of blue than it looks like in most of the rest of the movie in this scene.
So good.
Go ahead. Yeah. Play it.
Oh, good afternoon, sir.
Haven't been drinking any of my absinthe, have you?
There he is.
And wait, did Stuttering Steam also voice?
Yeah, Will plays.
No, yes, Thudrian Steam is Sir Topham Hatt, Diesel 10, and the Troublesome Trucks.
I love this little moment.
Which is ironic because Neil Crone voiced the Troublesome Trucks in the original as well.
Now, I'm sure you're aware of the responsibility of this.
And we almost cut this, but thankfully we brought it back in.
I know I did cut it and then I put it back in when we had a few extra seconds at the end because the Lady Hat joke is just sort of it's a cute callback, but you can remove it without missing.
It's it's fan service,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I always thought we should have done something with the Lady Hat portrait. Like we should have had some kind of like she had a mustache or she was like a burn victim or something or I don't know.
Burn victim.
Wait,
Yeah,
Jacob,
she was like crippled. She's got like a fucking she's what's a Parkinson's, so she's shaking too much in the picture and the photos kind of blurry.
Thank you. I remember I came up with a joke.
Lady Hat has Parkinson's. Yeah,
there was a joke where I remember this was like early on where after he picks up the picture frame or he puts it down, I forget. He it was weird. He puts it down and then it comes apart. It breaks apart the picture frame, and behind it, that's it. Behind the picture frame of Lady Hat, he finds a picture of the butler. and it's like a message.
Oh
like,
yeah, I
see you
remember
later, babe.
that.
XOXO, and I was like, I was looking at it. My character was supposed to go like.
I haven't thought
Like-
about that in a very long
I
time.
didn't even know about this. That would have been so funny.
I forgot. Yeah, there was a gay butler scene.
You should have kept that in. That's cute. That's funny.
That was it. Well, because the butler was like a fucking like YouTube poop meme in like the Keeper of
Yeah, that was
Beans
WTL. The
Butler game.
Lyctocracy era of like 2010. Like the butler was like fucking Robbie Rotten.
I'm sorry, when you say that, like the image just comes to mind. I don't know what YouTube poop it's from, but the butler just walks in and gives birth to another miniature butler.
The butler came in.
The best,
and it's making like a baby crying noise, but it's just like a smaller version of the butler.
No, one of the best
in a full suit.
One of the best was Keeper of Porridge.
Yeah.
It's like, so Totten Hat was in his office, right? And then it was like, instead of the butler, it was it was the butthole. So he had like a South Park ass face, and it's like a butthole came in, and he's like, I'm sorry, I must poop it once. Like, shit.
I'm glad that you paused the movie
that
for
was
the
a shit
super
joke.
important.
Eight-year-old humor.
Oh, I didn't see that in 1 years. That was great.
Definitely. Keep an eye on Henry's health, certainly.
We still have like 2 more hours to go.
Here's Flying Kipper. I love that scene so much.
George,
I love that little
yes.
thing.
So
good.
So funny.
What?
I mean, I'll be responsible.
I will be responsible.
Reliable. Really useful. My hair is so bad in that scene. I should have got a haircut before I filmed that. It was stupid. My hair changes size, and then style throughout the film. Because you can tell we shot it over 3 years.
Very well.
I think everyone's hair changes in every fucking scene because we shot it for 3 years.
I know mine's the most noticeable though, because sometimes it's
Zoe's is not noticeable to me because I'm a dumb boy, but apparently I didn't even notice Zoe's hair is like going all over the place in different lengths in different scenes, and I never noticed because
mine's always changing direction and changing length. And
yeah, but we cut half of your scenes out, so it's not as big of a problem.
She threw out her own purse and I went to get
Thank you.
Hey, it makes the film stronger.
It makes his introduction stronger. Yeah.
It does.
Oh yeah, the introduction is one of the best
introduction is 1,000 times better.
We don't have
in the tree
50
scene
meantering snes
than
with,
the painting scene.
Painting a sign and
with
talking to
mud.
a dog.
Which I'm sad. I am sad that we got rid of that. That joke about the sign where Billy's just like
with his Jesus kid. Yeah.
Oh, I want to say this moment. Let's let it play out first.
No, just no one's listening.
What?
He just
have to be responsible.
It's a Michael Keaton movie. He's referencing a Michael Keaton movie.
Yes, it was the Paper, I think, from 1994. Fuck yourself.
That's that meme that people respond to me with on Twitter when I post cringe.
It's the Michael Keaton movie.
I was not expecting this to be a meme, but I see like non-Thomas people tweeting that sometimes. It's kind of funny.
But that was a Michael Keaton movie, and of course Michael Keaton did Beetlejuice, Batman, right? So I was like, you gotta reference it,
Oh, and there's Ed got all this footage. Ed's Trains got all this footage of the engine number 90 here. And then there's a few shots that I got on my camera when I was in Pennsylvania, but the rest of it's in Santa Cruz or in California. The Boomer
I like
stuff
how
is
real Fernando is. It's like he's really there.
Yeah, because we were totally allowed to put Fernando behind the wheel of a fucking Strasbourg vehicle. Yeah.
It looks so real. It is so cool. It is my favorite scene in the movie.
Is Fernando a Native American?
No. Well, okay, actually, so Fernando's the guy who plays Billy Two Feathers in the movie, and we shot with him over the course of like a year and a half, probably 5 or 6 times, and we obviously cut a lot of it out. But every single time we filmed, we had a conversation about what percentage Native American he was, and I swear to God, every time he told me, the percentage went up. So every time we filmed, he was like, "Oh, I'm like, it's a little bit Native American or whatever." And by the time we got to the end of the shoot, he was like, "I'm 75% Cherokee or whatever." It was really funny.
Wait, he's
because I
75%
never knew what was
Cherokee?
real or not. But yeah, we've been joking a lot about Fernando. Fernando's the best. He was the greatest to work with. Just because he was so eager to fucking help us. He did 3 dialogue scenes with Jacob.
That don't exist.
All of them were cut, but we did 3 of them.
Go?
I don't know. I think
I don't have any light on right now. There.
Robbed.
No, my light. My light had. My dad turned off the light.
Yeah, we shot this scene in my cousin's house in Belmont, but then they moved out of this house like a couple months after we shot it. So it was kind of like a lightning in the bottle thing. We didn't have access to that house after that because it's obviously not. I don't actually know anyone who lives in an apartment in a skyscraper. But I don't know what you're saying.
Your grandpa was quite the ladies' man back in the day.
Okay, I'll check my phone. Thanks. All right.
Yeah, I didn't even. Yeah, we didn't even.
Sorry.
Yeah, acknowledge. Here's of course Zoe, a fabulous actress, and your mother. Sorry, and I love the picture. I love that picture you found. That was an actual prom photo from 1969 that you put them in.
Oh yeah, Jacob edited the prom photo, but we actually did take it initially in real school dance. We just changed the background.
Oh,
But
yeah,
sorry.
I changed it so the people in the background had sideburns and really disgusting.
Yeah, it was fucking flawless. Yeah, but no, so we shot this scene in a house that we didn't have access to anymore. But obviously, it was not a real apartment; it was a house. And then we added in this. I added in the city backdrop stuff, and obviously all the sound effects of cars and traffic.
I didn't know that. I thought this was an apartment.
No, it's a fucking house with a front yard and a backyard and everything.
Okay.
S tier scene. S tier. God tier scene.
This scene, I can't think of anything I dislike about it. I'm very proud of this.
At Woodrow
The small scale props.
Whatever happened to your girlfriend? She died. And
she's with a better man now.
Originally, we were supposed to have like a letter on the hat that said like sober and then drunk. I remember that.
Oh yeah, we were gonna have a hat that said sober and then drunk, but I don't know what happened to that joke actually.
I was sad we didn't have the actual.
Okay. Actually, no. I remember this now because we spent all day trying to build. The bat is exactly the same. The ball is different because I think they had a soccer ball or like a volleyball or something. But okay. Anyways, when we were setting up the shoot today for this scene, I remember that I had him winding an alarm clock, and you were like, "Yeah, I'll find an alarm clock that we can wind," because he's like, he has to wind a thing it's a physical action he's doing as he steps up and he's like doing something. He needs to have something in his hands, and we could not find a fucking clock to wind. And I remember Rob spent like hours and hours and hours like asking his mom, and they went to the store and there was nothing there. It was like a huge thing for some minor prop, and then Rob was like, "Wait. He's an alcoholic. He should be tightening the lid of his flask." And we're like, bam, perfect. That's great. We'll shoot the scene. But I remember that was like a really big deal is that we spent a ton of time looking for a clock to wind and for no reason at all. And the flask lid just made so much better. It made so much more sense.
The drink was like overflowing.
I really wanted the drink to overflow.
Sitting, it was like literally like any more it would have overflowed. It was like absolutely at the top.
Oh, the actual alcohol itself was entirely apple juice, by the way. He's not wasting a shit ton of fire.
Sorry to anyone who I love this joke. That was good.
Yeah.
But sorry to anybody that thinks I actually drank. No, I was sober.
It's actually kind of lucky that SNL
sexual assault.
Rob, it's actually kind of fortunate that SNL is as shitty as it is nowadays because as a result, we shot that Trump joke like 4 years ago and somehow it's still not dated even though Trump's not the president anymore. Alec Baldwin still does Saturday Night Live.
That was really just a joke. It wasn't even an anti-Trump joke. It was just
it's not an anti. No. It's not an. I'm not pro-Trump, but it's not an anti-Trump joke.
No, I'm saying
joke.
It's not. Yeah, it's not like everybody else who just like dog.
It's an Alec Baldwin playing Trump.
Okay.
The joke is simply that Alec Baldwin was phoning it in so much on the set of Magic Railroad that he started mixing Mr. Conductor up with his other characters that he's famous for, which at the time. We were right in the middle of sort of the heat of like the Alec Baldwin Trump stuff on SNL, so that was like a very relevant joke.
Yeah, but
But what I'm saying is it's still relevant because they're still beating the dead horse. I just think that's funny.
I want to talk about the animation in this scene,
which is really
holy
impressive.
shit. The claw and the faces, it's so good.
Yeah, so Mainland is here, and Mainland, this is kind of his big scene to shine. I think there's like 20 or 35 CGI fucking pinchy shots, and like there's a ton of pinchy shots. And I remember it took him like 3 months to do it all for good reason. Like it took a really long time to get the CGI for this stuff done. But here comes another meme. This one's Jacob's idea again. Jacob's Wednesday meme. Here it comes.
What's tomorrow?
Oh, there you go, Jacob.
The joke was mine, but I don't know the account.
No, I know you don't own the account. I'm just saying you came up with that was your
I just
joke.
remember the line was just supposed to be like, what he's like saying, like, well, what's tomorrow? What do you mean? What does that mean? Like, it's just like, so out
What's
of
going to
it.
happen tomorrow? Can you give a little more detail
Yeah,
about
am
it?
I gonna
Is
die?
tomorrow
Am I gonna,
it's not a holiday? Is it Labor Day? Do I got to fucking move my car for
Am I gonna
street
get, like,
sweeping?
my
Is it
organs
Pearl Harbor
torn out of
Remembrance
me?
Day?
Spoilers, Jacob.
And we filmed this all in my boat.
That one's your joke as well, but spoilers.
And that was not a real bed, so it was not comfortable, by the way.
Oh no, it was a door, right?
Gold
You were sleeping on it was on a door, I think, with like
So pretty.
hinges and a
So
knob
pretty.
and shit.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
The shot of the trees back there is not actually the Isle of Man. That's Roaring Camp where we filmed the Shining Time
But
Station
it looks
stuff.
fucking good.
And it looks exactly like the Isle of Man.
And
And
here
then
is
also
Nicky's
this is
grandpa.
so here's my grandpa, and everything with Burnett Stone except the green screen stuff. Everything with Burnett Stone was shot in San Diego because that's where my grandpa lives and still lives. And so we had to sort of orient if we wanted a grandpa actor in the film, because Burnett is Burnett's not even the greatest fucking character. He's not very interesting, but he happens to be at the center of like the entire plot of the movie, and you can't cut him out no matter what the fuck you do. So we got my grandpa to do it, and it was very convenient that he had this house that we could shoot in. So all the grandpa's house scenes are literally just my grandpa's house. Grandpa's, workshop little basement area is just that. It's my grandpa's, workshop. So it all works out.
Really nice little moment here musically.
Oh yeah, I think this is Adam's great. I mean, Adam has some awesome scenes, but I think this might be Adam's best scene for the music.
This place is incredible.
It's so cool.
Shining Time, sure, but they're nothing like this.
You wrote. I came up with the idea for this scene, but you wrote the dialogue exchange between.
And it was a lot longer.
It was a lot longer, and it
lot
really,
longer.
really dragged, and we had to tighten it up.
But again, what I wanted to make, I wanted to make one of two things clear. Either that Mr. Conductor, the original, was either responsible for actually creating originally there was like he had taken a big hit of gold dust, and then that created the Magic Railroad, but also that he wasn't really sure why. That he had like, nostalgia because he was, I guess, from Britain. Because this is 1969 and he's in like his 30s, right? He would have nostalgia for 1930s, 1940s Britain, right? And the whole idea was like, we can't, this movie is so convoluted and ridiculous, we can't really explain this. It's beyond explanation. So he doesn't really know. All he knows is that he has to somehow, using this gold dust and using Lady, who's going to appear in a second, he has to keep them together. That either he uses the gold dust or he uses the engine, but the gold dust is okay. So, I need a human to keep the engine because he is in over his head. This is why he's turning to brunette. Like, he himself doesn't even know.
It's very, regardless of any adaptation or stuff that we brought to the table, the facts are that Britt Allcroft wrote a movie where the first Mr. Conductor hands a functional locomotive to a toddler. And we had to figure out a way to make that work. So let's bring Burnett's age up from 5 to like 16. And then let's make the other one Ringo. Let's make that. So we kind of had to take the puzzle pieces and force them to fit as best as possible, and they're like 99% there. But still, at the end of the day, if you are going to make a good Thomas the Tank Engine movie, you need to start completely from scratch. This is not a good Thomas the Tank Engine movie. It's just a funny parody.
It says turn up the volume. People are
no, we're not turning. No. We're not turning up the volume because we're supposed to fucking speak over it.
Too low.
If you turn it up too loud, then it's just gonna be all
also
nonsense.
texted me and said it was too quiet. So that means my family's
Well,
watching.
you're not supposed to be watching the movie necessarily.
Oh, and here's a nice trope. You know, the post-coital, cigarette. That's a real cigarette that I was smoking.
Was it good for you too?
Yeah, it's obviously a
That's
reference
actually-
to fucking Helen Bottom Carter's scene in.
This is the scene where I look the best.
He just
Like
said
it
the
says
red
right
was
now.
a
Every other
target
scene I look
line.
fat,
We weren't sure.
hair's too long, I look
Telling us
bad.
to see red looks
This
Rob,
scene,
against the snow.
combination of lighting. I was
Okay,
my
hold on.
thinnest. My skin
Hold
was
on.
really good.
Hold on,
I
hold
look
on.
my best here.
Hold on, I have an explanation. First of all,
Grease mixer. Grease mixer.
First of all, okay, there's Grease. There's Grease Mixer. First of all, I do not agree that you look fat and ugly and gross throughout the whole movie. But for whatever reason, if you thought that you did, I can give you an explanation for why. Rob, you always film your scenes of yourself, like from the chest down, and the camera's looking up. And then I always film the Mr. Conductor scenes from the camera being way up, looking down. And this is the only scene that you shot on your own where the camera is looking down at you, not up at you.
Yeah, you requested that because obviously it's James, right? So
But
you
if I
put it
just
down.
if I don't give specific directions and I let you shoot however you want to shoot, you tend to gravitate towards a shot that looks kind of like this.
Well, thank you, Laura Downs, whoever you are. You're saying you're beautiful, Rob. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're fine, man. You're not fat and ugly and gross. You're just an idiot.
Thank you, Miss Downs. Yo, Rob, were you not toking on herbal cigarettes? No, those were real cigarettes. I bought them from a store. They were not herbal. They were nicotine cigarettes. Okay.
I swear to God, I don't remember that.
Ah, now here's where the movie gets real good.
Dude, this is so silly.
And you know what's funny too was the guy that we got that painting of Duke from was like a Sif toady. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we kind of.
Yeah, that Duke picture was from one of those guys. I remember that.
Still
That was
kinda
funny as
like
hell.
deceived him on that one.
That was very amusing.
This was also the.
I'm sure he'd ask for a refund.
And this joke obviously got an incredible reception.
The audience was
Sam
howling.
Wilkinson should be out of it. What does he even do? Does he have a job?
He just like goes into the containers and has fun with his toys all day.
Yeah, I don't know if that man even has like a source of income. Like
He's like the events manager or something at Mattel. He's not the railway consultant.
whatever. Yeah. Either way, this scene, this scene
Very
just
silly.
purely exists because of Jacob and
funny.
Rob, and you can attribute it entirely to them.
We had to comment on it, and also I wanted to give a reason as to how the hell does Mr. C get lost?
Yeah, he wanders off into the woods. He could have taken a train. He could have read a map. We make very clear choices to say that he's taking action against riding a
I love
train
that.
and against.
That was
looking
on purpose, obviously. The whole like taking the purse and being like,
Well, no. So that pays off later with the I can't find anything in here joke
never
later
found
on.
anything in here.
Thank
Yeah.
God he redid those troublesome trucks to not have like clay splattered all over them.
Yeah, I agree. They were shit. We redid the VFX for the Gold Tech logos on the.
On that note, I've got a kebab waiting for me. So
Kebab waiting for me.
Yeah, I really wish I could have gone to the Clearwater event where nothing made by Clearwater was actually on display unless.
Except Boko
Except
and Henry
Boko.
and Gordon.
But I had
But
to,
you have to pay money.
pay more money, and I had
You
to
have
be
to pay
someone they
loads
could
of
they could
money.
trust.
It doesn't fucking matter. The Clearwater event was for idiots. It's fine. We're moving on. Oh shit! I hit the
Don't worry, Jacob and I got something
Okay.
better.
So, this Edward scene's wrapping up, and we're cutting to the very first Mr. Conductor scene that we
yeah.
ever shot here. I remember, so Cardi color graded this, and Eric did the sound on set. We spent a really long time fiddling with Eric's arm, trying to see if it'd work as like a makeshift boom pole. And like he was like hiding under the rock one time, and it didn't work, and he was like holding everything. And eventually, we kind of met a compromise of him just sort of holding it, like actually kind of like this one, just sort of off Like if this is the microphone, it's just sort of off the camera a little bit. But Eric was there the whole time we shot this.
Feel bad.
And he was a real trooper.
That day. I'm sorry, Eric.
Eric was there when we shot this scene, and Eric was there when we shot Mr. Conductor washed up on the canal beach. Because he kept crunching on leaves and ruining the take.
How long is this fucking movie again?
Too long, way too long. There's also a hidden Easter egg in that scene that we just watched right there that I still have never spoken about publicly, and I don't even think you guys know about that yet. So someday I'll explain what it is, but you'll have to look through the scene to find the hidden Easter egg.
And here, of course, we have the introduction of Twillman as Georgie.
Oh yeah, so Matt Twillman as George the Steamroller, fucking hero of the Japanese train, is a legend. And I haven't, I don't think he's done anything on YouTube in a couple of years, but I spoke to him a few months ago. He's doing good. He's still doing good.
This is like my favorite scene with the Diesel 10 faces. This is where I make every face and every shot different, like the eyebrows raised.
Visually, this is, I think, the highlight of the film's character animation.
Every face is edited. I didn't want any face showing up twice looking the same.
Yeah, this is pretty fucking great. And then the dream sequence comes together, in my opinion, because of Noramby Branch's music. I handed him, I forget what it's called. I think it's The Rite of Spring. I handed him the classical music piece and said, "Can you make a Thomasy version of this?" And he's like, "Dude, it's literally like 300-year-old, classical like art. You want me to make art? You want me to do it this good?" It's kind of a high standard to fucking set for me, Nicky. I was like, okay, just try it. And he knocked it out of the park, so then I had something to go off of for the animation.
It's too bad we never got the final shot to like rotate from overhead.
Yeah, that was...
I did a huge matte painting. So
you did a huge matte painting of that, I remember. Yeah. But I'm still happy with it. It all worked out in the end.
The stop motion is great.
I think the stop motion for this part was like the second to last model thing I ever did. It was one of those. Yeah.
I remember because we were like spending weeks thinking about how to do the roller rink.
Yeah, we didn't know how we were gonna make it an
good face, such a good face.
Yep. Well, there says you.
Steam engines need buffers at the end.
The voice acting and the faces go like hand in hand. Like Will's so good in this.
The which model set took the longest to film on, says Sodor Enterprises.
My butt.
Probably Knapford, I would say, because Knapford, Jacob, and I built that, and then he left, and then I filmed it without him, and I think I was filming on the Knapford set for like a week straight or something.
All of them.
It was like 3 or 4 days in a row of just all day, every day filming.
The face that just appeared is so good.
Do you honestly want to quit?
He becomes the Joker.
Me? I could make your life a dream come true. Or I could kill everyone you love.
But I hate everybody.
But I'm gay.
Stick to the plan.
I'm gay.
Well, so then why don't you stick to the fucking plan?
Have you seen that video of Joe Biden where he's like, "I'm gay"?
No, but I want to.
It's really funny. It's like some completely out of context scene from some speech.
Yeah, so I remember I wrote this scene before the movie It came out, like the reboot of the Stephen King It, where the clown refers to the little boy as Georgie. And it was like a big meme. It was like, "Hey, Georgie, I've got a little thing," in like 2017. And I wrote and recorded all those lines where he says, "Okay, Georgie, 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 Georgie," as Diesel 10.
Like,
before that was even a thing. And they were like, "Oh, because Pennywise, get it, Pennywise." I was like, nope, that was before.
There's another scene.
We literally recorded those lines before Pennywise was a thing.
The scene at the end.
The Tim Curry version from like the 90s.
Yeah, that's true.
The scene at the end.
The new movie created a new like cultural thing. I remember it was.
Yes, but there's another scene at the end where Diesel 10 is like confronted by James and they're talking. And Diesel 10's like saying some shit to him, and it's like the exact same thing that like Thanos says in like.
Oh, I think he says, "I am inevitable."
I am inevitable, but we didn't even watch the movie.
So
that was like
we we accidentally quoted Infinity War
Infinity
before Infinity War had ever came out. or-
I showed it to
Yeah.
a friend, and he's like, "Oh, it's Thanos! Is he
No,
Thanos?"
see,
Like,
this
oh.
happened the same. I remember the movie that I wrote before this one. I was trying to make a movie about Stepney the Bluebell engine, and the big climax was a bridge jump, and it was before the Great Race came out, and it was like this whole thing when the bridge jump finally actually happened in the Great Race. I was like, okay, I guess the movie's not happening. Because everyone hates the bridge jump in the Great Race so much. It was like the most hated on thing ever. And I was like, okay, I'm never going to try to do a bridge jump scene ever because it's just going to get fucking lambasted. So I like this bit just because they never explain what the fuck Lily's dad ever, like where he was in the original. They never did anything with it. And he's like in a business trip. You know?
See, this stuff's cool, but this is the stuff that made the movie 3 hours.
I also like how he has a 12-year-old daughter.
Sure,
and
yeah.
Have another kid, and then like the mom's not going through menopause. I don't know.
Yeah, in the original, like Lily's mom's like pregnant or something, but the dad is like not in the movie.
He took off.
Yeah, it was
Once
kind
he
of
realized he
a.
knocked her up.
It was sort of a weird dine and dash situation with that one. That
Oh,
one
Nicky, you know what's interesting about this scene?
Come and go.
Is when I
In and Out burger.
Yeah.
when I saw that you'd film this, I really wish I'd known beforehand, because you know what I would have recommended? I know this sounds really specific.
Okay.
I would have had a huge calendar on the wall
Yeah.
that said September 2010, and I would have had the 13 circle.
Okay, I get that. That
Dad's
would have been
trip.
clever. That would have been clever.
And it's just like,
yeah.
like September 13th.
I am very happy though, because like speaking of, so September 13th is the day that I joined YouTube when I was in 4th grade, and I just reminded me of, so like there's the other scene. We just had the flashback scene to young Lily watching her dad leave, and that was in the same apartment set that we shot the other Lily's apartment scene in. And I'm just honestly really proud that we went this movie is 3 hours long and not a single live action scene is shot inside my house, because my house has appeared in all my reviews and all my videos and stuff. And I'm so glad that we never had to resort to filming a dialogue scene like in my kitchen or something. Like we always had another house.
Your kitchen
or
where the
another-
chandelier is like
exactly.
here.
Like at no point is there a fucking scene in my bedroom in the parody, and I think that's great. We were able to figure out how
God
to
tier
make it work
scene.
around.
S tier scene. This scene.
Yep. Here's Toronto.
Hey, you.
And then, oh yeah, Jacob was the puppeteer for that insert shot of the rabbit, because most of the time Jacob didn't do the puppeteering, but he did.
I did the voice. And
Jacob
then
did the voice
sometimes-
for the whole movie, but he did the
There's a
puppeteering.
couple
in
shots where I do the puppeteering.
You do the puppeteering in the river, and you do the puppeteering behind the tree, and I think that's it. I think Mark did everything else.
Yeah, so here is where, of course, Eric nearly destroyed the movie.
No,
Eric,
no,
you're watching
yes,
this, I love you.
little bit. We love Eric so much, but when we were shooting, this is the scene where previously we were speaking about how Rob fucked up his knee. He said, "Okay, it's fine. I'm going to get through it. I'm going to take it easy. I'm going to take it a little
this scene
slow
is
in this
so
scene.
good.
I'm going to take it a
These
little
are inserts.
slower."
Where
I
the-
love
where
the boxes.
Picking the boxes was your buddy wearing the Mr.
Oh
that's your
yeah,
buddy.
so all of the close-up shots of the actual cereal boxes where you can clearly see the Thomas visuals, those are
This is
insert shots.
Pennsylvania, but this is that was Pennsylvania.
That was Pennsylvania, but all the insert shots where you
But
can
right
see
here.
the packaging
Right here. This is California.
That's not Rob's hand.
That is my roommate, actually, who I still live with to this day. That's my roommate dressed up as Mr. Conductor outside of our college in a fucking it was like a ditch by the side of the road that we found next to the college, and we had him put on the Mr. Conductor suit. And I designed all these cereal boxes because we were originally going to do them.
You designed them.
No, we designed. I mean, the physical box itself, the actual
That's
prop.
right,
you
bitch.
designed the graphics. I designed the box because the box had to be recut to fit the printer.
You
paper.
provide the pictures. I'll provide the war.
Exactly. Yeah, but it was just really, it was really weird because we were like, oh, we'll fix it in post. We'll have Jack or whoever just.
There's so many blink and you miss it jokes. I love that the Birdie
I'm
Bites
getting
say
film school flashbacks when I hear that.
It's like
fix it
eat
first.
them or go to hell.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
so
boy.
funny. Watermills instead of like
Oh yeah, there's a ton of little teeny jokes that Jacob put in there. Yeah.
so
Eat them or
funny.
go to hell. I love that. I never noticed that.
Right?
And then
It's
this joke,
it's so fast. It's like a blink and you miss it thing.
Eat them and go to hell.
that's the dumbest joke in the parody, and I'm so glad we have it. Those silly rabbit tricks are for
I think
kids.
there's only one shot here where the cereal boxes are digitally edited. The rest
That's
of it's
not
all-
even Rob. Look at his hands.
Nope, that's your buddy.
Like anorexic
These are
fingers.
so much better.
I'm gonna tell him
Big
he's
fat
that.
hands. My big
I think
fat
he's coming
hands.
home soon.
Like you can see his veins. And stuff.
So I have like duct tape on my knee, on my left knee. My left knee was duct tape, like wrapped in
So-
duct tape.
So this is the scene where
why
Rob
it's
said,
so
"I'm
rigid.
gonna take it easy. I'm not gonna go too hard. I'm not
I'm
gonna
not
go
gonna
crazy.
overact and
I'm not gonna completely fuck up my knee again." And somehow he didn't. I remember you had to sort of readjust the tape or something, but it was still fine. Wait, right here, you throw the blue ruler that's inside the hat. It flies out of the hat because there's a blue. I've got the hat right here that we shot this scene with, and there's a blue ruler inside the hat that gives it that keeps its shape. And when he went, "This has all been a joke," it flies out, and you can see it land in the middle of the scene.
That thing is still there after 3 years.
Yeah, this is Rob's childhood ruler or whatever. Yeah,
As some ruler that I had.
that's been in my house. That's been in your house.
Everyone's
that
had
hat's
this.
been all over.
Everyone's worn it once.
This fucking hat is like the village whore. Everyone's had it. Everyone's had it on a couple of times.
Pass around rule.
Everyone's had its way with it.
Oh,
You're
God.
terrible.
Yeah, Rob did not actually eat real rabbit feces, I promise you, Sodor Enterprise.
But he did eat real mushrooms.
Yes, those were real mushrooms.
Oh, well. Oh, yeah, well, yeah, they were real mushrooms from the grocery store. They're not hallucinogens.
Not my kind.
When you say I did real mushrooms, that's not what most people think you mean.
So where did I get the?
Oh, yeah,
Mr.
was
Theo
that...
thing?
Did you just break the rabbit sign over your messed up knee? Or was that the other knee? Why did you do that? Rob kept actively putting his fucked up knee in the line of fire for no reason. I did not prior to what everyone in the Tankogen Society thought, I did not force Rob to do this fucking movie.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
At no point was Rob being manipulated and controlled by the evil mastermind Vinny Smith. Okay,
No, but I was.
Rob.
God.
Okay.
These are mushrooms. These are shrooms.
No, you came of your own accord as
Dude,
well.
remember the original cut of this was like insane and had like crazy.
The music was so much scarier.
The music was
I know.
way scarier, and you guys didn't like it, and I had to make it Beatles music instead.
Cause like that's not what happens during a drug trip. That'd be fucking horrifying.
Well, who says he has a good trip? I don't know.
Look how happy he is.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I remember that shot was because you always wanted me to film on autofocus for some reason, and I remember in that sequence, and I remember that when you came up, your face was out of focus, and then halfway through the shot, it goes whoop, and it locks focus on you.
Yeah. Hey, look who's being introduced.
Oh, hey, this beach here, this beach where we filmed the scenes here, I literally live right down the street from here now. I live on a house that's like 2 blocks from here. It's ridiculous. It's literally right there. It's very funny how I ended up there.
Why is
By
this child
complete
getting naked in this movie? I'm very
Well, the joke here, for those who can't fucking get it, is that when you take off your wetsuit, you're usually not wearing a full suit of dry clothes underneath it. And if you have to take off your wetsuit, you know, you're going to you're gonna have your cock out.
This is the infamous
Infamous?
getting eaten by mosquitoes scene.
Oh, infamous for this was not fun filming this. Rob had to keep going back to the house to get like mosquito repellent and like jackets and windbreakers and
'Cause
shit.
they were eating you alive, man. It was
Oh,
ridiculous.
well, so Rob, this is the only time where Rob actually benefited from wearing a full suit because he was pretty much covered head to toe, and I was in a t-shirt and shorts getting eaten alive in the humidity of Ontario.
With like these mosquitoes that were like, they were just like assaulting you. They were just like everywhere. And so I went back. And
So this forest is right next to where we filmed the big shot of Mr. Conductor running through the field towards the windmill after he gets dropped off by the canal.
And mosquitoes in southern Ontario in the summer are brutal.
Yeah, I do not miss those foreign ass northern mosquitoes.
And I was during these scenes.
There's real weed in that bag in that shot, by the way.
I was sick. I had a cold.
Yeah, you had a stuffy nose, so we had to redub all of it because the audio was also shit as well. But it helped. Yeah.
We had just rather silent.
Wait.
We're both critically low on gold dust, and if we run out, we're in deep.
What is that? No, the scene was dubbed.
The whole universe.
Yeah, the whole scene is dubbed.
What do you want me to do about it?
Subs, not dubs.
Is yours dubbed though, Nicky? I don't remember.
No, that's in camera. That's pretty helpful that it was actually a windy day in my backyard when I filmed that because it looks like I'm on the beach and there's like sea breeze like blowing my hair and shit.
Mixed up in this.
Box under the stairs. Got it.
Just the gold dust, nothing else.
What is that noise?
Why? What else is in there?
There's like a squeaky noise.
Is that me?
I think it's you. Yeah, it went away. What was that, Jacob?
It's medicinal.
Cicadas.
You have cicadas?
Bugs.
Oh, okay.
Junior, you gotta come here right away. I'm counting on you.
There's a cricket that's making the cricket noises.
I can hear the cricket. Yeah.
That's what the whole chat is saying right now.
Cricket,
Now,
cricket.
This was a very interesting edit.
Oh, so yeah, I think I've explained that before, but I mean, I guess Rob, you can go ahead if you want to.
Well, like this train, the train that your sister was taking or you shot here, like this was not obviously at the station, right?
Yeah.
And then you added in this shot of the train leaving, right, leaving the station, and then you have Billy walk up. But then he was supposed to walk up the hill to see Patch running from Boomer.
Boomer,
So we combined this other scene, and it's just like
the trend. So yeah, the cut when Lily walks into the station and Billy comes out was a different Billy scene, and we put this PT Boomer one earlier. And this scene here was written to take place like an hour later in the movie, but we bumped it up to this one because Rob felt like it was a stronger PT Boomer introduction scene out of the two. Because I do agree that in this movie, you do not need two different scenes where Billy Two Feathers and Boomer interrogate each other outside of the train station. You really just need one, and this one's shorter and sweeter and to the point. I think the other one is a better character introduction, but this one's a better scene.
Well, yeah, I really did like that shot where you had like, Boomer standing there and then it like briefly went back to his younger self and then it came back. I was trying to figure out how else we could do that, but
That one piece of paper?
I mean,
You didn't make
you
any
know,
copies?
again, it's pretty clear. Like this is Boomer. This is Boomer, right? Same jacket. The only thing I wish we had done, you know what I wish we'd done? Another thing? I wish we'd given like the young Boomer some like 60s, actually Ray-Bans, because they had Ray-Bans back in the 60s.
No, so that's what I'm saying.
Ray-Bans, and then
that's what I was telling you earlier though. Boomer, when we shot that scene, was supposed to be a 50s greaser because it was not 1969 yet when we designed all that stuff. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but I think the character of Boomer was based on a 50s, like he was the Wild One with Marlon Brando. Like he was like a 50s greaser. Because again, this was also different era because when this was made 20 years ago, and Boomer and Burnett are supposed to be in their 60s.
No, yeah, like when in the director's cut version of the script, when you see the little picture of Tasha and young Boomer and young Burnett and they're all dancing and whatever, it's supposed to be like, I don't know, 1949 or something.
Yeah. That key
and
is
like a ball, like a
Look,
cap,
this
like
this
a
scene.
World War
love
II.
that.
Camera's moving.
Love that. Really, again, like.
Oh,
adds
and
the-
when Junior like grabs the mural and like pulls it over and looks over the side, that's 100% my hand animated frame by frame trying to match up the murals, because obviously we didn't have a full painting of Old Smokey on the set. The big gray scene in it.
Keying is so good, dude.
There's no keying.
I mean, what? You know, like,
There's no keying in the entire scene. There's not a single green screen shot.
However you did it, it's flawless.
Drugs.
Yeah.
Dude, she's gonna sniff like cocaine.
I hate drugs.
Yeah, I remember in the premiere, just being like, "Not again! More drugs!" It's like, what do you think? We're gonna do it once?
I hate when this happens.
No, I remember. Yeah, there was a scene. There was someone during the live premiere of the movie who kept posting like, "Oh, poor Lily." Every time she voluntarily gets high, they're like, "Oh, poor." Like when she decides to go with Junior in the second scene, like consensually, they're like, "Oh, poor Lily. She's being forced into this thing." No, not at all. It's entirely up to her.
No, I know. In that scene, she's like, "I want to go with you. Yeah, let's do it." Right? I've already done told us. I have to say, I don't want to be rude. The only regret that I have with like
worst scene in the movie.
No. I just wish we hadn't had Boomer and Burnett meet in this scene. I wish Boomer had said, kids younger and younger, picks up his thing of, dynamite and says, "Forget you saw me, kid," walks away, leaves. Lily's like, "What the fuck was that?" Right? This weird biker. And then Burnett comes out of nowhere. He's like, "Lily, what are you doing here? I called Stacy, but only your luggage at the station. How'd you get here?" Right? And Lily's all confused, like, "I don't know, maybe that biker guy brought me." And Burnett's like, "What biker?" And then Lily says, like, "This is weird biker with like a leather jacket and a helmet and glasses, and he had like a bin of like explosives. I don't know." And then that's when Burnett's like, "Oh shit,
We should refilm it.
But that's, again, I like this scene. I understand why it needed to be here.
Maybe.
But I just
The issue there is that I like that idea, but in that case, that means that Boomer and Burnett do not like the old versions. My dad and my grandpa do not share a single scene in the entire film
until the chase scene, when then it's like, "Now I'll get
where they're screaming at each other through.
Yeah, but I like that because then
that
it's
shouldn't
like,
be the first time that they see each other.
I think it should be, because I think you have to build up to this fact that these men have not seen each other for 50 years, and it's like Burnett.
I guess if we completely uprooted everything and started from a new template.
No,
yes.
I just that's the only different. I just wish we'd done that.
I know it. There's plenty of stuff. I know exactly.
This scene, which I love these scenes.
This scene, I'm extremely fucking happy with.
I have to say though, it's interesting that a lot of people, for some reason, in like the comments and during the live thing, didn't know that's Boomer with the glasses.
So I don't know what fucking idiot is completely immune to the fact that my dad's giant bald head is just
same
like
glasses,
just pokey.
same
It's
voice.
the glasses. It's the ball. It's PT Boomer. He says Boomer. He runs a giant gold tech company. The logo is the same thing on the dynamite crate. Like, I don't know how much further we have to spell it out for the audience.
Unless he literally had a name tag that said Boomer.
That said PT Boomer, the bad guy of the movie, on it.
Yeah. Again, it was just like weird. Again, I know in film we want to be as clear as possible. Clarity is most important. But in that instance, I don't know how that wasn't clear enough.
Yeah. So
is that
just to
not
be
clear?
very clear to the audience, that's Lily's dad, the father who left in the scene that we already saw. That's the same actor. He's carrying the same briefcase. We do a special close-up on the briefcase in both scenes to show you that it's the same guy. And then that's Lily's dad. He's talking to his boss, who is PT Boomer, which is why they say, "Your family fucked me over," meaning the Stone family fucked Boomer over.
Now here's an
in the
interesting
60s.
thing. Is Lily's dad Burnett's son or his son-in-law?
So Lily's mother is Burnett's daughter.
Yeah, because I think that implied by her, your dad was quite the ladies' man, right?
Your grandpa was quite the lead.
She says
Because
grandpa.
I do think it's really not only. I do think it is interesting that if it had been Burnett's son, because not only is Boomer killing Burnett or Lily's dad, but Burnett's son. Although then, I don't know. I do like though that we never actually let them all. You know, it's a mystery that only we the audience know, right? That.
Yeah,
Boomer
at
killed
no
Lily's dad.
point does Lily find out that one of her siblings is Diesel 10.
It was so hard to do the faces in this scene. Holy fuck.
So yeah, this scene was the first scene that we ever did any faces or eye animation for or anything. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this was the first one, and then after
So
that
difficult.
it was the first splodge scene in the
The
quarry.
lighting here is excellent.
The lighting is literally my iPhone flashlight.
It's excellent. It does the job.
Yeah.
The upcoming
There's-
scene with Splodge
There's
is
Cranky's big
so
close up
good.
in the movie.
Sometimes. Anyhow.
We heard the angry Crane talking about it.
So there's Mallard fan. I forget what the fucking it's Ben. That's Ben is Toby, and I'm pretty sure he's just like fallen off the face of the Thomas Earth, which I don't blame him for. I'm also trying to do the same. But he was a great Toby, because he.
I would have
asked-
quit Twitter if I
he
didn't
asked
have
very little
projects
fucking
going on.
questions, and he was just like, "You want me to do this? Okay, sure, fine." Okay.
All right, I'll do it.
Like,
Mm.
if any of the Diesels were trying to think of a comeback for us, like
That'd be it.
yeah.
Who's voicing Percy? They seem like a nice lad. I believe that was.
Anyway, good scene coming up.
Yeah. So on that note, here's a season 2 reference that we could have cut, but I like it.
It's season 2, really? What episode?
Henry and the Wishing Tree.
Oh, you mean the episode that literally got me?
It's
out of college
Rob's
when I was a kid.
Rob's favorite episode, Henry and the Wishing Tree.
Ooh, the faces in the scene are so good. I'm sorry.
I'm really happy with. Well, because what do you mean? I'm sorry. You did all the faces. You should be proud of your work, dude. Fucking own that you did an awesome job.
The
with those.
lighting is. I can't believe it got that close.
Yeah. The music, I think the music here is like one of the last pieces that we ever did for the movie.
I have no memory of this music being in the movie.
That's what I mean. It's new.
Jesus, how many times have I watched this?
Well, you watched it about 1,000 times before it came out on YouTube.
When I made it.
Yeah, the music was not there when you edited it. But yeah, Jacob did all the masking stuff here, and then Jaden did all the eye animation. And then, yeah, so I remember Matt and I wrote this scene literally like 5 fucking years. Like, we wrote it so many years ago, and we had to keep changing the year because there was a line where he's like, "What? It's 2019, for Christ's sakes! Get that book out of here! It's racist! You're so behind the times!" And we had to keep changing the line. It's 2018. It's 2019. It's 2020. And then it just kept going and going. So I just cut it out. I didn't want to have Matt keep redubbing.
What's the name of that
The
song?
eyes in the background are moving.
It's been too long.
Yeah, I did
They're not
that.
even in focus.
I did that. That wasn't you. I did
Was
that.
the parody of Mr. Conductor and Thomas singing "A Grill Is a Grill"? Was that still in the script?
At that point, yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, so
That's such a
Rob,
half-assed idea.
it doesn't add anything substantive. It's not satirical at all, but well, not really. It wasn't a SpongeBob satire, but like there was a version of the script where that before Rob really took a hold of the script, there was a version where Mr. Conductor and Thomas sing a little love ballad, kind of like Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob when Mr.
It was the
SpongeBob has
same
to go
song.
work
We
in the
just
bucket.
changed around the.
It was the same song, and it was a little meme, and we did a little thing, and I shot it, and it wasn't very good, and we moved on, and we did
How
it
did you
better.
do the bell? Did you do the bell?
I did the bell.
Huh.
And then this was, I think, the
I
last.
know, but it's still fun to make
No,
it
it
funny.
No, it wasn't. I'm really happy with all the Toby shots in that scene. I love that little set with the little lamp and.
It's so cute.
Hey, in that clock
There's-
shot,
There's Rob's insert shot. He spent like 15 hours trying to get all these little details in that they're in the background and no one will see it at all.
There's a Beatles magazine. There's a magazine.
But it's like the most intricately thought out, perfect like visual character study shot. Just no one gets any of the stuff that's in there. But if you actually pause that shot, it's like Rob spent like 15 hours getting all these little 60s pieces of memorabilia to explain Burnett's character visually.
How many hours I had to spend?
It's literally that is your so earlier I said that I was homaging Back to the Future with the opening scene. You're homaging Back to the Future with their opening scene with the clock on the wall telling you who Christopher Lloyd's character is.
I mean, you know how many hours I spent trying to spin in that chair for the one last puff?
I wasn't there.
Oh, that was all. And I used like 2 seconds of it. 2 seconds.
Vincent did. He edited.
Here I am.
All right, so here's the Rob Stravaganza. It's probably the funniest part of the movie, but it could also kind of be its own Wooden Railway review on its own, kind of thing, you know?
Oh God.
It's I'm very, very happy with the scene now. I think it's kind of the core of the Mr. Conductor character is kind of on display here.
Pierce Brosnan, who of course sang in Mamma Mia, and of course was a narrator for Thomas.
Scary clown face in regards to what?
Scary Jack Frost.
Wait, what are they talking about?
Whenever I held up the face and did this, I went.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Okay.
Here we go. Ready?
Well, there's everyone's favorite fart sound effect.
Yeah.
What the hell's the matter with you?
And how did you get my bag?
I wish I'd synced the vocals better. I should have done better.
Oh yeah, you did do the audio editing for that.
I did it badly. I was tired of editing at that point. There he is, lighting the cigarette. Yeah. That's a real.
There's
cigarette.
parts where Jacob's audio hum comes in and out. I think.
Yeah.
Like microphone hum.
Yeah. And I wish I'd made the decision to cast him when he was here, and then I could have got really good recordings of his lines.
You made me eat your own shit. I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah, we should have. Well, because the Jacob's casting for the rabbit came about at the premiere. That was just supposed to be a temporary little thing, but when we did the test screening and we didn't have the scene set together.
God, you fucking idiots!
You don't shut up. He's here, guys. He's here.
You have any idea how long it took it took like 3 days to film this scene, dude. Just the amount of
Jesus, you two can talk.
And then of course we're back to the Kipper, which you guys had to like tear apart that little church to get those lights to come out of it. So it's nice to see you again, Rabbit.
Yeah, we shot the Flying Kipper scene in Rob's train room where he used to shoot all his old reviews, so that was pretty cool for me as a fan of those reviews.
And everybody in the chat here is going crazy because the Rabbit just made an appearance. Again, like it just. And it's funny as a puppet. I first saw it. It was made by a company called Folk.
Craig. It was popularized by Craig Ferguson.
Yeah, Craig Ferguson on his Late Late Show had a puppet called Sid the Cussing Rabbit.
Yeah,
and it was like the funniest little puppet bunny I'd ever seen. So I was like, man, if I ever do something with a puppet bunny, I need to. And there he is.
Yo. Still funny Rabbit. Smoking weed. Weed is funny.
So every time he moves his mouth down, it's like
very silly.
Well, if it's addressed to you, then why the hell?
Oh man, that was a difficult but fun scene to do.
Better late than never. Big world, big investments. Mass marketing event.
I should have called it Big World, Big Assets and capitalized the ASS. Assets.
I don't get it. You have to explain the joke. I don't get it.
With the real goal being to convince government officials.
It's not funny.
I didn't ask if it was funny.
Well, check this out.
Okay, so
we've been importing lead paint from China and painting engines.
Lead paint crisis reference.
Well, this scene was not only a knock
Everyone's going insane.
at all.
This scene was Rob standing at the end of a fucking bowling alley with a ball in his hand, and there's a bunch of pins on the other side, and he just fucking strikes out.
Here's your damn strike. Misses all them. Like, Alabama.
There go the feminists. There go the Siphites. There go everyone that.
This was not only getting even with everybody that ever wronged me, tell, hit, but also too, I saw this as like if we ever had to go to court to defend making this like.
Oh yeah, the thesis. You watch this scene out of context, you understand exactly why it exists. Yeah.
This scene would be our
100%.
defense. This scene would be our defense in court as to like, well, you copyright.
This scene was entirely. This scene was
added
added in.
Incorporated. No, this scene is parody. It's all parody. This scene would save us.
Well, see, another big thing, the combination, one for copyright and two for like creative reasons. I really thought it was important to not have Thomas's title in the name in the title of the movie. Because A, I want to make it very clear that this movie's never going to be about him. He's not the protagonist. It's not Thomas Anda. It's not a Thomas movie, and it can't be. And also, if Thomas's name isn't in the movie, but it's still popularized and people can still search the Magic Railroad parody, it's kind of the best of both worlds because Thomas is never mentioned, and Thomas doesn't even work on a railroad. He works on the Sodor Railway in England. Railroads are a U.S. thing. We're just making some movie about some fucking railroad. I don't know what a railroad is.
No, yeah, I mean, it was better just to make it like, look, Thomas is not the main character. He's one of them.
What I mean is, like, just from the title alone, you wouldn't necessarily go, oh, that's a Thomas movie. It's just some Magic Train. What is that? It's generic enough. You know? It's vague enough.
But this scene was just a lot of like to write was a lot of fun just to get all the jabs in and. You know, really useless, right? You know, unreliable, irresponsible. That was fun. That I shot on a set at a local theater. That was a lot of fun to shoot.
Oh yeah, so this montage was me trying to make a shot of a piece of paper look more visually compelling because in the script it was just him reading the paper. And it's just a close-up of the words. And I wanted to
reference all those deleted scenes. Right?
I remember we drove out and like filmed a bunch of stuff of like you behind the dumpster, and then we never used any of it.
Where was that dumpster?
Some random school.
Some random dumpster.
I wasn't even there when you filmed that. That's pretty funny.
You at home, little bitch.
No, yeah, because I had to go to college, asshole.
Let's go to college. Why?
Well, yeah, Jacob, you spent 2 years complaining about Nicky. You're an idiot for going to college. You're literally in college now, Jacob.
For how much longer?
I don't know. You might kill yourself before you graduate.
Jesus Christ, man. I've only been doing it for 2 weeks. I already want to die.
So yeah, Jacob and I performed this live. Yep, we referenced Sean O'Connor's 17. That's true.
That's right.
And then of course we mock the New Yorker article, which was just.
Was there a specific article that you were specifically referencing?
Yes, the New Yorker wrote this stupid piece of crap where they're like,
oh, is it the wait, Rob, is that the one where they use the picture of Thomas from Thomas and the Missing Christmas Tree?
Yes, and they try to argue that like,
I never actually got that was specifically referencing.
But like in the railway series, the top of hat is always telling the other engines that
specifically.
There's not steam engines on any of the other railways. They're all being scrapped. Maybe he's doing this as a mind control to keep them on the island as submissive, and it's like. Maybe idiot. That's because that's what actually happened to steam engines. Most of them were scrapped. 98% of all steam locomotives in the United States.
I'm a journalist. I see deeper meaning in things.
Yeah,
I'm
so it's
smart.
like maybe that's what really happened, doofus. So anyway, I just wanted to get back to that article. So I was like, you know.
It's one thing to like analyze like a Dr. Seuss book and go like, wow, the Star-Bellied Sneetches is a racial allegory. Well, duh, obviously, yeah, or an allegory for the Holocaust, little stars on the thing. It's another thing entirely to take fucking or to take the Lego movie. No, to take what's a good example? To take Sonic the Hedgehog and go, Well, his shoes are red, so clearly that's a metaphor for how communist China is running the country or running the world, or
Sonic
whatever.
is always running.
Sonic's always running because the Jews are really running the. No, it's not. No, it's not some anti-Semitic crazy conspiracy. It's not anything. It's just Thomas. It's just some books that some vicar wrote almost 100 years ago.
It was funny because I remember the daughter, probably some Clintonite, daughter of what's his face, Rick Sigelcow, showed him. Oh, there's the rabbit. That was a great shot. Showed Rick Sigelcow the article, and he was reading it. He's smiling, and he's see, my dad likes it. And I want to reply, what the hell did Rick Sigelcow have anything to do with Thomas the Tank Engine?
Rick Sigelcow, the biggest contribution Rick Sigelcow ever made to Thomas the Tank Engine was minor supervision with season 3, which he shouldn't have had in the first place.
Which was more of Britt and David Mitton. But then even then,
they were just they designed the episode scripts to perfectly fit into Shining Time, as opposed to Shining Time designing their stories around Thomas, which is the way it should have been.
This is from Message Found in the Bottle, 1833.
I love off topic, but I love when the rabbit's doing this. He's
yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's
so cute.
I'm gonna get some. Yeah, that was a good one by Mark. He's yeah. So anyway, Rick Sigelcow, I'm not gonna go and shit on Shining Time, but yeah, I mean, he made the spin-off show where he took old 1940s George Powell cartoons that nobody ever wanted because they were creepy stop motion animation, and then just mixed it in with a sitcom of which really Schemer was the only really interesting character, and then the Thomas episodes that everyone was there to see. Why does this guy get to read this article and be the defining? Yep, see.
Can we talk about the amazing Evelyn Cool's vocals, or the fantastic music by Tugster Intensified?
I wish we had subtitles for this music video because there's a lot of
Well, we should still do that other music video to emphasize the lyrics. I'm
Go ask Alec.
Go ask Alec. I'm gonna let
What
Rob.
is this footage?
That's an Earl Thomas that's being bounced around in a fish tank full of gold dust.
And then I loved, of course, not only referencing again White Rabbit, Jefferson Airplane, right? 1967.
The trip to Alice in Wonderland is very allegorical to the Wizard of Oz, which is very allegorical to the Magic Railroad.
But then having Mr. C as being this giant, right? It messes around with the fact that he's either normal size or he's miniature, right?
This is the only thing you don't.
What if he was giant, right? Yeah. There he is. And actually, I have to thank Blue Tank, Adam, and Tim, Zara King. They helped shoot most of that sequence of me walking and stuff, so I have to thank them. And this, you and I shot that. I shot this on my own. But then this, so you shot this a little bit. This was I bought a giant sugar glass mirror window, and I smashed the dummy. That's a real dummy in the Mr. C outfit being thrown through this giant sugar glass window that I spent $100 on.
So I remember watching. I remember when we premiered the movie.
Ferguson.
When we premiered the movie, the live stream made of mostly children had absolutely no idea what. Is that Stacy? Is that Lily's mom? Is that Lily? Is that Tasha? Is that Lady?
Is that Thomas?
Is that Patch's mom? Who is that? It was every possible option other than Mr. Conductor's love interest. The fact that Rob could potentially have a significant
girl in a Thomas video?
Out of the realm of possibility to the audience. It was so completely unachievable that the concept of Rob having a girlfriend.
It was supposed to be ambiguous. First of all, her name is Haley Ferguson, great actress.
Haley Ferguson in the credits.
From theater. I love this moment right here. There is really useful engine. But anyway.
And here's the sequence that I remember being genuinely confused what Rob was talking about when we were editing it. Because I originally had a full sequence with all of the music video with little teeny parts of Mr. Conductor. And Rob said, well, the scene's about Mr. Conductor. No one cares about the Thomas stuff. And I was like, I think people are coming to watch the Thomas stuff. And I remember Jacob said, I think people are coming to watch the Thomas stuff. And Rob said, no. They're here to watch Mr. Conductor, and we removed all the Mr. Conductor. We removed all the really useful engine stuff, and that was how it went. And then as soon as the movie came out, the biggest complaint that all the Thomas fans had was, "You cut really useful engine out."
Yeah, it's like because you can't just fucking see it. You know what I mean? You can't just like
No, and I prefer it this way too. Honestly, I think it works better with your provisions. But I still think the conversation was so funny. I was like, I think people are going to be upset if we cut really useful engine. You're like, nah, and it was like the thing they were pissed about the most.
No, I can understand that.
Which honestly, if that's the biggest complaint about our movie is that there wasn't enough really useful engine, we did a pretty decent job.
I'll take it. Because what was I was saying something about the scene before. Just like not just like as a making fun of the fact that a lot of Thomas fans are, forever alone, but also again, the whole like thing of Mr. Conductor being afraid to grow up, being afraid to move on and actually like take care of someone else other than his own immediate needs. So that was obviously a bit risky. So I guess it's like just kind of like with the really useful engine thing, right? Really useful engine is familiar, it's safe. It's like, let's just do that, And it's like even though people can go hear it, they can go hear the instrumental. The fact that people complained about that being taken out was like. It's like really, it's like again because that's familiar, it's safe. Oh, it's really useful engine. You have to have that.
Well, that's the most people who enjoy the movie enjoy the familiar, safe element.
Really well done.
Speaking of familiar and safe, this sequence was specifically designed to be familiar and safe, so that when it stopped being familiar and safe, the audience was completely taken aback and had no idea where it was going to go.
And that claw. Right, that Jacob built, the real big claw.
There's a giant life-sized claw that Mr. Conductor is really inside of.
Jacob built. I remember going to Home Depot with him and getting the supplies for it. And then when it was almost finished, you see, my parents, we were filming at the house. They had gone to their cottage.
Oh yeah, I remember.
My dad comes home for one day. He sees the claw almost finished, and I just remember him being like, he's just like, who built this? And I was like, oh, Jacob built it. And he was just like, he built this? Like he was looking at it like, this is like an artist. Like this is like a, like an art piece. Like he was so impressed that in a matter of like 2 days, Jacob had, and again, it had to be very specific to how the little plastic one was, right?
It had to look like the plastic shit that Mattel had designed.
But it still had to be detailed in the sense that like
it's not even so. This is the level with which Jacob was recreating. He's recreating because you built the hand-sized one first, right?
I made 2 claws. There was one that was like this big, which we wanted to shoot.
Ed's Trains has that.
Ed has it now. And then we made a life-size one that like Rob was actually standing in. And I'm going to play it, but I also just want to point out the rotoscoping and the moving of Rob in the claw that is animated and tracked on top of Diesel 10 is so good. This is like one of my favorite.
Yeah, well, because you did it. Of course,
I was saying before, I said right here, this is one of the best special effects in the movie. That was really.
It's so good.
Yeah, because he really spins around when the perspective changes. Yeah.
I remember we had to film that too. I had to how did we even film it?
No, you were standing in a cardboard box that had the pinchy because I made this cardboard like wood pinchy from shit that we got at Home Depot with a shoe box and a vacuum hose plugged into it to make the little like servo box area. And then we also had the hand-sized one, which we shot most of the wide shots on because like it's got the complete hand and it's closed and it has the bit that extends. And it's not just a wooden railway a photo of the wooden railway one. It's an actual big thing. Then we edit all the shots of Rob standing in the life-size one onto the hand-size one to make it look like we built the whole thing out of wood. And it's so seamless. It looks so good.
You've got the viaduct right there, which obviously part of it is the actual problem.
Oh yeah, so Tom found that fucking viaduct right there.
But then
right there, Tom found that viaduct in a dumpster and just happened to stumble upon it in his little Tom kind of Tom way.
But then, Jacob or Wiley went and filmed all these incredible HD shots of it from all these angles. And then Jacob, you went and got, or you made all these replicas of all the sides, which I still have, and I want to give back.
Oh yeah, you still have those, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh,
I want to give them back to him.
wait, did you tell Jacob about when you found Pinchy in the lawn?
Yeah.
You told Jake. So one
I
of the
didn't know
final.
about this.
Yeah, so when there's very specific close-ups at the very end of the chase when Diesel 10 is like he's putting on his brakes and then he takes his brakes off and he like falls off the edge. All that stuff was shot in Rob's backyard using Jacob's
And the claw is like a
in-camera
slightly
clay
different
props.
color.
And I lost the Diesel 10 claw for whatever reason on my toy. It fell into the lawn somewhere, and so we had to find one of Rob's Diesel 10s. He had like 3 Diesel 10s that we took with a Pinchy off of the shittiest Diesel 10 that he had.
Yeah, thanks.
And put it on that one. And so there's a couple of those shots in there. And then what was it, like a month or 2 ago, Rob just sent me a message. He sent me a picture, and the little
the spring, yeah,
the original Pinchy from my Diesel 10 back in California was sitting in Rob's lawn halfway across on the other side of the continent for 2 years in the dirt.
How did it even get? I don't even remember how that happened.
Yeah,
it just somehow survived.
Yeah,
but the viaduct was like my magnum opus because Tom was so gracious to let us use the original viaduct sections, and then I sculpted new parts because obviously whenever they got back from Canada with the viaduct prop, it's like some giant fucking thing that's like
it's one piece there, yeah,
10 feet tall or whatever, and it's like they didn't keep it like that. In the show, they had the viaduct prop from the movie and they cut it down to become like a very like small arch for Jack in the Pack, where it was like one arch and they had little stuff on the sides. So they cut the whole thing down, but the main arch was still intact. So we got to use the main arch that you see here is the original. And then all the other stuff is like stuff that I either photoshopped or sculpted or edited. And
most
you can
of
see
it's all
still
derived,
bearing damage on it. Like you can see that the wood's splitting and the bricks are falling off, but it's the original.
Are you
it's
sure
all
about
derived
that, Jacob?
from new stuff. At no point did we take like a bunch of footage from the original movie and put it like it's all either new photographs of the original prop or new photographs of a new prop that Jacob built custom to be patched up. In the
I feel like
can you put up Trainmaster 16's comment?
Trainmaster 16, which one's that?
Oh, that's a good one. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, dude.
Yeah. So the full. Should we tell the full story with that?
I want to tell the full story. This is directed.
No.
at you.
You're not telling it because it's not your story, Jacob. Fuck
It
you.
is my story.
You can add to it then. Hold on. This did not start as your story. Although there we go. Okay. So basically the movie started because I wanted to do the chase scene, and I never, ever, 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 ever knew how I was going to do the bridge. I spent 2 years working on a production of the Magic Railroad, and I never knew how I was going to do the big scary viaduct. I talked to Eric Pierre about doing a 3D model in Railworks, not Train Simulator, but Railworks, so that we could make it as big and expansive as possible and not have to make it look like a tiny baby cardboard viaduct. And I remember I was sitting at my high school one day talking to Turtles and Thomas on the phone. And I was like, we're coming up on 2 years in production and I still don't know what we're doing for the viaduct. I don't know how we're going to do it. I'm freaking out because we have to do it at some point. We have to do something. What are we going to do? And Turtles just said, "Oh, I'll build it for you." Really? Oh, sure. Yeah. No big deal. And he brought it up and it was like the most, "Oh, thanks, buddy," kind of thing. And then when I show up to his house a few months later, it's the worst fucking thing I've ever seen. And Brady has spent $200 on it. And he asked me, I didn't ask him to spend $200 on it, but he asked me to reimburse him $200 for his shitty viaduct that I was forced to use. And I didn't like the way it looked. It was falling apart. It was hot glued. It was a giant wreck. And basically we shot the 2 viaduct scenes in their entirety in camera with the original viaduct. And I was like, we can fix it in post. Jacob is not going to be happy with this, so we'll figure out some way to make this work, but we have to just work with what we got here because I flew all the way out to fucking Ohio, and let's do this. So I'm there in Ohio shooting at Brady's house, and Jacob, I cut some of the footage together by the time that we got to Trough Creek State Park in Pennsylvania, where they were having the big fan meetup. And basically, by the time I had sent Brady's footage to Jacob, I think you took it well, right, Jacob? You were very open and receptive, and you were like, okay, buddy, let's make this work, right? That's exactly what you said, right, Jacob?
No, it was the part where Turtles basically called me a talentless hack and that I never made anything. And it's like, why are you giving him so much credit, Nicky? Why are you friends with this guy? This guy doesn't do anything except make memes. This guy sucks. This guy's annoying. I hate this guy. Fuck this guy. I'm gonna kill this guy. And then he produces the worst viaduct ever, and you could have just asked me to do it the whole time, and it would have been perfect. That was the big motivator.
Yeah.
Was that like he was like, fuck this guy. This guy fucking sucks. All he does is make stupid, shitty memes. He's not funny. And he's like, I made Southern Conflict. Everyone loves me. My shit doesn't stink. My shit's so good. And Jacob's never made anything. Jacob's never made anything in his life. He just makes silly memes. He makes funny memes. That's all he does. He makes silly memes.
Honestly.
And then you were on his side. You were on his side. Like, well, look. I'm at his house and he made the viaduct, so we're gonna shoot on it. I don't care what you say, Jacob.
And then Jacob had to save Nicky in the parking lot.
Yeah, and then I saved your ass so many times.
So, okay, Jacob, I would just like to have one point be clear for the court here.
Okay, let's hear it, Nicky.
I did not know that he called you a talentless idiot who didn't do anything of substance. I did not know he had said that.
Have you ever been on my Twitter?
Just like, is Nicky? Is that like just the time that you forgot that he
I didn't know that he said that. I didn't fucking know that he said that.
Like you forgot when he completely shredded you in the parody.
Okay, so if we have to we're gonna bring.
No, don't. I'm just saying, like, this guy.
Well, you already brought it up. You've chosen to make it a thing on this. I'm gonna tell the mural story. Okay.
Mural story.
So Jacob was flying into California.
I love this story. I know
what April this is. So here's the mural story. I don't think I've ever said this publicly before, but he's dead and he's gone now, so no one cares.
Bye. Bye.
It was April of 2019, and Jacob was flying to California to help me paint all 6 of the big Shining Time mural set. And Jacob was flying in. It was the night before his plane was supposed to land, and I was preparing all of the big foam flats with a big white base coat so that we would have something to start on. As soon as Jacob got there, we could just immediately start going. And I was on the phone for a very, very, very long time while I painted all 6 of these murals just with a white coat. And what I didn't realize was that person I would be calling would be Turtles, because in April of 2019, I had not spoken to Turtles in almost a year. It was like we hadn't spoken for a really long time after what happened in 2018.
Since his first friend group meetup.
Yeah, so not since Trough of 2018.
That was Brady's private friend meetup number 3 in 2018.
Right. So at that point, I hadn't spoken to him in a really long time, and I just randomly got a call out of the blue from Turtles and Thomas, and I was like, whoa, what the fuck? Okay. So I picked up, because I thought Turtles was very pissed at me. He was not talking to me for a very long time, so we kept our distance. I was like, hello? Why the hell are you calling me? And for about 2.5, actually, no, probably like 3 hours, we had a very pleasant, happy, funny conversation, because we used to be old pals. And it was like really pleasant. I was like, oh, hey, Turtles and I are talking again. And then all of a sudden, right before he's about to go, he just throws this little one in. And this is really important to the people who have heard things about various premieres, various meetups, various dramas and rumors and all these things that have been going.
Been invited to.
Yeah. Oh, hey Kelly. Woo! Hey Kelly. Okay. Kelly, that's
Hey,
Kelly Bravo is Fernando's wife.
Oh, I thought.
What's up, Kelly?
This is his daughter is
Izzy. Yeah, that's Izzy's mom.
She was on the longboard.
Yes. Yeah. That's Izzy's mom there. Okay. Kelly's blocking my face. Okay, thank you. All right. So basically what happened was at the end of this very pleasant conversation I had with Turtles and Thomas that I thought was going very nicely, he ended the conversation by saying, "Oh, by the way, what are you doing right now?" And I was like, "Oh, Jacob's coming out because he's going to help me paint the mural tomorrow." For what? Oh, for Shining Time. We're going to build a whole Shining Time station set. We're going to like recreate the sitcom TV show set. It's going to look really cool. And Turtles said, "What the fuck are you doing? Are you really spending that much time and money and effort on this? You know it's going to fail, right?" You know what? And I'm not making this up. Turtles said this to me on the phone. "I cannot wait to see this film fail because when it does, you will know how it feels to have something that you love completely ripped apart and to have all of the relationships in your life destroyed as a result of it, and for no one to ever critically acclaim it." And I assume what he was referring to was the finale of Sudbury in Conflict, which I guess people didn't really like. I thought it was okay. I don't really care. But apparently that wasn't received very well, and it kind of like destroyed his brain. And he wished that worse onto me. He told me that he knew the movie was going to fail, and that when it did fail, he was going to revel in it, laugh in it, enjoy every minute of it, because he couldn't wait for me to spend thousands of dollars into nothing, just wasting all the money and destroying all my friendships and relationships with family, friends, girlfriends, whatever. I'm sure Sudbury in Conflict screwed a thing or two up for Turtles, and he really, really wished the worst upon me. So when I snuck into a screening of the movie that he had designed to spite me in Pennsylvania,
oh my God.
It was all inspired by this specific conversation.
Oh, he just dropped it. And now it's out.
I don't know what you're playing. Oh, it's the troll song. Yes.
Oh,
so
boy.
Yeah, there's that story. That's never been public before, but Turtles and Thomas organized a screening of the parody to spite me, didn't invite me to it, and actively organized his own tank engine society full of lies and rumors that Rob had been emotionally manipulated into starring in the parody.
Brady
was
had everybody,
evil,
he had everyone convinced. Brady had everybody convinced that Nicky was this domestic terrorist.
Turtles lied to the entire tank
coming,
and he's going to ruin our meetup with their very minimal experiences with me one-on-one.
No, it's all out
into
now.
Thinking that the film was truly Rob's baby and that Rob was the only person of substance working on the production and that we really needed to focus on Rob. Let's celebrate Rob. Let's have a screening, the fuck Vinnie Smith screening. Let's have a screening of the film where Nicky's not allowed. And so Rob snuck me into the screening of the film.
Oh, I can't.
And it didn't go as well as we hoped it would, or as he hoped it would, I guess. But either way, we had a test screening that resulted out of this drama. And now the story's out on the internet for everyone to see.
My sister and my mom went to the screening. This was before I showed up. I was in the car with like Rob or
your mom and your sister drove me there because you went earlier to hang out with the guys because they liked you, but they hated me. It was hilarious.
And they got there and you
were funny.
You were sitting there and all of the Thomas fans were coming in and they were all like looking away and like they were pretending they didn't see you. They
ask
were, like,
anyone that was at this event, by the way. Ask Vincent, ask Annie, ask 3 Henry the Green Engine, ask any number of these guys. Ryan will tell you it was complete
Brady
fucking
was
bullshit.
like, this guy's here and he's gonna ruin our meetup.
Yeah.
He's a terrorist.
Okay, but now that it's out,
Brady, by the way, was convinced that once I had shown up to the screening of the movie that I wrote, directed, and edited, that I was going to do something on a level that police intervention would be needed. And Brady was repeatedly threatening to call the cops before he drove over to my hotel.
Followed me.
Tried to literally, he followed Rob and tried to.
I was at the center of all this. I was the one having to try.
Rob was at the center of all this.
And Brady's standing outside the hotel.
I want to my hotel room. And he's banging on the fucking door, and Jacob
questioned by Border Patrol.
Jacob is the blessing. Jacob is a little baby angel. And Jacob busts his nuts out. Jacob zips out his cock. It flops out. And Brady's like, I'm going to make a Rheneas story about this.
It's like, I love you, really Jacob. Oh my God, Jacob, you're here. Oh my God, I don't hate you.
I didn't think this
I'm shaking hands with Brady and I'm laughing it up.
I didn't think this is ever going to come out, but now it's out.
It all came out. Turtles is completely out of the closet. It's fine now. But here's the truth of the story. And let's just make that clear for the record, that at no point was Rob ever emotionally manipulated into being in my movie, because he came up with the idea of being in the movie. I never lied to anyone about any of that stuff.
Like this, he's like, "Where's Nicky?"
Yeah.
No,
I want to see
that was a
Nicky.
fun time. That was a fun
Yes.
time.
But see, now you're telling the story that you guys weren't there for. You're telling my version of it that I.
Well, that was my perspective because I was the one who was closest to Turtles.
Because I'm having to relive all this shit. And I never. Okay, I'm not gonna.
Okay, Rob, tell your story. Tell your side of the story here. Let's get it. Honestly,
yes,
for real. Let's tell the story. We've already gone this far. Tell the complete story from your perspective. Go.
Okay. Well, the reason that I'm cringing is, look. First of all, probably half the people in this chat know about this story
because they were all there.
Because they were either there or they were friends. So, like, obviously, this story could have come out. You know, like I know people know about it. That's why a lot of people in the chat right now are like, Vincent said you were telling this story. I'm so proud of you, dude. Okay, thank you, NC. But like, to kind of bring it back a little bit to the beginning, in 2018, Nicky and Brady had a falling out for a variety of reasons that I'm not going to get into, especially why, but they did. And at the time, of course, Turtles and Thomas.
It was literally over the viaduct.
Let's just get something very clear. The Thomas fan meetups were never public, open Thomas fan meetups. Okay, I just want to make. I know I'm pretty quiet about these things. I don't talk about it on Twitter because it's just a bunch of drama. But I like, at least with video, I can sit here and give context, and I'm very happy to see Annie see him and send it.
Honestly, let's take our fucking time with this and explain the entire thing, because we have the best perspective. All three of us were involved with this to some degree. Let's tell the truth of the situation.
Brady liked to be like, I can't believe you did this, Nicky. I can't believe that you showed up and you almost caused a scene, when it was really me and Rob's idea, because we wanted to give Nicky a redemption arc.
Yes, but okay,
we pressured you into coming.
Okay. So obviously we didn't say any of this.
Jacob and Rob absolutely pressured me into coming.
Okay, can I just tell the story, please? Because so much of the stuff that you guys have already said, like, you weren't even there to see. I have to explain it. Just okay. The reason I'm cringing is because I'm having to relive all this shit that I'd like literally like put down, you know what I mean? I tried to like suppress it and just forget about it. But as I said before, something that you guys have to keep in mind is that the Thomas fan meetups that were happening in Huntington, Pennsylvania were not, and I'm saying this like with complete sincerity, they were not Thomas fan meetups. They were Brady McGrath's friend meetups. Okay? I know Tank Engine Society, when it was being run by a bunch of different people, including Matt, I know they tried to go for the whole
the first three troughs were exclusively people that Brady McGrath likes. Hey, you can come to this hotel and like play a board game on a bed or something.
That's Tank Engine Society and what it was trying to do before it blew up. Oh, goody.
Yeah, you can come play a board game on the bed with Brady.
So before Matt and all those other guys came, like Tank Engine Society was created to combat the dictator known as Brady, who was basically deciding who got to come to this meetup and who didn't, with so much drama that, again, I had to suppress most of this. I'm kind of, but essentially in 2018, Brady and Nicky had a falling out for a variety of reasons, the viaduct being one of them. But what happened in the wake of that was Nicky was basically blacklisted from ever going to any of these meetups ever again. And it was all kept quiet. It was all private. But Brady basically made Nicky out to be like this really terrible person that was manipulating me into being in Tapmar Parody. And I want to state this on the record right now. I don't care that I've tried to ignore this, but I decided to do this parody because, to some degree, yeah, I influenced it. I was the one that wanted to first say, hey, why don't we just put on train conductor costumes and we'll just, because I got the brown hair like Mr. Conductor and you got the blonde hair, Nicky. So I was like, you know what? Let's see what we can do, right? Because it's the reason that I reached out to you in the first place and wanted to do the crossover review. Because I'm like, this kid is creative, funny, good actor. And one of the things I hate about...
Explain the thing without boosting my ego, please. We're good.
No, but again, one of the things I hate about this, not this fandom, but what I hate is so often is that people, they don't want to actually go out and they don't want to go out and make stuff. They just want to kind of sit around and just kind of shit talk. And I hated that. I'm kind of doing that right now. But
I hate people that shit talk. I've never shit talk in my life. I don't do it publicly on an internet stream at any point. I don't do it when I smoke.
This is different because this is getting out the bad blood that we haven't talked about. Like
maybe like
I always wanted to go out. I always wanted to go out and make stuff. I always wanted to go out and do reviews and do skits, and that was what I saw the fandom as. Let's get together and make fun stuff. Let's go out and make projects. And so that's what I wanted to do with Tapmar Parody. I was like, this is a great thing that I want to be a part of. And unfortunately, people like Brady seem less interested. And look, I'm a crabby, emotional person, but I was willing to do the work. And unfortunately, people like Brady are more interested in just kind of sitting around and schmoozing than actually doing something and trying to be better.
Thank you very much for not only your participation in the parody, Annie, but also your continual nice person being. And also, you were in the middle of all this too. You were at both of those fucking fan events, so you know the fucking truth from a perspective that none of us even have. We weren't in the room during a lot of those weird Turtles talks. So yeah, good night. Everyone say good night, Annie.
Bye bye.
Adios. She's a good one.
Okay, so can I just kind of finish this really quickly? So now that I've gotten all the context out of the way, yeah, that was my drive to get Tapmar Parody done. It was obviously difficult emotionally. It took its toll, but I saw through it to the end, and I did it. And I didn't want to talk about this because I just wanted to do it. But then Brady, unfortunately, made things so difficult by being so emotional and so selfish that, and obviously I'm biased here, but from what I saw and from what a lot of people will say is, yeah, Brady was acting with bad intention, whereas you, Nicky, you had good intention. You wanted to make something with everybody, and obviously, yeah, there were mistakes. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But
it's mistakes that I apologized for.
Yes, but Brady wasn't interested in doing that. He wanted control.
Brady, oh, and by the way, by just super tiny thing. I'm sorry, Rob. Super tiny thing. I know you're gonna get your thing out. Turtles and I were friends, then we weren't friends, and then we sort of became friends again for during the pandemic. And then
he tried to move on from it and just forget about it, like whatever. It's
you never apologized though for any of it.
What I'm saying is, during that entire period where we were still sort of friends, I was hesitant to fully accept him due to the fact that at no point had he ever apologized for anything that he did in 2018 or 2019. That's all I was going to say. Keep going, Rob.
Well, after you were basically blacklisted, they started kind of, planning on the 2019 meetup with one of the kind of, big events being, hey, I think Rob has been taken advantage of by this Nicky kid. Let's get revenge, or at least, again, this was I'm not blaming anybody else really, but Brady. Brady was the mastermind behind this. A lot of people from Twillman to Matt could see that this was out of control and ridiculous, but Brady was kind of pushing this whole like revenge fantasy where he was pretending like, oh, we're going to do this for Rob. Rob has, been taken advantage of by this kid. He's worked so hard. Let's screen the movie. Let's screen Tatmar parody at the 2019 show. But we'll do it without Nicky there and without him knowing, and we'll only let him know after. So I just want to make something very clear. Brady was going to get me to convince Nicky, hey, look, can I have a rough cut of your movie that you've been working on for 2-3 years? Well, why, Rob? Oh, I just want it. I just want a rough cut. So Nicky was going to go and get a rough cut for me, send it to me, and I was going to have a file of the rough cut. I was then going to go to a movie theater in Huntington, Pennsylvania, show the rough cut to these people, right? And Brady. And then Brady was going to take like pictures of all of us in the movie theater sitting there smiling and being like, yeah, we're watching Nicky's director's cut of his parody. Isn't this great? We love Rob. And
it's like, haha, Nicky's not here. Too bad you weren't invited.
I was sitting there going like, how could you do that? Like, I could never, ever forgive myself if I literally went behind my back and lied.
By the way, people are confused in the comments. People are confused in the comments. When you say Nicky, that's me. Vinny Smith is a fictional character. Someone in the comments didn't know who you were talking about.
That's
Rob.
Nicky.
Okay, yes, Nicky is Vinny. I think we established that a year ago, but whatever.
Hi, Vinny Smith.
I just remember thinking like I could have never forgiven myself if I'd actively participated in that, because that would have just been like the shittiest, most cutthroat, deceitful. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Are you guys
I can.
But that would have just been like the most, deceitful. What are you guys doing?
What are you doing, Nicky?
My roommates won't shut up. I put myself on mute on purpose. Keep talking.
I thought, yeah, okay. So
I put myself on mute on purpose.
I just thought that would have been the meanest thing I could have ever done to somebody. Was gone behind their back. Okay, you can argue, yeah, but didn't you go behind your back to bring behind their backs to sneak Nicky into the event? But I did it with the intention of like revealing, hey guys, Nicky's here, and he's here to make amends. You're trying to show his movie without his permission. He is here to say, hey, you can't do this without me. Let's talk and let's get over this nonsense. Because a lot of you guys, a lot of the guys, even Brady, Matt, Twillman, they were all in the movie. They all helped with it, right? It was ridiculous that like this is going on. Like, let's just nip this in the butt and let's deal with it. Come on, let's act like adults here for the first time in our lives and try and get over this.
Yeah, it was supposed to be like a redemption arc where it's like, hey, Nicky's here. And he's gonna try and make amends. And Brady was like, he's here to ruin our meetup. He's a domestic terrorist.
No, wait. You're getting ahead of yourself. What happened was that I kind of was playing two sides here. I was pretending to be like, oh yeah, guys, I'll go along with this. I'll show the director's cut. And then I was also saying to Nicky, like, hey man, you should come to the event because you're gonna have to probably come to Toronto anyway to film. Right, because it's better than doing it in California. Let's just try and do this. Unfortunately, what happened was, and I'm not going to elaborate on how it got out, but it got out. It got back to the guys that Nicky was coming, like days before he was supposed to arrive. This is now July 2019, and
he told them the night we arrived. I thought. The night we pulled into town, I thought it happened around the same time.
Days in advance that there was like a.
Well, Matt knew days in advance, but the group didn't know until the same night that we pulled into town.
Well,
I'm
there
pretty
were rumors and all that. Anyway, so we.
Whatever. I don't know. Obviously, I'm not in the fucking know because I'm not allowed to be there.
We pull into Huntington on July 18th, with the assumption that no one knows that Nicky's going to be there, and we're going to screen the movie. Nicky's going to come out. It's going to be a big thing, but then we're gonna deal with this, right? And dear Matt, comes out, Matt Mashad, explains to me that everybody knows Nicky's there because they're all at the Comfort Inn, right, in Huntington. And then Jacob and Nicky are, being housed at the Huntington Motor Inn. Was that it? It was a different
Motor Inn. It was like the really shitty version. It was the
Yeah,
really shitty
so-
hotel everyone stayed in 2018.
I get to the Comfort Inn. Matt tells me that the whole thing is going to blow up, and I'm like, okay, I'm on no sleep. I've just driven 8-9 hours. I got screwed over by the Border Patrol. How are we going to make this work? So fortunately, Ed, Tim, Zara King, Blue Tank, and Jaden welcomed me in, and they were very nice. We had a nice little time together. Fortunately, they're not here to talk about it, but the next day, because I didn't see Brady that night. The next day, though, I had to get a lecture from Brady, and it was supervised by Matt and Thomas Wooden Railway and Ted, dear Ted, who I love. And they were I mean, I think Thomas Wooden Railway is getting kind of emotional, but like Turtles was just like a steam kettle, just like erupting. Like he was just getting, like he was sounding insane. He was like, Robert, do you have any idea what you've done? You have threatened everyone's safety. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Right? Like I was
threatened everyone's safety.
Ooh, like I put everyone's safety at risk by bringing you.
We'll call the police then.
And I like ruined the event. And I'm like,
call the police.
Call the police.
Call the police. No. Leave it to
We're not tattletales.
Leave it to Brady and me. What will you do? They asked. Can you keep a secret? Yes. Well then, I'm going to go to the Huntington Motor Inn and I'm going to go confront Nicky. Oh, right, because that's a good idea.
And they decided to stone him until he was dead.
Well, what happened was, Brady kind of put two and two together. He's like, where are they? Where's Nicky? He didn't really have a problem with you, Jacob, but he's like, where's Nicky? I want to go talk to him. And I'm like, no, you're not seeing him. Don't be ridiculous. Don't make me step into you. And then of course Matt intervened and he's like, okay, Rob and I will go talk to Nicky and we'll try and figure this out. So we go to the Motor Inn. Matt goes into the motel room, talks to Nicky, who's on like no sleep. He's been editing for like 3 days straight.
And I'm just chilling.
And Jacob's just chilling, And Brady shows up at the Motor Inn. He gets out of his car and he's basically, so you know how in all his reviews he always kind of walks towards the camera with like two invisible suitcases in his hands?
No, that was my observation. Don't steal my bit, Rob. My bit. Okay, that was my joke. My joke is that Turtles always walks around like he's carrying two really heavy invisible suitcases, and he just kind of bobs around.
Where's Nicky? I want to see him.
Yeah,
if you watch any of the old Turtles and Thomas reviews where he's just wandering around the woods doing some dumb shit, that's
and so imagine seeing that in real life. Imagine seeing Brady McGrath walking towards you.
Dude, it was like
Among
Us. I was so
this
scared.
is Turtles without his hoodie. He's just some fucking white guy with curly hair, acne, and glasses, and he's going dunk, and he bangs on the fucking. He literally, I remember he knocked on the hotel room.
I'm in the parking lot, face to face with this guy, being like, "No, you're not going to see Nicky." No, I'm about to push him. I'm like, "No, don't do this, right?" Because I don't want to have to step into you, but if we're gonna have to do it here, right? I was like, "No, this is not happening." So I don't know exactly how Brady got up there, because we were on the second floor. He got up there. It was like, I mean, have you ever seen any of Mr. MPS 2002's videos of all of us outside the motel? Just picture that, and just like Brady running up the stairs and like banging on the door.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, and it is important to keep in mind here that Jacob, like I said, is the only person that has failed to piss off anyone this year, because last year, meaning 2018, the previous year, I was on good terms with Turtles. I went to his house. Jacob went to my house, who was not on good terms with Turtles. Now I'm not on good terms with Turtles. Jacob is on good terms with Turtles, and he has to go out into the hallway to be the intermediate, because I've been editing for 72 hours straight at that point for a film premiere that, again, I'm not allowed to attend.
Yeah, it was fucked up because like me and Turtles were like fighting like in 2018, and then like we confronted each other and we got over it. And then he really hated Nicky instead because, oh, Nicky, can't believe he did this. Can't believe he ruined this. And then so he's banging on the doors like, I want to see Nicky. Nicky, you better come out, or I'm gonna start getting real mad. So then I step out.
I remember Matt saying to you, like, oh, by the way, Brady's here, and you being like nervous.
And Nicky's like, what? No,
like, dude, I can't handle this. Like, I'm awake for 72 hours.
And in that fucking moment, I had not slept for 2 days, and this guy's banging on the door, and he's like 5 feet taller than me. Even though I could probably kick his ass, I'm still afraid of him. He's like, it's like freaking Frankenstein's coming at your door.
So I bust out the door and I'm like, "Hey, buddy, what's up,
And
man?
diffuses
What's up,
the
buddy? How you
situation.
doing,
Yeah.
man?
There's
You
actually a
doing good?"
picture. Jacob, do you have that picture of when you and Brady met?
I do.
Yeah.
That is the only evidence that this ever happened, by the way.
There actually is a photo of this event
Which
where
I
Jacob
took.
met Brady that
Which
Rob
I
took,
took.
which
And it
you
was-
should
it
post
was
on
like-
Twitter. Jacob's gonna post it on Twitter as soon as he finds it. So check out Jacob's
Which
Twitter
was like,
at
that
Flying
was
Pringle to see the
diffusing the
photo
situation.
outside the hotel where this really happened. We have proof. We're not bullshitting you. If anyone tells you any different, it's a lie.
I guess
Oh
that
my
I have to
God.
post on Twitter because I don't really know how to share it here in the live stream.
Yeah,
No, you
so-
well, you could. Couldn't you put it up like you put up the Jafar video?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just put it on the stream,
I
baby.
forgot about that. I forgot about the Jafar video.
Killer.
So,
We have after like 5 hours, we still have 221 people watching us talk about garbage.
Because
This is nuts.
Because we're literally, it's drama.
Because
People love
we're
drama.
roasting the CEO, the literal, unironic CEO of the Tank Engine Society.
Does it only let me do video files?
What a fucking
Just
joke!
It only
put it on
lets
Twitter.
it only
The
lets
whole
me do
fucking
video
company was
files.
such a joke.
So I'm just gonna tweet it.
I mean, if you really want the answers as to why Tank Engine Society exists and why
yeah.
all that happened,
It's all bullshit.
it's all Brady. It's all his fault.
Would we? Are we done with this story? Or
Well, again, I just
what?
want to finish off by saying, look, I don't want to
Yeah, I felt like you had more to
on
say.
Brady. I've never wanted to speak about this publicly. Of course, it doesn't help that like half the people watching this know about this to some degree. We're there to hear about it, or I don't think really what I'm saying is that much of a secret. More of like a story that I just didn't really have to talk about. It's just very irritating because if it happened to like anybody else, it would have been on Twitter and would have been like cause for like a huge shitstorm. But the thing is, though, is that like we Nicky, Jacob, and I, we tried to forget about it. We tried to just like let bygones be bygones, move on, move forward, and whatever.
Here's the Twitter link to the photo.
So yeah, that happened. I got confronted by. That's it. That's it. Oh boy, that is it. So anyway,
You see the hashtag?
Yeah, I tried really hard to try and reason with him, try and be as calm as possible, try and avert the situation from getting out of hand.
Are you saying something, Nicky? Because we can't hear you.
I'm not saying I was perfect, but yeah.
Sorry. Whoops.
Yeah, Nicky, what do you think of my funny caption?
Yeah, no. So,
Anyway, that's the story from my perspective. I tried my best to. I made mistakes, but I think Brady definitely revealed again the person. The interesting thing is that when Brady left a little while ago, Brady. Let's make something very clear. Brady didn't get canceled. Okay, Brady left because he couldn't handle the criticism of all that behavior that he had been dealing out for years. You know what I mean? Like if what had happened with him and Sleepy Henry had happened to anybody else, it would have been a big fuck up. You know what I mean? Like if Matt had dealt with the Sleepy Henry situation the way that Brady handled it, that would have been a big fuck up for a guy like Matt. You would have been like,
absolutely.
oh my gosh, how could he have handled it? How could he have been so cold and then
I love how
Sturduke under the bus, right? But the key thing is that Matt probably wouldn't have done that, or wouldn't have. What am I saying? He wouldn't have.
No, he would never have done that because Matt's not an evil guy.
But if anybody else had done that, they would have handled it so much better. It's because who Brady is, who he's been for years. It's just a culmination of. It was just a perfect storm of everything he is. Culmination, thank you. Of who he is, how he treats people. It all just came together at this exact moment that there was so much anger and hostility built up towards him that he realized, okay, I'm not going to deal with this. I'm going to leave. So he didn't get canceled. No, he left because he realized he couldn't stay here in this fandom without having to continually deal with the way that he continually treats people. And that's what happened.
Yeah.
Okay, let's watch the movie.
That's the story. Yeah.
So yeah, I just love how this episode of a commentary track turned into literal like Keemstar Joe Rogan shit. But that was fun. Anyways, Turtles and Thomas is an asshole. Don't financially support him ever.
What a goofy guy.
Wow.
What a silly guy.
Love the monkey joke.
Yeah, of course you. There's another master poop joke we pretty much just stole.
This whole movie's just. What if we made the
This
master
whole movie's
poop
just
video
master
film?
poop stolen, except I don't feel bad because he also worked on new content for the movie.
I love this effect. The water was real.
Yeah, because you were the guy on the hose. You were,
Yeah,
you were the guy with the
right
garden
here,
hose pumping
right
the
here
water in
is a
that
reference
shot.
to Toy Story. Remember when Buzz is like,
crap?
Yep.
It's like he's like choking, and Woody looks up and he's like, so. Anyway,
Toy Story reference.
Now here's
Whole
the
movie's
craziest.
Toy Story references.
Here's the craziest.
And then when
scene.
Mr. Conductor bobs up again, that was not actually in the script. That was Rob actually coming out of the water, but I liked the way it played just for half a second, so I put it in.
And I filmed that in November
Fucking good.
in Southern Ontario.
This is
But
so
you never,
wonderful.
in the video, you said that I had asked you to, and I was forcing you to, like Turtles believed. So whose side of history are you on now, Rob?
Depends on what mood I'm in, you know.
That's a good point.
So there's
He's
the
either
dummy.
team Edward or team Jacob.
Yeah, so
I'm
here's
on Team
Charlie Rivers'
Jacob.
team.
Yeah, I wonder why.
And here, of course, is the rabbit making a reappearance. This was shot in my backyard. That close up.
Yeah, and then the rabbit. The most of the shots of dialogue in the river, Rob is just sitting in the river, obviously not like moving, and the water is rushing
And
towards
I'm
him.
under the
Although,
water, like doing this.
I'm surprised how little it doesn't take away from the scene the fact that we shot the live action stuff in the literal rain, and the rest of the scene is like pretty sunny. But just the close-ups, it's pouring with rain, and you can see it in the
It
river.
kind
if
of
you-
just looks
if
like
you
the
pay-
water's flowing really fast.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, it works. I'm surprised how well it works because it could have looked really weird if just some of the scenes were shot in the pouring rain, but it actually works pretty well.
So in
'Cause
some
the rest
these
of it's
later
obviously in, like, sunlight. It's much sunnier.
This scene, right? Not this one. This one. That was shot when the river suddenly swelled and smelled like
Yeah.
cow manure, and I still to this day like, there I am
Rob-
lying in it. So
I mean, it doesn't matter at the end of the day because we are all fine here. We have made
yeah,
it.
I hope.
God, this
That-
scene is so
that-
fucking
And
impressive.
so we put
was so difficult to
Jacob in the Mr. Conductor suit and threw him over the waterfall.
That
Can I
was-
actually
yeah,
tell a
that
little
hurt.
story about how I shot that waterfall scene?
Yeah, you put me in the suit and then you threw me over and it hurt a lot.
Do you mind
I had to
pausing it
go
for
to the
a second? Jacob, can you pause it? Hold on.
I had the rabbit on my hand. It's kind of hard to use the mouse.
Pause it right here. Thank you. Okay. So that shot of the dummy going over the waterfall that we actually did, like, first of all, I had like a drone getting footage of like, going over and all that. But to get that, there was this not random, but there was this waterfall because I had to look all over Southern Ontario for waterfalls. And so, hold on, I'm just going to. Anyway, so went all over the place. Was looking at different ones. Some were too small. Some were not going to have any water because like it's only during certain times of the year that there's enough flow, right? So finally, I found this one. It was like several hours out that looked perfect, but this was like a public waterfall, right? So we had to kind of do it and then get out of there, right? Because we didn't have any permits, right? And it had actually snowed that morning because this is like November of like 2019, I guess. Or maybe it was 2018. I don't remember. But so we get there.
Wait.
my dad and I get there.
Wait. Oh, when the actual dummy went over the river itself?
Yeah.
That was the same time. That was November 2018. 18. Because that was the stuff that you shot in between the two visits that I had to Toronto.
That's right. So we shot that at this waterfall, which was open to the public, and it was like November, and it snowed that morning, right? So get there, scout it. Yeah, water flow looks good. Get the dummy on the board, get them all dressed up. So we had like this tarp, and again, like we get there, and there's it's open to the public. There's like people walking. But just as we're about to start filming, a school bus shows up, and all these punk high school kids are going to see the waterfall.
I hate high school kids. These punks.
So we had to leave. We had to leave the tarp there that we were going to use to collect the dummy once he fell in. And we had to leave. And then when we came back, the tarp was gone. So they took our tarp, right? We come back. I'm like, okay, we just got to do it. So we got the dummy on the water on the dummy on the water board or the boogie board, whatever it was.
So we waterboarded turtles, and then
we sent him over, and it was awful. It didn't work. He fell off. It looked terrible. So I was like, no, we got to do it again. So I wade into the water. It's like 5 feet deep. I wade in. I get the dummy. I get his hat. The badge disappeared. So I'm like, screw it. We get him on the board again. I go to a different angle. I put him on there. My dad pushes him over. He slides. And that's the shot that you see in the final version. Of course, it was reversed because I was on the other side. And so that was a extremely difficult thing to shoot, but I'm incredible that we got it done. And it's one of the more difficult and impressive shots, I think, in the movie, so I'm happy.
We still have like a third left, and we're already at 3 hours on the stream.
Well, that's okay. What is it, 3.5 hours? Okay, so it'll be another, hour or so, whatever. I mean, that Brady segue took up a lot of time.
Yeah, it did.
I didn't think that was ever going to see the light of day.
All that just came out like all at once.
I know. I'd kind of talked to Nicky beforehand and said like, maybe we shouldn't. Let's not. But I kept making jokes about it that only people who were there would get or heard, but whatever.
Well, now they know.
Yeah, now they know.
Your house is the windmill is so pretty. It's so fun.
Well, because like that house, like Rob will tell you 1,000 times. He's literally told me this 1,000 times. All the houses in this neighborhood are very British in architectural inspiration. So the brick pattern that would be on the side of a house in that area is not completely dissimilar to what might be in like a garden or a little windmill or some sort of countryside brick structure in the middle of an English countryside.
And then I actually made the windmill prop to have like.
And then that's the Isle of Man. That's the same angle from when in the real movie when Patch and Burnett are talking on the cliff, and he's like, "Where's Lily?" That's that establishing shot. It's the same cliff.
Oh, you mean this first shot?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Stone. I'm sorry, Mr. Stone. She wasn't at the station when I went back for her.
So fucking pretty. Dude, I miss the Isle of Man. I miss it. I can't believe we actually got up on that hill.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta see the tweet. Oh my god.
The love.
Oh my god. Oh, I can't believe it. That's the only surviving evidence that this confrontation ever happened.
Where are you taking me? Almost there. Cool it.
God damn it didn't work. Sorry, Thomas fan 54. Thomas 54, whatever. Never saw any motorcycle races or anything when I went to Isle of Man. Probably just went at a weird time.
There was originally a motorcycle race in the movie that I never shot, and I don't think I ever told anyone about because you guys never read the script all the way through. Oh yeah, by the way, if anyone's not clear about what they're doing there, they're not holding hands and kissing. They are having full penetrative sex there. Let's just break everyone's childhood immediately. He is fucking railing her. Okay, ladies and
gentlemen. They are not
gentlemen.
having sex, dude. They are just hanging out and being good friends. Me and all my bros do that too.
Yes.
Lily, are you up, sweetheart?
And after that very graphic scene, here's a cute little moment between a granddaughter and her grandfather. I do like this part because we were able to explain why Lily wears this stupid, iconic purple sweater. We couldn't not have Lily wear the purple sweater because that's like perfect. That's like not having Mr. Conductor wear the suit. but it's a terrible costume.
Where's
The costume
Patch?
designer-
Why is he in the movie? Oh, there he is.
Yeah, the costume designer for the original fucking sucked.
There he is. After how many hours? 2 hours?
After like 2.5 hours, Patch
That's
finally
me.
shows up for like
But
5
this-
scenes at the end of
I
the
remember,
movie.
but I remember when I said, "Look, if
You
Patch
steal the
is
show, man. You
introduced
really do.
into the
Like
scene-
honestly, you're not in it for like as much as you were
Showstopper.
before, but you literally, I'm not even joking, you literally fucking steal the show. As soon
And
as
there's that-
you are in the movie, it's very easy to assume that you're a main character again. It's really good watching it in retrospect.
And
Because it's
there, of
really
course,
it's weird watching it a year out, anyways.
there, of course, is who is who did the James Horsley did the sound design, and I asked if he could have all those crows and birds.
You son of a
walking.
bitch! That was me. I didn't. That wasn't him. That was me.
Oh shoot!
I added the crows.
Well, thank you, James Horsley, for doing the rest of the sound design.
Yeah, James Horsley did the rest of the sound mix in the second half of the movie, but I mean, actually, he did the whole thing through. What am I talking about? He went back in and added shit to the first half that wasn't there before.
So anyway, deciding to only introduce Patch at this point, it just made the film flow so much better. Having this character introduction, the backstory, character introduction, the backstory, right? Instead of establishing everybody all at once and then trying to follow them, right? Instead,
I have no memory of
only
shooting any of these scenes.
I'm still super fucking happy with the next 3 scenes. So this scene where we first meet Patch, and then the scene where they're on the cliff, and then the scene where he drops her off at the station and Boomer spies him walking. Those 3
place
sequences
over 3 separate years.
they do. And I'm really happy with that. Like, I don't know, it's 8-minute chunk of the movie or something. I think that part's really, really strong, especially since most of the time when the movie's strong, it has to do with like the trains or Diesel 10 or Mr. Conductors.
It's more like smearing aids.
There's the smearing aids joke that Rob still doesn't know.
No, please
More
explain.
like, hey Peter.
Well, should we pause it then or what?
How long's it gonna
'Cause I have to
take?
tell us. It's like a 2-minute story.
Jesus, we're gonna fill this whole thing up with stories.
Yeah,
Does that
well, I
have anything
mean,
to do with
if I'm
Brady?
gonna tell a story, I should you pause the thing.
Does it have anything to do with Brady? If not, I'm not interested.
Never mind. We're moving on. We're moving
No,
on.
you can tell it. You can tell it.
Isaiah's on the beach somewhere. In the
Oh yeah, Isaiah. Tugster Intensifies
Poor
is standing on the
Isaiah.
beach down there.
I feel so
somewhere.
bad. He was just alone on the beach.
He was.
while we were
I'm sure
shooting.
he was very pissed at us, reasonably so. He was pretty upset, but we're all good now, buddy. Let's just squash all these beefs all at once in one stream.
How old was I in this movie?
Hey,
Like
Cedric
12?
Railway Modeler's here.
Steven!
After all the praise we gave him and all the
What are you talking? He's already a moderator. What are you talking about?
Steven!
Oh, hey,
all the
Steven,
praise-
you're here.
all the praise we gave him and all the
Yeah, Steven, you missed the part of the movie you were involved in. You did all the engine scenes in the first half of the movie, basically. And then we cut like 5 of them as well.
Yeah, if you,
We cut a ton of Steven's work in the first half.
Why did I do that? I hunch my shoulders for no
You,
reason.
I think you're doing an impression of some invisible suitcases there, Jacob.
I'm lifting my suitcases. I'm lifting my suitcases.
Yeah, you're on your way to the airport. You're on the way to the hotel with your suitcases.
There he is. There's Brady.
There's Brady. There's
There's
Brady in
Lisa.
in this wanted sign. Yeah.
No, I'm just waiting for a friend of mine.
I'm very happy with the camera work in this scene. It's like really not anything fancy or flashy, but I think it's like more professional than some of the other parts of it.
but to have the camera actually following them in the middle of the frame gives that feeling that like you're watching a professional movie, right? Because if it's you and me acting in front of the camera has to stay perfectly still.
Yeah.
But that's Adam.
Oh yeah,
Buddy
there's
Adam.
Adam. There's Adam. That scene has Rob and Jacob were not there, but both of their goofy friends are forced into it because Grease Mixer's on the wall and Adam's off screen.
And your goofy best friend Brady's in it.
I hate that. I hate that so much, but you're right.
Yeah, there's a lot of scenes that probably should have been dubbed or had different microphones, but whatever.
Wait. Oh, you mean in regards to this one?
Yeah, in
Sound
regards
design
to
was
this scene,
neglected.
somebody commented on the.
Sound design was definitely neglected in a lot of the scenes.
I mean, we made a pretty looking movie, not a pretty sounding movie.
We had a pretty we had a detailed soundtrack that didn't have all the levels mixed properly because I don't know anything about audio, and James Horsley's tried his best, but he had to help dude. James Horsley had like a 2 or 3. No, actually, no. He had like a month.
We came to him at the last minute.
James Horsley had about a month to do the sound mix of the movie, and
For
he
a
was a little bit
3-hour
delayed
movie.
because he had to help some drunken guy who was like bleeding on the sidewalk get to the hospital. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I was like, James, you haven't done any work for the movie in a few days. Where you been, man? We need to get this going.
Right.
Sorry, mate. I was in the fucking hospital. Some dude like his head exploded on the street.
Holy shit.
It's so fucking funny.
I just got the best comment on Twitter. Someone commented on the picture of me and Brady. It's like, oh, you guys decided to move in together? That's so cute. And obviously misinformed. Completely misinformed.
Oh, like unironic,
Like
you
unironically,
mean?
like, oh my god, are you guys actually
Oh, you
gay?
guys are moving. You guys are moving into a shitty hotel. Congratulations.
Yeah, we're moving into a motel together. Huntington, Pennsylvania. That's where I always want to be.
Every time. Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
I'm really happy with the visual effects in this scene. And actually, all the visual effects for the next like 15 minutes are consistently really solid, I think.
Teleportation, a little bit of both.
How long is this movie?
Too long. We paused for 45 minutes to fucking wipe his dirty diaper. So, I mean, you know.
On Brat McCrap.
Yeah.
On Burp McSlurp.
Burp McSlurp. That's what we're gonna call him from now on. If we ever do any future Magic
Love this
Railroad
shot.
parodies,
I love this shot so much.
that shot was edited by the train modeler Lucas. Lucas did a great job.
I
with
love
that
Lucas.
shot.
I'm gonna marry
Yeah.
Lucas. I have
Lucas
a ring
is
already.
That's the wedding that this guy on Twitter should look out for, not the Brady one.
Isabel Bravo said Nicky in all caps.
Oh, Izzy. Hey, Izzy. I'm not looking at the comments right now, but hey, Izzy.
Thomas! Thomas!
I remember Jacob. Oh, okay. So this sequence was motion tracked and rotoscoped by my friend, my big buddy Mark. But that is, of course, the photo edits and the footage itself and the beautiful performance were all obtained by Jacob J. Craft McGee Doviditis.
This was so difficult to do.
Brought to you by Coca-Cola and
This-
macaroni and cheese.
This is the original cave entrance, or this is at least where it was.
Nothing, Rob. Nothing for that last one. Okay.
Wait, what?
Shut up, bitch.
I made a joke about Coca-Cola and macaroni and cheese, and you just didn't laugh.
Shut up.
Andrew
Anyways,
might.
Okay, keep going.
So this is actually the cave entrance from the movie, but like it was only what's
Explain.
left of it because obviously it didn't have arches in real life. I've probably talked about this 1,000 times, but if anybody hasn't heard the story yet,
No, you should tell the story. Tell the story.
Me and Wiley in 2018, we hiked up to the top of this mountain, just hoping. We had no idea. Nobody has ever been up here since the movie had even been filmed. We were just like fingers crossed praying that the cave entrance still existed at the top of this mountain and that we could film on it because we had like 1 day left on the Isle of Man and we had to get it done and we rented out all this equipment. So we are hauling ass with these giant backpacks. I'm carrying a tripod, batteries, a microphone. I'm literally doing the Brady McGrath suitcase walk up this mountain in Converse because it's what my character wears in the movie. And the only way that you could get up the mountain to get to where the cave entrance on Muffle Mountain was is to walk through this pasture of horses and like cows and stuff. And me and Wiley were in the middle of this field, and all of a sudden all the horses and cows from all over the pasture came toward us. And we were so fucking scared. I thought that I was gonna get They did not go moo. I was so scared. I was very scared. I pooped in my pants because I thought these horses were gonna kill me. It was like what do you do if you're attacked by horses and you're in the middle of nowhere and there's no reception and you're trespassing on someone else's property? What do you do? So that was scary. But they were really nice. They left us alone after we just like were chill. And we get up there and it was so crazy because there hasn't been any photographic evidence of anybody going up there in 20 years. The only footage or video you can even find of the mountain is in the movie. Like outside of the movie, it's like this place didn't even exist. So the fact that it was all even there and that it even looked
Keep in
like
mind,
it did,
in the movie, it's only in a single shot of the final cut. There were many other scenes that were removed in the test screening, arena.
And
but
I know for a
in the
fact,
final cut of the movie, what the artifact, the landscape that you are looking for, this archway thing, it's like a super pivotal thing. Like the place where Lady, the entire plot is built around Lady. One shot.
yeah, but I know
One
that
shot.
they definitely filmed more of it, obviously because it was in the director's cut, but obviously because there is like the 2001 like Muffle Mountain set has like this drawing of the Muffle Mountain cave entrance from like this weird angle that you only get from standing on the opposite side.
Yeah, that's true.
And I was like, okay, they had to have like taken photos.
Because I
here.
have that fucking toy.
So this whole shot is like perfectly aligned with the original shot from the movie.
And was supposed to be earlier in our version.
Yeah, because I'm wearing a weird red shirt for no explicable reason, but
which we had to then come up with that whole, we took the smearing age joke.
Oh, he's wearing a red shirt because
she made my shirt turn pink, and then he's like, "Why is it girly for a guy to wear a pink shirt?" So now my work shirt is pink. So we did that to keep the scene.
Really
I think the explanation is perfect because we came up with it at the absolute.
Nobody cares what color the shirt is. Everybody's like, "Oh my god, oh man!" So, God, that was so fun to film. It was actually miserable, but it was so fun when I remember it. It's so fun in my mind.
It's really you have a much more positive outlook on the production of this film than you did when you were actually experiencing it. I can tell you.
I repress all bad memories.
And Vincente, I like Vincente's comment. The pink shirt thing is so good because it ties into the Rob arc, which is right. Because then, Patch is always saying, like, why is it girly for a guy to wear a pink shirt? I don't care. I don't care what people think of me. And then he tells Mr. Conductor, maybe you should worry less about you, or what other people think and more about yourself. And it's like, oh, right, shit. That's consistent with his whole attitude, right? So it was nice to line those up.
Let's take you back to the yards, girls. I'm going out to look for Mr. Conductor again.
How's that tweet doing?
It has 117 likes.
Oh.
Hashtag love wins. Jesus Christ.
Ace of Trains did a fantastic job. Here. He did a really good job because I wanted it to sound like season 3 music.
That's a thick shot. Thick.
Thomas.
Thomas.
And then Annie and Clarabelle are voiced by my mom, who plays Lily's mom. And then the other Clarabelle is voiced by my aunt, who owns the house that they filmed the apartment scene in.
Oh, so they really are like sisters. That's a neat detail.
Not sister. It's complicated, but yeah.
Piping hot ranch dressing down my funnel while I was sleeping.
Neil came up with the ranch dressing joke. That was very good. We spent like 2 hours on a call brainstorming what a good replacement joke would be.
What was
Neil isn't here, but
we had one of mine was like a jar of cum, and he was like, "No, that's too much."
Yeah, come on.
a bunch of foreskins from outside of a church.
And someone just asked who was Thomas voiced by. Neil, and he's fantastic.
Neil is the voice of Thomas. Neil came up with the ranch dressing joke. Neil is wait, what's his fucking?
Have you seen my cousin anywhere?
Why did I forget?
Yes, Percy is Coyote Media.
It's a funny actor.
Well, can we just, tag along? I think Cuz wanted to tell me something.
Fine, you can come.
Thanks, lad. Come on, Lily. I'm very at home on trains.
Does Junior do this into Thomas's magnet, Nikki? Does he do this?
He sure does. Now that I don't care about talking about that incident, he sure does. Now that we've gotten past the awkward threshold, it sure does.
I'll always remember that night when that was happening.
That was an awesome night. That's another
And
story we
then
haven't told.
Somebody went in the Thomas Friends account, tried to blur out the middle
Mashad
finger.
did. It was Mashad.
But it backfired and blurred out all the faces except the middle
Mashad
finger.
spent all this time editing the magnet. Yeah. Anyways, I'm really happy with this shot. It's inspired by the manga. And then I like that shot because I think it's
The
flawless. and Jack-
rotoscoping is so good. The windmill
Jack wrote-
shots are my fucking favorite,
Yeah.
dude.
What's Master Pooper edited those shots. They're fantastic.
Do you remember we actually found whatever material we made the bags out of? We found that like in my garage. And then
I
that was
thought-
just like,
oh yeah, we did. Yeah.
and then we're just like, can we use this?
Because I remember I remember one of the first things we did is we took Eric to Home Depot and we were looking at garden hoses for supplies for the bellflower, so you could pull them out and go brrr, like you're looking at bungee cords. Your mom was looking at like exercise like bungee
Yeah,
cords,
those exercise
so that we could
bands, yeah.
pull it, like really pull it out like spaghetti.
Breeze Gaming, you haven't missed much.
You really haven't. He missed quite a lot actually. Fuck off, Jacob. You can leave.
Fuck off, Ghost.
I'm gonna be here for a while because it's not even 9 p.m. where I am.
It's 10:46 here, bitch.
Well, you can go to sleep, asshole.
I'll go to sleep in my bed right there, and the stream will just continue.
Oh well, I'll go to sleep. Help to pass the time.
I like the shot of Junior and Lily and Thomas is in the background. I think that's a pretty good shot.
I liked it when it was over.
Oh, this was your. I remember you came up with that bit on the set, and we were losing the light, and it was really pissing me off because I was like, Rob, I don't even get this joke. No one's gonna get this joke. We are losing the sunlight. I need the direct sunlight. And you're like, no. People are gonna love this joke. No. Let me just do it. No. And you spent like all this time trying to Google the right picture, and you couldn't find it. And then we did, and then you printed it out. We got all that stuff. And then by the time that we got to that point, that meant that the rest of the dialogue scene was like the lighting was a bit flatter. So I had to bring it up in editing to match the rest of the scene because it started out in direct sunlight. And by the time we got to here, the sun was already behind the tree. You can tell.
I'm sorry.
This is all your fucking fault, you son of a bitch.
It's my fault the parody exists.
But Jacob did all the blending in these shots in the Mr. Conductor angle of this shot reverse shot dialogue sequence.
Jacob, did you literally go to sleep in your bed?
I did.
And this was a fun scene to shoot because obviously it was the first time that like you and I interacted, right?
Oh yeah, so this June, I think I've said this before, but yeah, the windmill scene here is the very first time that I ever was in front of the camera instead of behind the camera shooting the movie. So that was
you were
really
doing like you were doing like a Jared Leto, like I'm gonna stay in character. And
oh yeah, I did a total Jared Leto Suicide Squad, and I remained in character when I was staying at Rob's house because I thought it would be funny because it was just fun to do the Scottish. I was getting really good at the Scottish accent.
Not all the time.
For a good
just
chunk,
like,
no, like towards the end, I mean. For like a
Just
good,
like when you were
good
on
day, a
set.
good few-day period. No, at the end. Remember at the end, I was doing the Scottish accent. When we were at the airport at Harvey's Hamburgers or whatever. When we were transferring that shit over the hard drives at the airport, I was still doing the Scottish accent.
I remember that. And the important thing about this whole scene, right, in the context of the movie was like, you know, so much of it was shot on green screen, but like you and I had to be together.
There's no way we could fake that in the same way that you can fake Burnett.
You had to be smacking me and fucking, hitting me, right? Like Lily and I as characters could be on green screen and just put together. Burnett, whoever else. But no. You and I had to be on the screen together. That was like the whole genesis of this idea in the first place, right?
Yeah.
It was like, what if you and I were on the screen together?
Well, because we had a reputation for like collaborating and doing videos before this was even a project. So the idea of acting in a scene with you without, the tropes of cutting back and forth in a crossover review to actually shoot a dialogue scene where we're roughhousing and I'm punching you and whatever, and that's not fake. It's not a nostalgia critic, meets Linkara comedy segment, that it's better than that. That was a really big accompliment, I think.
Rob's favorite scene to film.
So this scene was fun because Jacob was just sort of Jacob was on his phone on the porch just kind of zoning out laughing at memes being an asshole. Meanwhile, I was barefoot on Rob's roof, and it's in the middle of summer, so the sun is really bright. And what's worse than me experiencing it on my feet is Rob experiencing it in the fucking corneas of his eyes because he has to stare directly into the sun at this point. And so we've laid the green screen out on his lawn, and I'm standing on Rob's roof, and he's yelling into the neighborhood about, Junior, get down from there, you're gonna die.
2 seconds is all it takes before I get
and then obviously Zoe, my sister, the actress who played Lily, she's never met Rob and still hasn't to this day. So all the scenes with Lily and Junior Lily and Mr. Conductor looking up at Junior, they're in 2 different countries right there. So when they watch Junior fly off at the same time,
right there, as soon as I turn. As soon as I turned and got shot, I had to turn away and be like, "Oh my eyes!"
Rob's eyes were literally burning like that SpongeBob meme of the guy's eyes. Ah, my eyes!
Yeah, that was brutal.
Very silly.
And then
song.
we cut out the brief scene with Mr. Conductor just giving up, and we just cut right to the South Park musical number. And I think the eye animation here was done by Crazy Train Studios, I think. I really liked it. It was a little more cartoony. And then this whole sequence came together very close to the end because
I love that.
Rob had never even heard the song until a rough cut of the movie was shown, and he was like, well, we should put me in the song. And I specifically wrote Rob out of the song because I didn't want to give him more to do. I didn't want to just assume.
Terrible.
No, because it wasn't a singing. Obviously, it was not a singing thing. I wrote an entire song for you. That was not the issue. The issue was I was already asking enough of you, so I had Gordon doing these lines. And then after Rob watched the Gordon cut, he was like, I should do that instead. And I was like, that makes way more sense. Let's get Mr. Conductor in there instead. And I was looking through my Google Drive the other day, and I actually found the Gordon cut of this song. So maybe I'll put that on Twitter or something because it's awful. It's so bad.
One last puff upon
This is obviously at the... oh, hey, Alex. My girlfriend's face is blocking me out. You fucking... Jacob, you son of a bitch.
Kiss.
Okay,
no more.
Okay, all right. That was a good way to get it out. Anyways, this is shot at the same place where Stacy and Burnett have the most awkward scene in the history of cinema, where they're just like, "Well, have a good evening, Burnett." Here's my dad
in a bush.
Yeah, this is shot on the side of a highway because I really liked the background. I thought the background hills looked like the Isle of Man. And then here's our best friend. Who is it? Multi Green Thunder? What is it? Is that Train King James? Who is that?
It's Burt
Get away from me!
Is that Mr. MPS 2000? Oh no! Oh, it's Wind Railroad Reviews. And then Ryotron did some of the animation here as well. This all came together at the last second. I'm really happy with the final 2 big shots. The golden one where everyone's spinning around. And then I'm really happy with the final drone shot that you and Wiley pulled off. It's just the coolest thing.
That.
Okay, right here.
I love this
You know
shot.
how long it took to get to do that? To be spinning with the booze?
That was one of the last things Rob filmed, I think. Yeah.
That took
Because you can tell your hair is way longer in that little part there than it did in the rest of the movie.
That was like June 2020.
Yeah, that was like a month before the movie was on YouTube.
Yeah, that was like really late.
Best shot
Here's the best shot in the whole movie, hands down,
here.
no question about it. This is the best shot. It's so good. God damn it. You guys did such a great job with that. It's the greatest shot in our movie, hands down.
I give credit to Wiley there.
God damn it. It's good. I don't care.
That sign right there. That sign.
That sign was edited by Hour of Poop.
Hour of Poop.
That was
Hour of
flawless.
Poop. They did a really good job with that.
Ooh, I love
Jacob
the
did all the
Doge.
Muffle Mountain editing here, although I rotoscoped the train into it.
Not second of poop or minute of poop.
It was a year. It was a year of crap.
Look at that boat. That boat back.
Oh, and then so Jacob, you rotoscoped out the Castletown inscriptions on the bench there, right?
Yes, that was difficult.
That the green bench. If you go back, you can see the green bench that Jacob is sitting on in that shot. I mean, you can't see it. It's because it's such a good effect. But the actual bench itself is littered with some birthdays, and someone died, and someone's dedicated to whatever, and it was way too busy and it was too messy visually.
Across the whole thing, it's like Castletown Station,
and it's so obviously not Shining Time. It's not Indian Valley. So he literally went in and removed all the Castletown inscriptions, and it looks fucking flawless.
I completely forgot.
So good.
I honestly, if you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten that I did.
It looks so good. Oh yeah, you did 1,000. I loved watching the bloopers for this because you did 1,000 takes.
I can't even speak. I got braces in my mouth. I'm like, blah, 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 blah.
And then this was shot in Menlo Park at the train station that the original Shining Time was designed after. If you look up Menlo Park, California train station, it looks exactly like, not Castletown, but it looks like what they changed Castletown to look like, the big yellow wooden structure of Shining Time.
And I can't believe we didn't film there, but whatever. That's another.
I didn't know. I never knew. I never knew. It wasn't like I chose. I never knew. All right. It was. I was uninformed.
You're stupid.
Yep, I am. There's my grandpa's phone.
Hello.
That was funny because my sister had to literally call the house phone. And we had to time it out because I wanted it to be look like he was really picking it up. And then here is our best friend Wiley going through the fog again.
Wiley.
All right, greatest guy, good guy, not well. Nah, anyways, and man, half of the cast of this fucking scene is like people we don't really talk to anymore. Twillman's great, and Mashad is great. I've spoken to both of them. Actually, I spoke to Mashad a couple days ago. He's doing good. Shout out to Mashad. I don't know if he's here. I'm probably too late for him. He goes to bed around dinner time.
Because he's a responsible adult, and we're stupid.
Yeah, well, he's like 45 now. He's almost as old as Ryan Hayes.
He's almost as old as Rob.
He's almost as old as Sam Wilkinson.
Almost.
He's almost.
But he's not as old as Sean. That dude's hair is going white.
He's almost as old as Sam Wilkinson's ex-wife.
Dude, the rubber inside her must be decaying by now. When you're 75% plastic, I hear you don't really age that well.
I had to bite my tongue.
She's gonna start yellowing.
Okay, here's something that I've never said publicly before. I don't think so. In the sequence where we cut to Mr. Conductor peeing, when we get who? Oh, Kudak's here. Yeah. So in the scene where Mr. Conductor's peeing in the bush, we needed a sound effect to very clearly demonstrate that he was peeing without actually showing any urine or his penis or anything. So I literally I was like, I kept looking. I tried to find like peeing sound or water dripping sound. I couldn't find anything on the internet that sounded like what we needed. So I took my iPhone and I went into the backyard and I peed in a bush and I recorded the sound of it happening.
That's nasty. Why would you tell anyone that?
And so the audio recording of me peeing in a bush is what's really in the movie that you guys have all seen 500,000 times now.
You did that. You're a psychopath. Oh my god, dude, you're fucking deranged.
So that sound of peeing is really peeing.
Sticking it to the man.
You're a freak.
It's pretty funny. Yeah, so I think bad timing with I always found the juxtaposition of that and this scene really harsh because I'm really happy with the Lily scene.
Really
And then
happy
the little
with the
Mr.
sound of your
Conductor
own
bit is
fist,
just
you
so
fucking
gross.
animal. You fucking animal.
Yeah, but as I've said on numerous platforms on Twitter, just all over the place, this scene is one of my favorites because holy shit,
It
I
looks
was not
so good.
Zoe's acting is unbelievable. I mean, Zoe's has a lot of experience with theater. She was Mulan and Mulan. She was Pinocchio and Pinocchio. She's done a ton of shit.
I was Jafar.
So,
What? Yellow face.
yeah. Oh, okay. I shouldn't have brought that up. Anyways, it was a different time. It was pre-Trump. I don't know what to tell you. Anyways,
No one cares, man.
no one cares. It's a joke. I know. But yeah, no, Zoe's fucking fantastic in this, but especially in this scene. And I think it was because it's like Lily is supposed to be in all Croft's movie. Lily's like the audience stand-in, and it's like the fantasy of like the little kid who gets to meet Thomas in real life. Like you wanted to become an actor, Rob, because you saw Mara Wilson be the little kid who walked up to Thomas on the big screen. That's what made you want to fucking start acting.
You're gonna tell that story?
I already told it. It's out there. Whatever. Point being,
thank you.
Mara Wilson is the audience
it's more
stand-in, and
complicated
in the
than
original movie, Thomas and Mara Wilson have to become friends go on this adventure, and they've never had a conversation before, and they're not friends, and they've just said hi, and that's it. So in this movie, I wanted to establish that they had something that they could relate to each other on. Rob, say what you were say.
Well, when I was whatever, kid, Magic Railroad came out. I'm old enough to remember it, right? But yeah, I remember being like, "What? You mean you can actually like act in a movie with Thomas?" It wasn't like I didn't want to be like Mara Wilson, but I was like, "What? You mean you could? That's something that you can do?" That was what amazed me.
I thought
So
Sodor was real. I didn't think that like maybe the TV show was real, but I was like, well, they're really there, and Alec Baldwin's really talking to Thomas the Train. So like, how do I go to Sodor? How do I go?
I don't know. I don't remember ever really thinking that Sodor was real. I never had like a big Santa Claus moment where my parents had to tell me that Thomas isn't real. I think I just figured it out.
I always just kind of knew it was like a model.
Yeah, I think I could just tell that there was something slightly. It looked real, but it wasn't like there's.
Yeah, I just
there's
want to
something a little off about the fact that Sir Topham hat looks like a popsicle stick.
The point is, like, yeah, where you could get like where you get those toys, right? Of course, now we know where we can get them.
I just figured that it was all like a giant Day Out with Thomas thing. I thought that that's just how they did it. Like, because I went to Day Out with Thomas's when I was like a little kid. And I was like, well, Thomas is real. He's right here. I'm looking at him. They must just film the whole show with real trains and on Sodor or something.
He can be an aggravating little shit from time to time.
I haven't even talked about this scene and how we were at Ted's farm and I was like falling all over the place in front of that fire, getting my face burned.
Oh yeah, so both of the sequences were shot. So obviously Lily and Mr. Conductor were never in the same space together. But Rob shot next to a real campfire, and Lily shot next to a real campfire for most of it, except the campfire in Rob's end of the footage. When we originally shot it on location, kind of started weaning out towards the second half, and we didn't have a microphone other than the onboard mic, and we were recording right next to a giant roaring waterfall, and it was really loud. So we went back and reshot the close-up sequences because I think we also had changed some of the dialogue a little bit to be a little more detailed. And Rob reshot that with an orange light on his porch. But when it's wide shots and he's like flip like right here, when he's like mountain and he flips around and he's like screaming, that's at Oliver Duck's farm.
That's it! Stoke up the magic in the mountain and the lady will smile. That's it! Oh.
But there's more to it, Lily. And I just know that your grandpa could help.
If you just believe that he could.
That he could.
Those are your crickets, Jacob?
There's crickets in the movie, but I think there's
No, because there's crickets in the movie as well. But I heard the cricket early. Like I thought it was a combo.
There's probably the cricket outside.
Right. Well, there's obviously other crickets.
I'll go shut the window. Actually, it was just raining earlier.
Not exactly what a proper lady would do.
Well, what else would a proper lady not do?
This.
The window's loud when I.
Well, that's fine.
Jesus Christ.
I'm going to Woodstock in
All right, so it is a classy flask.
It
Yeah.
starts on Friday.
Yeah, in New York.
So we'll take the train. You love the train.
I'll go.
Not to any serious. There were never any possible Zach Gagsola. I don't know how to say your name. There were never any serious sequel ideas. I always had like little joke ideas, but there was never any like legitimate like we're really gonna go make another movie because the first one was such a fucking episode. It was such a colossal thing to make.
The 60s
yeah.
Schwinn middleweight.
No, but it's not just a little study session.
Rob Kudak left a comment.
Oh, Kudak.
Yeah, I guess that's
hey.
the
So
bike
my
model.
dad bought that that Schwinn, which is actually from I think the mid 50s. I don't know the exact date, but that bike is literally like 70 years old now. And my dad bought it in the 80s in Santa Cruz, and we were able to use it here because it was period accurate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because that bike is literally like 70 years old. It's crazy.
And it's authentic to the period.
Exactly, 100%. Yeah, like the cars earlier, you know.
That
I'm
was
really
one of the things I really liked about this movie
Zach,
that was
my
so-
last name's Doviditis. No one knows how to say it. I get you.
That's one of the things I wish we'd done more with the movie was had more of a budget to, match the period of the 60s. You know what I mean?
My acting in
we
this
could have
is
gotten
so
more detail, but like when you're doing 50 years in the past, it's just the more you go in the past, the more expensive it's going to be, right? So it was just like, okay, we can do some things, but like we're very limited with what money we have, right? So, but I think for what we got, it's for a no budget film. It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, let's keep it that way.
Damn, I used to have a jawline.
You still do. Shut up, cutie. The large lady model was Wong Village's, and I think it's pretty good for what we needed it for. And then obviously our best friend Turtles and Thomas made the wooden version of Lady there, and then Jacob sculpted the tunnel face for the miniature part.
That's
of
right.
The
That's cool. That I did that at Rob's house.
I think you did, yeah.
Because we shot it. At
We
Rob's
shot it in
place.
Rob. All the interior model shots for the workshop were done at Rob's train room. Yeah.
I'll never forget spending time with Nick and Jacob at our hotel by chance, and you guys fleshing out Stone's backstory for me.
That's right. We met Steven
What the
for
hell was
like an hour and a half. He came in. This was, I think, after you went to the. I think Steven was staying in the same hotel we were. I think he was staying in the motel.
Wait, are you saying? Wait, when Jacob, me, and Steven were in the room?
Me, you, and Steven, and Rob was gone. He was somewhere.
Yes, that it was like fucking like 3 a.m. or something after we went to McDonald's. Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun. I like that. That was a happy
Yeah.
memory.
I was. Miss you, Steven. Miss you, Steven.
We need another meetup. It's not.
I'm really happy with the lighting there.
I have to say, I never really thought too much about the bicycle, but yeah, it's definitely one of the few things that, that's if you're doing a period piece, like if it had been a modern bicycle, it would have been really distracting.
I
The fact
never
that
would
it's
have
a
written it that
classic
way.
bicycle.
I never
thought it was
would have
a
used it.
classic. I was like, yeah, that bicycle is old fashioned, and it really helps because, if you don't have that, right, it just ruins it. It's like editing. Bad editing is noticeable. Great editing is invisible, right? So, unless you're doing Amadeus, right, like
flashy shit,
like bad period pieces are very noticeable and annoying. Whereas like a good period piece is like seamless. It's like, yes, this is the 1980s, 90s, 70s, whatever, right? And the 60s too is a lot more difficult because most people just think, oh, it's all just hippies, but it's like, no, it's, wasn't all hippies, right? You gotta,
I remember when we filmed the live action parts for this scene, there was a fly that was just, it wasn't, I don't even think it was a mosquito. I think it might have been just like a house fly or something that just loved the light, because we had the light in your backyard, and
Fuck
it was
you, a mosquito just like flew in front of my screen.
all over the place, and you have to go, stop, stop, stop. Okay, let's go. Rob is what's the two schools of acting? There's the one where you're like, it's like method, and there's the one where you can flick it on like a light switch and you're joking around off camera and then you're immediately in character. Rob's that one. Because Rob can be super pissed off at the elements, or if there's a truck driving by, there's a motorcycle or whatever, and then immediately go, oh yeah, I knew your grandpa. I knew your grandpa.
Well, it's like, I don't know who it was, maybe it was Kim Novak or some actress once asked Alfred Hitchcock, what's my motivation? And he said, your paycheck. That's my...
Yeah. If you looked at the raw footage of most of the takes, like on location shooting, it would look like the ramblings of a schizophrenic guy who just on action.
Dude,
Bam.
some of my bloopers.
Yeah.
Are just like I'm actually ashamed of myself. I get like unreasonably.
And I didn't mean to take it there. You can say whatever you want. I wasn't trying to.
No. Like that's obviously.
That's not what I meant to say at all.
No. People obviously know me, like I have a temper and all that, but like yeah, it's just very
James.
flick a switch, right? Especially when you're filming in those conditions. Yeah, that is good. I said the early 60s, late 60s, right? It's like, it's really interesting how different 1960 is versus 1970. I mean, most people just don't know. And I think, again, as I've said this before, like when it comes to like modern history, people are a little bit fuzzy. It's like, yeah, there's like World War I, World War II, and then there's like the modern era, but they don't know like the minutiae of like how the early 60s was very like short hair, thin tie, clean cut, and then the late 60s, while that was still lingering, it was then the Cultural Revolution in which suddenly guys were wearing their hair long. Here's something interesting. Before the mid-60s, you didn't wear jeans at a public school. You couldn't. You had to wear slacks. You couldn't wear jeans. But by the late 60s, everybody was wearing jeans. Or not everybody, but like you could wear jeans. Before that, you couldn't. You wore slacks. You did not wear jeans. Yeah. So that's just something interesting, right? Anyway, I'm not really watching this part because I didn't really have much to do with this part. This, of course, is Vincente. Love the Rolling Stones reference.
Oh, so the Rolling Stones reference, that's Isaiah's hand-drawn animation. We gave Vincente a bunch of animated sequences he could combine into something.
This joke was the whole movie in the making.
Yeah.
Magnets.
And of course, I don't think we've mentioned yet. I don't think we've mentioned yet. Shed 17's Paul's Vids plays Thomas's driver. It's very funny. And then this sequence here is shot right on the. No, it's not. Well, that shot's on the Isle of Man. That's on the Isle of Man. This sequence here is shot right down the street from where I live now. It's right on the beach. You can see the ocean in the top right corner of the frame there. That's right in San Francisco. And then here's Jacob in 2019, and then Jacob in 2017.
My hair went from like short to long and flipped the other way.
Yeah, because
and
then I'm super proud of that shot. I love the reveal shot of Boomer.
I love Boomer's face right here. Ready?
He's just so happy to be evil. He loves being a fucking.
But
asshole.
even better is his run. His run right here.
Oh yeah,
this is great.
Originally, I shot it so that he looks down at the scooter and he's gonna ride the scooter down the mountain. He's like, nah, and he just bolts for it.
Your dad is so funny in this.
Yeah. And he doesn't. He is the Dr. Evil time portal jump when he's like, "Come on, Mini-Me, don't be scared. It's just a time machine." Wah! And then there's the arches again.
The president's
there's Loss. Jacob edited Loss
I will
into the
check that out, Kudak.
Lily, where have you been?
And then here's another sequence where obviously Jacob and Jacob and my grandpa I've never met, but Lily can be on both locations.
I've never seen that man.
But Lily's there with Patch and Lily's there with Grandpa, so it sews it all together.
I haven't seen either of them.
Congrats. You're very fortunate.
Tiny little.
No, it would be. I say it would be funny to meet your sister because she would have so many memories of having shot this thing.
Well,
right?
Zoe has so many memories of you. You've been around for 6 years in her life, dude. She's just never, ever met you.
Like that kid screaming on all those Discord
When
chats that you're having.
when you and I started collaborating, Zoe was like, I don't know, 10 or something, 8 maybe. She was really little.
Well, yeah, I mean, when we started in 2015,
2015,
she was like 10, 11, or yeah.
She'd be 9. Yeah, math, whatever.
Why didn't you tell anyone about Lady?
Yeah, so this sequence was originally, so when Patch runs off, that was there was a Patch joke that we cut because it lingered on for too long. But
yeah, he was supposed to cut back and be like, "Oh, by the way, thanks for letting me be in your weird Thomas movie or something."
Because the joke being that like Patch is just some dude who walked into the room. Lily knows what's going on. Burnett knows what's going on. Patch was just there, and he picked this girl up on a horse, and he walks into the room, and they're talking about Lady and Goldust and the island of Sodor, and he's just like, "Of course I will!" Like he knows what he's talking about. Like he knows anything about anything, what's going on. So I wanted to put that little joke in saying, "Hey, by the way, thanks for including me because I really don't know what's happening, but I'm just having fun. Oh, I'm kind of along for the ride here, yay!" And then we cut that just for the pacing.
Whatever.
Yeah. Whatever. But I really liked that joke originally just because it was like, Patch has no clue what the fuck you're talking about at any point.
I must be fucked up because like whenever I watch the movie and I look at Patch, like it doesn't even register to me that like that's me standing there.
Yeah, no, same thing. I watch Junior as a completely different guy. Because okay, it's bad now because I dyed my hair blonde this summer, but usually I don't have blonde hair, so I don't look anything like Junior.
Yeah, like I don't look at me like, oh, there's me. Like
Yeah.
it's just like, oh shit, oh yeah, that's me. I forgot.
I think this sequence turned out pretty good with the intercutting between the workshop and the smelters. I forget. Did you have much involvement with this, Jacob? I don't think so.
Most of the faces, right?
No. You didn't. No, you didn't do the face. I did the faces for this.
That's right. I got tired.
Yeah, no, I did all the faces for this, and then Wiley did all the eye animations for it, and then Lucas did the motion tracking, and Sudrine Steam Will did all the CGI. And I think this sequence has the best Pinchy CGI. Hands down, it's so fucking cool. It's
this is definitely one of my favorite sequences. I remember when I saw this, I'm just gonna say this really quickly, but one of the earlier drafts, like one of the earlier rough cuts, when it was like 4.5 hours, and I was so like nervous about, oh gosh, how can we make this work? But I remember seeing a kind of earlier version of this scene without the CG, but just it was put together this way with the lighting and cut together this way. And I remember telling you how like I was so giddy with excitement that I realized, okay, this is gonna work. This scene is gonna make it all work. With the cross cutting between James, Diesel 10, and Lady getting ready to go. I got when you have Unlucky Tub, like giddy with excitement in the comments, you know you've made it. You got a real happening. You know what I mean?
I'm very, very thankful that this worked out.
It takes a lot to impress Nick, believe me.
Nick, yeah, you would fucking know, man. Yeah, I'm very grateful for everyone that really liked this scene. Yeah, thank you so much. Because that was, I think at this point I was orchestrating everything, and at some point I'll post this. But for every shot that involved like really detailed Pinchy animation, I had a little hair clip that I would take little iPhone videos with, and for every I would listen to Will's delivery of the dialogue. And then time Pinchy to match his performance and what I wanted Pinchy to do, and I would film that.
You would puppeteer a hair clip.
I would
for the
puppeteer it with
animators
my
to
arm,
reference
and then I would send that reference arm movement to the animators, both mainland and Sudrine Steam, and they both used that silly, my silly little fucking pale arm video is what created that animation.
It's so good.
This sequence, he was supposed to be originally jousting with it like Excalibur, and then we came up with a better idea of him spinning it like the blades of General Grievous from the Revenge of the Sith.
I love this scene.
I'm going.
I'm gonna give Will a big kiss on the lips.
Yeah,
The magic is all gone now.
And again, yeah, Lucas did all the motion tracking with Junior in those shots.
Oh wait, remember you when you flew on James?
Yeah.
And you're like sitting on top of him. Originally, you've been like,
well, I made a joke. Originally, I made a joke
go?
about why did your whistle only disappear for this one scene that happens to conveniently involve my crotch? Huh? That's pretty weird. It's almost like James's whistle kind of looks like a dick.
That shot is so good.
Thank you.
That shot of like Diesel 10 in the foreground and
Oh.
James.
I'm sad.
I'm gonna rewind it. Fuck you.
I'm
wanna
sad, said Henry
I
happily.
want to look at that.
But in the shot where the buffer flies down, I wish we'd got that in 120 frames.
Yeah, I wish it was. I didn't know how to do that at the time. The model sequence for this part was shot in March of 2018. I've come a long way since then.
This is fucking breathtaking. Like the smoke in the background is real. The face looks good.
Yeah, the only thing. So in this sequence, we only had the CG claw only when absolutely necessary. So all the smoke is real. The only thing that's digital is Junior and the faces. That's it.
That's so good. The smoke.
Yeah, and then
I don't know how you did the smoke, but that smoke is incredible.
It's my fog machine. It's literally just my fog machine on the edge of a table. This whole sequence was shot right at the same time that I shot the live action classroom scene.
No.
Yeah. And then this next sequence is something that I'm really happy that I was able to get away with, because I've always wanted to have someone get totally murdered by Pinchy in a Thomas movie, and I've always thought since I was a little kid of different ways to get some sort of like really gnarly action, some sort of really visceral, just really gross out moment with Pinchy, because I know no one else would ever do that. I'm the only idiot that would ever try to do that. So I tried my best to get this in, and this sequence is the explanation for A, why Diesel 10 is on the island of Sodor, and B, why Lily's father ain't around anymore. She doesn't even know where he went, because the company probably filed some sort of like, some dude probably came to Lily's mom's apartment front door like, I'm sorry, ma'am, your husband was lost in the line of duty, or some sort of like they had some sort of like burial, some sort of they buried an empty coffin. They had a mock funeral for him or something. I don't know. I think the implications go far, but this part's fun because it's basically just Spider-Man 2.
It's a terrible joke.
It's terrible. It's terrible. But yeah, again, you can imagine me just going
terrible joke. Go Spidey. Go.
Pizza time.
Go.
You're like,
Parker,
I'm not paying
you're a
for
good
those.
man.
We're gonna do this.
But you're just.
We're gonna do it my.
Wait, what's the
What does he say?
Puffballs won't know.
I don't even
How'd
remember
you do
what
that? Oh no! Eat your green vegetables.
Just give me another
That's what my
chance.
mom was always saying. I just never actually believed her.
Just give me another chance. Just give me another chance.
What about my uncle? Did you give him a chance? Did you?
No.
Rob, I'm
Now
only
this-
going to touch on this for a second, but someone replied to a
Please.
comment of mine on Twitter saying that the person who wrote that article for the New Yorker, their parents were sex traffickers.
What are you doing here?
What?
So
Wait, not sex trafficked, but they were the people like in charge of the market?
charged
pause it.
for sex
What?
trafficking.
Hold on, pause the movie. That's kind of a weird thing to just hold on. Pause.
I
it.
don't
Yeah.
believe it.
Pause.
It
That's
says
crazy.
on their Wikipedia. I'll
Well,
link it in the-
Wikipedia can be edited by literally anyone.
I'm linking it in the Discord.
What the hell are you talking about? Okay, we should keep.
I don't know.
Jacob,
Somebody just
don't
linked
bring,
it to me.
don't bring that kind of shit into this. Let's keep going. This is it's completely
go back
irrelevant.
to
You wanted me to
Jacob,
pause it. I was just gonna.
Jacob, go back to space aliens and abductions and how.
Yeah, go
nothing's
bring
been
up those
developed
kind of
since the cell
conspiracy
phone.
theories before you bring any probable ones into the fucking.
Let's just talk about how nice the cliff face is.
Yeah,
And,
this is Ted's farm. Looks great. You
Well, it's not
forgot
his
the cigarette.
farm.
It's
It's
not.
not his farm.
It's just
It's
in
Ted's.
that
Ted's.
area.
It's right next to Ted's property. Yeah.
Well,
It's
it's
such a
nearby.
beautiful location.
Because like he lives in what's basically the Canadian Shield, and so there's like these like mountain formations all near his property.
super tall
And
rock.
so this one was like nearby, and it's. I mean, we could have never faked that. We could have never. I mean, obviously,
Green
some bits on green
screened it,
screen.
or
The
but
green
like a
screen all the
model.
way, it would have looked just as bad as the other green screen.
to have us sitting there, right in front of it with the light and the birds, it was just perfect. I love
It was
that.
so
look.
real. I love it.
Ah man,
This sequence
that was-
is fucking great. We got the burning Farquhar sign. We got the rubber ducky on fire. That's a motion control shot. I'm pretty happy with that.
I told you how to do that.
You did?
Yeah.
With the slider?
Yeah, I was like, just have it on a dolly, just add tracks.
Oh, I don't remember that, but I believe you.
I remember we were trying to figure out how to do it.
Right. Well, you sure? Because I shot that long after you stopped talking. Never mind. So
I just want to point out that there are two
Yeah.
brunettes in this shot, by the way.
Oh yeah, no. So it's not two Burnett, it's two Burnett's coats, because that's so in the bottom left corner, that's me wearing Burnett's coat. And to my right, the other guy wearing the brown shirt is actually PT Boomer dressed up as Burnett from the neck down, so that she had two men in brown coats next to her, because this scene was one of the final. This is a very
I like how it
late
doesn't even look like
addition to
Patch's
this
coat because it's so clearly like a different material.
It was I just wanted the little brown sliver in the corner just to establish the eye lines and everything. That's all.
You could have just asked me to take a picture.
I didn't want a stagnant PNG of your coat.
Okay, Whitey.
There's my dad just chilling out. There's Steven's reused animation. My dad had a lot of fun going, "Oh yeah!" like the Kool-Aid Man. This sequence was cut down by, I think, like 45 seconds or something. Splatter. There's a lot more splatter and dodge banter that I
Makes me mad that we, well, not mad, but like makes me upset that we had to cut out the dude, that was really low brow.
I fought to keep the coal hopper scene in the movie. we cut out the coal hopper scene, and then we cut out the patch outside the cave scene, and then eventually we managed to get the cave. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, so we've got Twillman again here. I think Twillman's kind of acting his ass off in a good way. Like, he's really, really trying his best here. And it really shows, because, I mean, he's just sort of a pissed off character who at the end has to just, like, kind of go off on everyone and just say, you suck, and you're terrible, and I hate you, and fuck you, and I hate it's the George moral is kind of to just hate everyone indiscriminately, as opposed to being discriminatory, like, oh, I just hate things on the rails. No, I just hate everyone. Just fucking hate everyone is kind of the moral of the George story, except when he comes back in at the end to save
That's
Thomas.
a moral I take to heart.
Exactly, yeah.
So Jacob, you have to issue a retraction. They were smuggling in immigrants.
Yes, they were human traffickers, not sex traffickers.
Yes, that's a
Human
important
traffickers.
I'm
distinction.
sorry. It's a pretty hefty.
Don't
accusation.
just say some crazy shit on the street.
Because someone
Yes,
linked it on
please.
Twitter, and that's what I thought it said.
The only crazy shit that you can talk about freely is anything to do with turtles, because all three of us know that it's true.
I know it's hard to fuck that up when you experience it firsthand.
It's really hard to lie about that if all of us went through it for years. Yeah.
You
is
couldn't lie
interesting.
and make it that insane.
So this
Exactly.
scene, the
So
that
so
we were
this
sitting
this scene is
outside-
intercut between three different versions. There's Rob and I, for the first shot, we sat outside on the lawn, and then originally we shot the dialogue scene completely 100% improvised off the fly with a two-camera setup on the green screen, and it was okay, but it was really, I thought it was a funny scene, but
long.
it was really long, and it wasn't productive with the time it was given, and it dragged. So we reshot Rob's half of it, because by the time that we realized that it wasn't working, I did not have any of the Junior stuff. I didn't look like Junior. I couldn't be Junior. So all the Junior shots are left over from the original version, but Rob went into his backyard instead of on green screen, and that's just him. You know, the trees in the background are really blurry, and the performance, I think, is just fucking fantastic.
Shit. Oh wow. Thank you.
This is your strongest acting, I think, in the whole movie.
well, I wanted it to be a sort of, like bringing together of all the things that were bothering him, like, wanting to move away from Thomas and Goldust and
and
I
then
hate to think of it-
unsurprisingly, again, I think Jacob's two best acted scenes is the stuff he did at the end, which is the falling out of the tree, and then
when I wasn't 15 years old.
falling out. Jacob's the two best scenes are when you fall out of the tree, and then when you console Mr. Conductor with the cigarettes. And
Well, thank you so much.
Do your own thing, girlfriend.
Oh, Mr.
Goddamn,
son. I'm as surprised as you are. That nasty old diesel doesn't stand a chance.
Wait.
Yeah, so here's this whole bit, which is intercut between. I mean, this is like every single shot was in a different year, in a different country, in a different.
I know, like it's your backyard, then it's Canada, then
every
it's Canada
single shot is
2018,
like
then it's
there's
2019,
Grandpa who's never
then
met
it's
Patch, who's
2017,
never met
Jacob
Mr.
Jarrett green
Conductor,
screen.
who's never met like it's just every single little bit is pulled from this bit and pulled from that bit because we did it like twice over. And obviously, the first time it wasn't that great, so we had to patch it up with new stuff. We reshot the Mr.
Patch it
Conductor
up.
close-up. Yeah, we reshot the Mr. Conductor close-ups when he's on one knee because I don't think Rob liked the performance he gave the first time. Was that it? Or
it was too Colin Kaepernick.
it was too much
take
take a knee,
to
son.
shoot on this set because it really ties it all together.
Oh yeah, no, Jacob's in my backyard. I'm in my backyard. Jacob's at the rock face. I'm at the rock face, but Jacob and Patch and Junior are never
The three
together
of us
for real.
never have a scene together. In fact, I don't think the
No.
two of us ever have a scene together, Nikki.
We are briefly on camera together in 5 shots, I believe.
Are you sure? Is it not just like me on green screen and you on green screen? Like, are me and you really in the same shot 5 times?
Oh no, never. Not for real. Never. Not a single time.
That's so weird. We could have shot like Junior and Pat shooting the shit.
We could have shot
you
Junior
guys
and
never
Patch,
did that.
but we never did that. No.
I met Rob before I met you in the movie, even though I've seen you in real life like 10 times.
Well, I never had the blonde hair, when we were shooting Patch
That's
stuff.
true. Whenever you were shooting my stuff, you were shooting all the other
I
stuff.
shot everything to do with Junior within like a 2.5 month time period. You shot Mr. Conductor and Patch and Mr. Conductor were ongoing for like
Belmont.
3
That's
or
it.
4
That
years.
was those were the cigarettes. They were Belmont cigarettes. They were not herbal.
Okay.
I should have smoked it for real. It looks so fake when I'm like pretending to smoke it.
Yeah,
Of course,
this scene.
was
This
hard
is
to
the scene
cut.
that they wrote and shot after I had gone, and it's like again another one of my favorite moments. It's
Somehow in the Shining Time kerfuffle, I like forgot my coat or I misplaced my coat somehow. So we have that
Wasn't it?
like
I thought your coat ended up in Cardi's trunk or something.
I don't know how the fuck that happened.
I think it was Cardi's trunk because he had the rabbit in your.
That's
coat.
the same lighter I used from 2018 until I stopped filming in 2020.
The same black.
I had the same
Look at
little
that.
lighter
What a pussy. He doesn't even smoke it.
in my purse.
Pussy.
Yeah, there's your lesson, Mr. Conductor.
Yeah, it's perfect. The
And
little arc is really
that's
perfect.
from 2016, isn't it?
Yeah, the
That
shot of Diesel 10 oozing out of the rock face like a turd being squeezed out of an anus is basically
That shit from a butt.
That's like one of the first things I ever did. That's like I was a freshman in high school. And then I don't know how I ever would have done this differently because PT Boomer's costume is so fucking reflective. It's not designed for
Look
green
at me
screen.
like talking to nobody. What am I looking at? Who am I talking to?
Oh no, you're talking to Lily. Lily and
you've muted the audio.
what?
I'm like in the background like
Oh, I thought you said my audio was muted like right now.
no, mine was like I was like in the background like
I was happy that we could get. I was happy we could put this back in. Yeah, there's the footage from the chase scene when I was like literally.
Oh yeah, there's
dying
the
to
wide shots are us together in real life, and then the close up is Rob.
Yeah, there's can't even open my eyes. It was so bright out. So here's where Boomer and Burnett, in my opinion, should have first interacted in their only interaction besides when they were kids. What?
Okay, I totally
but-
see that. I totally see that.
No, I'm not saying this. No, I'm not saying it was a bad scene. I'm just saying I wish we had done that because it just would have made it a
Weird
little
angle.
stronger. But there goes Bob.
Oh yeah, that was.
But this scene, right? I remember it was pretty much the same as the original chase scene, and I was like, you know, it sucks that we have this whole adventure with Mr. Conductor and Junior, and at the end they just stand there. Like, why don't they just take part in the chase, right?
Yeah,
well,
because Mr. Conductor and Junior were the reason that we were making our movie, because I'm Junior and you're Mr. Conductor, and isn't that great? And we can sort of frame the movie around that. The original movie is framed around Burnett Stone, and he's not as interesting, so he's involved in the chase. I have always found it weird that Lily, who is the protagonist of Allcroft's script, is not involved in the climax. She stays behind. Patch, they all just kind of hang out in the bush and just kind of, which is what we make fun of in the scene. We're like, we just cut back to Patch and Lily just going.
And that was a late minute addition. George.
The George sequence was a reshoot a few months before it was released. Yeah.
And when did I come up with that idea? The whole Darth Vader, Luke Skywalker kind of thing.
I did. I remember I was on the phone with you a couple days before I flew to Toronto for the first time, and I was like, what if we pulled that? I remember I was on the phone with you.
Because his name is Junior, but he's
I was always like, his name is Junior. Mr. Conductor Junior should be the son of Mr. Conductor. Why wouldn't it work that way? That's really dumb.
Look, there's the Rob Claw, because we lost the other claw at that point. It's like a completely different claw.
Yeah, there's the Rob Claw. There's the other one.
Rob Claw.
And then there's the I was like Camden. Fucking not Camden.
Oh no,
Mainland did that one. That was good.
The shot of Diesel 10 like falling off the viaduct and it's like this far apart.
I love that shot.
I love that shot.
I almost committed suicide. Worse, I almost did drugs. That's even worse. Sorry.
Let's move on. I don't want to get into that one. The reshoots here are to reinsert, because Mashad came up with the idea that the woman in Mr. Conductor's fantasy is the wife that left him, which is what has left him in this like shitty alcoholic state of not being able to progress as a person. And he just assumed, oh, that's his wife, right? I was like, oh no, that's a great idea. So we put the photo in because
it was just a character from Mr. C's fantasies, right? That then was like, well, wait a minute, blonde woman had pictures of acting with her. Why don't we make it Junior's mother, as Matt suggested, right? It was like, blonde. Yeah. So that was kind of like a moment of like, damn, how did I not see it? Now this, I just want to say right here, this ending. I mean, I remember
we reworked it so many times. There were so many different versions.
I remember when it was the same as the original.
We originally in this script, had it that
from the will.
Lily gets the thing and she stands with her little weird paper plate, and it was a whole thing because I couldn't come up with a better ending, and it was just whatever, and I threw it together and whatever. And then Rob said, "This is garbage. We should do something that's actually satirical and maybe connected to the thesis of the film." And I said, "Oh, well, okay, we'll do that one." So we reshot. We redid a ton of. Yeah.
This is where they smoke weed.
How does Jacob look like 5 and 85 years old at the same time?
Yeah.
Is this where they have weed and they smoke it? And Thomas. I can't even do it. I can't even keep a straight fucking face.
So I remember
out of the corner of my eye, and I just can't keep it together.
I also remember when we originally were just gonna have Lady smoke and pressure her into it, which I didn't like. That's another ending where it was like, I was like,
oh yeah, it was a joke that she wasn't really into it, but whatever. And then it was like, well, let's hold on. Now it's like a weird consent thing. Let's just make it,
make it that she's like not only did we give her a choice,
because then we connect it back to the moment where like we've already explained that Burnett and Lady were doing shit in the 60s anyway. So just tie it down.
Yeah, and then it was like just a thing of like, oh, if you're not cool with it, but then she's like, oh, I'm more than cool with it. Yeah, I'm hip, I'm game. And then face. Oh yeah, I remember people being weirded out by this ending too. right? Like them being like, "Don't
I
smoke,
mean,
lady."
I
Like,
really
what?
don't. Yeah, no, I remember it was like people were like, "Oh, poor lady, poor
Yeah,
lady,
it was
forced into
definitely
a drug-induced coma."
like,
I love
no.
weed.
That's totally what happened. Yeah.
oh,
no.
Jacob's.
Weed is so funny, dude. He
And then we had this
smoked
whole thing where
weed.
we tested the gold dust. We like disappeared and came back, and then
Yeah,
this
so
whole ending
there was originally an ending where Patch wanders off like he does in the original film. He's like,
God,
"Come on,
that was-
let's
that
look
was the-
around."
Oh yeah, and then I'm like, "Don't get lost, kid." And then
Yeah, and he's like, "Up yours, boss, baby,"
"Up
because
yours,
he's Alec
boss, baby."
Baldwin. And there was a whole sequence that we shot where Patch discovers the Diesel 10 rock face, and he runs into the tumbleweed and gets so freaked out by how scary and bizarre the tumbleweed is that he just hops through the magic buffers back home, which is dumb. And so we cut
spent,
that,
like, a
and
whole
it
day
added
filming
too
that,
much.
and never made it. Into the
And
movie.
so we put Patch back into the grotto so that he hadn't left yet. And you know, Rob added a new end. Rob added a new ending at the last second because he didn't like that it didn't end on a comedic note. So
Well, it just ended. It just ended with Junior quitting, and I was like, "It's gonna end on a bang." And I wanted to get Patch. I wanted to get Patch.
Well, you were always trying to get Patch to be more of a comedic character. Yeah.
Yeah, but I wanted him to have some kind of big ending where it was like, you know, he was sort of like the side character who, in the end, again, played by Jacob, who became the third, you know, of the Holy Trinity. Jacob was the Holy Ghost, so that like he had to be important enough that like there was something worthwhile with the ending, which I loved having him be the one that becomes Mr. Conductor and delivers the sparkle, 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 fuck yeah, sparkle, sparkle, sparkle. So that was a later addition too. And yeah, you edited it to have him standing there with them, right? Well, that was just taken from footage that was.
I had a ton of stock footage of Lily, Burnett, and Patch just in different angles, different positions, different, you know, so I could put them.
And
in there.
Lily was supposed to remember she was supposed to say fuck yeah.
Oh,
sparkle,
Lily was
sparkle,
supposed to say
sparkle.
"fuck yeah, sparkle, sparkle, sparkle," which was a nostalgia critic joke, and then we put it at the end so that Patch says it because whatever. Yeah.
Oh, thank God! It's almost over.
We're very well. We have to go through the credits. Obviously, we're not going to skip Schemer.
Okay, look, I know you wanted to have your review character. It would have been nice to have all of them.
Rob and I disagree about a lot of things, so get your opinion out, and people will side with you. Go ahead.
I think if it had been your buddy Oliver Zakintosh, that would have been equally as funny. I still like the fact that you're talking to yourself, but I think it would have been cute to have Oliver because he was like your first. You know, he was before me. He was helping you with your videos, right? So, but I know he wasn't available. So,
yeah,
that was a decision that like it was just logistically you couldn't.
It was
do it,
logistic. I didn't have anyone else there. He was in all of
Yeah,
it.
he was away.
By the time
No, I know.
I'm just glad I got a scene where I got to be Mr. Conductor.
Yeah.
This
all
was
three
just
of us.
like-
All three of us get to wear the hat and the coat on screen.
And my dad's doing the music too.
Oh yeah, your dad's
This-
on guitar here, and you're standing in front of the mural that you painted.
This was just again like as an ending, it was just so big and strong. I was like, yes, this is what it needs to be. It needs to be a big, funny ending that also has a reference, as most of the movie does. It's mostly just references. Love the whistle. It fades out. You have the beautiful title with the parody, right, that we did in the trailers, and of course you got Eric wailing away. You got the titles, so perfect ending. Couldn't have been better, in my opinion. So, of course, paying tribute to everybody who, I mean,
Not
just,
bad.
Again, you just think about like all these people. It's not like we just threw these people. No, all of these people made this possible, right? Whether they were acting, voice acting, they're on set. I mean, Eric singing, right, and doing this because wasn't it like it was like a Pinocchio movie from like the mid '90s that had "It's a Kind of Magic" in the trailer, and I was like, "This works!" And it's a kind of magic. It's a Magic Railroad, right? I was like, "This has to be in it somehow." And yeah, man. I mean, thank you to all those people. I think you and I can.
It's crazy what 4 years and a couple $1,000s can do.
Sorry, Tim, I forgot to credit you. Debbie Downs, she helped with the costumes. That was unbelievable what she did. Sorry, Jacob.
I was gonna say, it's crazy to think that like we were like 16 years old when we started this. I was probably like 15. We had like no money. We had no idea what we were doing. We didn't have a finished script, and somehow we got this at the end. Not bad.
I mean, you just look at all these people, right? They just really helped make it possible, right? It's again, as I was saying earlier with the Brady thing, I always just hated people just sitting around like talking. No, man, you got to get people together, go out and make stuff, and that's how you do it. You go out and make stuff, and there you go. You make this, and that's why I did it. No matter how much stress it was.
Now, what
that's why I
the
did
show
it.
was really all about, the movie should secretly be credited to director Isaiah Ferguson because Tugster Intensifies put this whole sequence with Schemer together. He wasn't there when we shot it. It was just me and Brian in the alleyway, and it was really funny because I had a backpack full of camera equipment that I put off to the side so that it wasn't visible in the shot. And when we were going through the dialogue when I was directing him, my mom, who was like down the street at Starbucks and she knew I was filming with him, she like was trying to sort of walk by the alley but like not be in the way, and she put like a snack in my backpack, and Brian looks over at this woman digging through my backpack and goes, "Hey, get the fuck away from that backpack!" And Brian O'Connor's screaming at my mom in a bright orange prison jumpsuit, and I'm like, no, that's my mom, she's not stealing, that's my mom. And he's like, "Oh, phew, sorry lady, I was gonna fucking kill you."
What the hell?
That's amazing. Oh, what a fucking legend. That's so fucking funny.
It was really funny.
Oh my God.
Why is
you
my
told
mom
me that.
watching all 5 hours of this? What are you still doing?
I know my parents are like, "Is this the part where we tuck you in now?"
Yeah, why are you still here? This is such a lame stream. Okay,
Is this the
well,
part
on that
where you went
note,
away?
wait, what is that noise?
Oh, it's my hold on.
It's not me.
It's not
Yeah, it's
me.
mine. Yeah, it's my brother's doing something in the kitchen.
Okay, that's fine.
So yeah, if you
Well,
want to go back to
we're done here. But basically, the movie was obviously
Sucked.
something that all of
Jacob,
us.
can you go back to the 3 screens so it's easier for people to see us?
Yeah.
Oh,
Put
yeah.
us back in the little algorithm there.
Play the Jafar video.
Yeah, so we'll end the stream. No, hold on, not yet. Hold on, stop. Put it back. Not yet. Fuck you. Put it back. Just we'll end it on that note. We'll fade to black on that. So hold on. We'll ride off into the sunset to that beautiful music. Basically, in conclusion, the parody, the stream is 5 hours, the parody's 3 hours. We shot a 4.5-hour movie that was not very good, and Rob and Jacob allowed my 4.5-hour movie to be trimmed and tightened and perfected into something that is not great. It's not even flawless. I think it's pretty great, and I'm very proud of it. It's not flawless, and it will, it will age as a movie that I made in high school.
When it was 3 hours, they're stupid enough to watch the 5-hour live stream. So good.
Yeah, no, exactly. But in the end, it wouldn't have been obviously, I sort of orchestrated everything, so without me, it couldn't have been possible. But it really couldn't have fucking been.
Oh, you orchestrated everything
without. Shut up. I'm literally kissing your asses, and you're still dragging me through the mud and the fucking. Just play your stupid Jafar meme and get out of here. God damn it, you're such a bitch, Jacob. Fucking play your.
I'm just making jokes, dude.
Play your.
I'm just a funny little guy. I'm just a goofy,
Play me
wacky
out,
little
Paul.
guy.
What is this? Fucking David Letterman? Get out of here.
I'm
Let's
just being
go.
loony.
You're a Looney Tune.
I'm just
Thank
being
you.
goofy and silly.
Thank you for being goofy and silly, Jacob. Jesus Christ. Play your go. End the stream. End the stream. Happy 1-year anniversary to Magic Railroad Parody.
Thank you, Nicky, for letting me be a part of this. Thank you.